Sherlock Holmes at Hogwarts. Hello again, dear adventurers of the multiverse. Thanks for joining us once more on this epic journey. Remember, this story is pure science fiction from our wild imagination. So don't go trying to summon dragons in your backyard. The rights of this amazing novel belong entirely to its original author. We are only the narrators. Do you want more adventures? Show some love to our YouTube channel with a subscription and a like. And if you want exclusive content, our Patreon is waiting for you with open arms. Chapter 451, saying no with a mouth, but the body says yes. From the moment Severus Snape approached Dumbledore, his stance never wavered. Even after Lily was murdered by Voldemort, Snape, initially overwhelmed with grief, was roused by Dumbledore's words, "Your mission is not over." She left behind her son Harry, whom she protected with her life, whose eyes are exactly like Lily's. After confirming this with his own eyes, Snape began protecting Harry, the one Lily was willing to give her life for. And to this day. In this respect, Snape's love for Lily is undeniable. Of course, it's also an undeniable fact that Snape's initial revelation of the prophecy to Voldemort led to the deaths of James and Lily. Therefore, whether Harry chooses to forgive Snape or not, whether he stands on the scales of reason or the waves of emotion, such inner conflict is perfectly normal. As for his attitude towards Peter Pettigrew, it's much simpler. Harry doesn't understand why such a person was sorted into Gryffindor. From what we know so far, he has never shown even a shred of courage. He was like a piece of rotten wood, hollowed out by the darkness brought by Voldemort, a complete traitor, utterly unworthy of being compared to Snape, deserving only to have his soul devoured. Harry felt no pity for such a person. Traitors are often more hateful than the devils themselves, there's no point in arguing. That's right, it's Peter. Even though so much time had passed, Sirius clenched his fists, his eyes blazing with fury upon hearing Harry mention the name. Thinking back now, the McKinnon affair must have been related to him. He was already providing Voldemort with information back then. Dumbledore always suspected that someone close to James was providing Voldemort with information, but we never imagined it would be him. Poor Lily even thought he was depressed at the time and comforted him, that bastard. He looked exactly like Hagrid at that moment. When Sirius was misunderstood by the entire wizarding world, Hagrid spoke of him in the same tone. "Do you know what I did? I even comforted that murderous traitor." It was truly a case of things changing drastically over time. "It's all in the past." Harry patted Sirius on the shoulder. He now knew how to comfort others in this situation. Little Pettigrew got what he deserved. "We've avenged them." "Yes, it's all in the past." Sirius let out a long sigh, his gaze falling on Harry's face with a touch of dazed tenderness, as if his old friend had returned to his side. "Harry, you really look exactly like your father, except for the eyes." "My eyes are like my mother's," Harry added. Sherlock and Sirius laughed upon hearing this. The room was instantly filled with a cheerful atmosphere. Besides the letter and photograph, Sherlock made another suggestion, that Sirius hand over the charge of accusing Creature, the Black family's house elf, to Harry. This was a piece of cake for Sirius. Creature, no. Creature, no. Creature, no. But as Sirius announced this, Creature stomped to his long, wrinkled feet, grabbed his large ears, and yelled, "Creature belongs to that wretched young master. Creature belongs to Miss Bellatrix. Creature belongs to Miss Narcissa." He suddenly stopped screaming, a glint of fanaticism flashing into his cloudy eyes. "Oh, that's right. Creature belongs to the Black family. Creature doesn't want to belong to that Potter boy. Creature, no, no, no." "Interesting." Sherlock raised his voice slightly, drowning out Creature's incessant cries of "no, no, no." He looked Creature up and down with interest. "Looks like it doesn't really want to be Harry's." Harry hesitated, looking at Creature's desperate resistance. He scratched his head and muttered, "Maybe I should just forget about it. Actually, I didn't really want it. HMPH, that's not up to it." Sirius's eyes sharpened instantly. He stared at Creature and said, word by word, "Creature, from this moment on, you must unconditionally obey all of Harry Potter's orders, without question." The moment those words were spoken, Creature's scream stopped abruptly, as if an invisible hand had gripped its throat. Its body froze, its eyes wide open. A few seconds later, he whirled around, bowed deeply to Harry, and his voice was as hoarse as a rusty door hinge. "Master, loyal Creature obeys your orders." Harry looked at Creature and couldn't help but think to himself, your attitude changed a bit too quickly. But before he could process this change, Creature straightened up, his face returning to its resentful expression, and muttered, "Although Creature is very unwilling to listen to Potter, Creature has served the noble black family for life. Since the young master returned from Azkaban, he's started bossing me around. I heard he's a murderer, but Creature still has to endure the disgust and obey his orders." Harry, taken back, "It's still the same, its attitude hasn't changed at all. Creature, Harry is my godson, and he's also a member of the black family." Sirius frowned and raised his voice. "Creature understands. I will be as loyal to Master Potter as I am to the ungrateful young master who isn't even fit to shine the lady's shoes," Creature said, head drooping. Harry, for a moment, Harry really wanted to wave his hand and refuse this hypocritical house elf. But he knew that Sherlock must have his reasons for doing this, so he gritted his teeth and accepted it. The magical bondage of house elves is like the strongest contract, dictating that they must unconditionally obey their master's commands. Sirius Black, as the last heir of the Black family, is Creature's legal master and has absolute authority over him. So when he said those words, no matter how much Creature resisted, the ancient magic forced him to carry them out. Harry tried giving Creature a small order: "Go to the kitchen and get a piece of bread." The result was quite interesting. Creature muttered, "Potter just knows how to order me around," but immediately turned and rushed to the kitchen, quickly returning with a whole wheat bread on a silver tray. He said no, but his actions betrayed him. This meant the contract was in effect. Unless Sirius Black personally revoked this command, Creature would forever obey Harry. However, Sirius Black certainly wouldn't do that. So, with Sirius ignoring Creature, Harry was effectively Creature's master. What a brilliant idea. Why didn't I think of that before? Sirius Black clapped his hands in satisfaction, watching the scene unfold. He paused for a moment, a sly glint in his eyes, and added, "Since it's already like this, why not leave them to you two, them?" Harry looked confused, his brow furrowing slightly. Sherlock, however, laughed. A quick learner indeed. Sirius, seeing Harry's confused look, chuckled and explained, "The Black family tradition is that the house in Grimmauld Place is passed down through generations to the next male with a black name. It's been enchanted to ensure that no one other than a pure blood can occupy it." He paused, a hint of teasing in his voice. "I'm already the last heir in the Black family, so if anything happens to me..." "Hey, don't say that," Harry immediately interrupted, his face full of disapproval. "Harry, I was just using an analogy, don't get so worked up." Sirius patted him on the shoulder and continued, "If anything happens to me and I haven't made a will, then ownership of this house, including Creature's, will belong to the oldest living member of the Black family. That is, my cousin, Bellatrix Lestrange, the one Creature just mentioned," Sherlock interjected. "Yes, it's her." Sirius's face instantly contorted with disgust, as if even mentioning her name tainted his mouth. "While I don't like this house that once confined me for so long, I'd rather not leave it and Creature to her, even though she's still in Azkaban. So I've decided to give it all to you now, Harry." Harry was stunned by Sirius's gaze. He realized Sirius wasn't joking, he was serious. Huh? After a few seconds of bewilderment, he still couldn't process it and uttered the same questioning sound. "Huh? What's with the huh? This isn't up for discussion. Just listen to my plan." "But I don't care what you think, I care what I think." Sirius domineeringly cut off Harry's further opinion, establishing a one-man show. Harry, because number 12 Grimmauld Place was enchanted by an ancient spell, it couldn't be directly transferred to Harry. But this didn't faze Sirius. He immediately made a will. After his death, all his property would be inherited by Harry Potter. As for Bellatrix and Narcissa? Sorry, go play with your eggs somewhere else. And just like that, Harry, who already had a considerable amount of money in Gringotts, found himself with an even larger sum of gold in his account. Harry was somewhat helpless. There was absolutely no need for this. However, Sirius Black was unusually stubborn on this matter. "Listen to me, Harry. I don't care what you think, you have to do it my way." In the end, Harry could only helplessly accept reality. When Sherlock and Harry were alone together, he keenly sensed that his good friend was troubled. It was obvious to him. Harry's fingers were unconsciously rubbing his cuffs, and his eyes were wandering. Facing Sherlock, Harry had nothing to hide and immediately said, "In Professor Trelawney's first divination class, Ron and I divined with tea leaves, and he said I would have a windfall." "Huh?" Sherlock chuckled, raising an eyebrow. "My dear Harry, are you starting to believe in divination now?" "Well, no." Harry shook his head, his cheeks slightly flushed. "I just remembered it. My friend, although this is the wizarding world, you don't need to take that prophecy too seriously." Sherlock's tone became serious. He looked into Harry's green eyes and slowly said, "Simply put, if Snape hadn't told Voldemort about the prophecy, Voldemort wouldn't have known about it. Without knowing the prophecy, it wouldn't have come true, and it would have been meaningless. In other words, the more he tried to prevent the prophecy from coming true, the more he pushed it towards becoming a reality." He paused, then continued his analysis. He insisted on following Professor Trelawney's prophecy to find the boy born at the end of July, and then chose you over Neville. In other words, he chose his own enemy. Sherlock looked at Harry and said slowly, "If you hadn't heard this prophecy, would your attitude towards Voldemort have changed?" Harry lowered his head, lost in thought. He thought of his parents' gravestones, Sirius's 12 years in Azkaban, Hagrid's injustice in being framed, and Myrtle's cold body. Finally, he raised his head, his eyes resolute, and shook his head. "No, he's a terrible man, and I'm his sworn enemy." Sherlock smiled. A simple and unpretentious worldview. This was Harry. So, a prophecy is just a prophecy. It doesn't tell you what you have to do. You have the right to choose your own path, the right to ignore the prophecy. Unfortunately, Voldemort couldn't let it go. Sherlock's tone carried a hint of sarcasm. "I'd bet you a galleon that if he returns as the second prophecy foretold, he'll definitely continue to hunt you down. Voldemort chose you over Neville. That was a coincidence. But the series of actions that followed became inevitable." Sherlock looked at Harry, his grey eyes unusually bright. "Harry, you don't want to be killed by someone like Voldemort, do you?" This time, Harry finally understood Sherlock's meaning. Inevitability was inevitability within coincidence, and coincidence was coincidence within inevitability. He and Voldemort would ultimately kill each other, which led to the prophecy's outcome. In other words, being dragged into the arena to face a life or death struggle was different from walking in with your head held high. Of course, from the outcome, there wasn't much difference between the two. However, at this moment, both Sherlock and Harry knew that there was a fundamental difference. Harry felt relieved. "As long as I'm with Sherlock, I'm not afraid of anything." Having put an end to this heavy topic, Harry breathed a sigh of relief and then asked about another matter that interested him. "Sherlock, why do you make Creature obey my orders?" Chapter 452 Because he was kind. Number 12 Grimwald Place. Dear Harry, you might not believe it. No, Sherlock, I believe whatever you say. Well, from what I've observed here these past few days, Creature receives most of the care and affection from the Black family from Sirius's brother, Regulus. Besides that, he also shows respect to Sirius's cousins, Bellatrix and Narcissa. But he seems to have no connection with his true master, your godfather Sirius. Why is that? Harry asked softly. Sherlock looked at Harry and said with considerable emotion, "The reason for this outcome is twofold. Firstly, there are objective factors. Sirius Black is an outcast in the Black family, especially compared to his other son, Regulus. His attitude towards Muggles is completely different from the Black family tradition, which naturally influences Creature. Furthermore, he left home early, he doesn't even consider himself a member of the Black family, so how can he expect a house elf dedicated to serving the Black family to accept him? If Sirius hadn't been the only male heir left in the Black family in this generation, forcing him to inherit the entire number 12 Grimwald Place, including Creature, there wouldn't even be any connection between master and servant. Secondly, there are subjective factors. Sirius despises everything about the Black family, while Creature goes to great lengths to protect everything about the Black family. Whenever he sees Creature, he naturally thinks of the family he hates and the terrible environment he experienced growing up. Therefore, he calls this house elf a useless piece of trash, which further exacerbates the antagonism between master and servant. After explaining the reasons, Sherlock returned to the main topic. Brother, remember what I told Sirius last time? While house elves can't refuse explicit commands, they can deliberately misinterpret less explicit ones. For someone as capricious as Sirius, you can't guarantee every command he gives will be as precise as mine, which gives Creature an opportunity. That's why I suggested Sirius hand over Creature's command to you, making you its de facto master, but I can't guarantee that every word I say to Creature won't be misinterpreted. Harry finally understood Sherlock's intention, but still scratched his head in confusion. To maintain precise and unambiguous expression in everyday speech and actions at all times, I doubt anyone but you can do that. Right, my dear Harry, anyone can do that, it just requires repeated training. Sherlock's tone was calm. Harry, however, became excited. "So, you're going to train me again?" "No." Sherlock looked at Harry with surprise, somewhat puzzled as to why he became so excited about training him. "You can do this yourself if you practice regularly. But the reason I'm having you take over Sirius's command is because you're kind." "Huh?" Harry looked completely bewildered. "Brother, believe me, there aren't many people in all of Britain who are kinder than you." "Huh?" Harry remained bewildered. "Dear Harry, perhaps you haven't realized it yourself, but your kindness possesses a unique purity and redemptive power." "Sherlock, what are you talking about?" "Your kindness, though not inherently perfect, allows you to uphold the essence of love and protection amidst extreme pain and temptation, even illuminating the darkest corners." Sherlock leaned forward, a hint of admiration in his voice. "Your childhood was marked by abandonment and abuse. Experiences that could easily breed hatred or indifference, yet you didn't. When the truth was revealed, you forgave the Dursleys without holding a grudge. You never took your own pain out on the weak, even when Neville was being bullied, you stepped in to help." Hearing this, Harry's cheeks flushed slightly. He lowered his head somewhat embarrassedly, fiddling with the hem of his robe. "Sherlock, I'm not as good as you say." But Sherlock didn't stop, continuing, "Dear Harry, your kindness isn't about ignoring the darkness, but about knowing its existence and still choosing to become its light. Only you could break the Black family's indifference, only you could possibly transform Creature from a pure-blood fanatic into a loyal guardian. Even I couldn't do that." Harry was completely stunned. There was no doubt that Sherlock was his best friend. Yet this was the first time he'd heard Sherlock speak so highly of him. Harry had always considered himself a kind person. But he never imagined that a simple word like kind could be interpreted by Sherlock with so many meanings. It was simply unbelievable. "You mean, you want me to be nicer to Creature?" Harry hesitated for a moment, asking uncertainly. No, you don't need to do that." Sherlock smiled and patted Harry's shoulder. "Remember Dobby the Malfoy house elf? Even on your first meeting, you treated him as an equal. You were even morally blackmailed by his masochistic tendencies, helpless against him." Hearing Sherlock mention this, Harry recalled how helpless he'd been with Dobby, and his already flushed cheeks burned even hotter. "That's why I said you don't need to treat Creature with any special care." Sherlock's smile softened considerably. "Just maintain a normal attitude, and time will allow it to change." Harry understood. Sherlock was worried that Creature would become a ticking time bomb for Sirius and himself. Considering what Sherlock had said to Sirius about Creature last time, this was clearly a precautionary measure. "I know what to do," Harry nodded emphatically, his eyes filled with determination. After Sherlock left, only Harry, Sirius, and Creature, who occasionally muttered venomous curses in a corner, remained at number 12 Grimwald Place. Harry began to try to communicate with Creature. Of course, the results were not ideal. Creature often acted foolish in front of him, either pretending not to hear or deliberately misinterpreting his meaning. Unless Harry gave precise, clear, and unambiguous commands, as Sherlock had previously suggested. However, Harry remembered Sherlock's words and didn't always do that, except for one thing. He made Creature prepare 3 meals a day for him and Sirius. This was the order he gave after personally tasting Creature's cooking. Sirius Black was initially non-committal. He leaned against the kitchen doorframe, arms crossed, watching Harry solemnly give the order to Creature, a dismissive smile playing on his lips. "Creature? It's cooking? Harry, you probably don't know, but when I first got back here, it burned roast potatoes to a crisp. Trust me, it's completely forgotten how to cook properly. Let's just eat out like before." To his utter astonishment, that very evening, Creature served a golden brown roast chicken on a silver tray, Yorkshire pudding drizzled with thick gravy, and mashed potatoes garnished with herbs. Sirius Black was completely stunned. He forked a piece of roast chicken, carefully put it in his mouth, and his eyes widened instantly. "Creature's cooking is superb, though I know that." Sirius put down his knife and fork, shook his head, his face filled with disbelief. "But I thought he'd forgotten how to cook after all these years alone." He then turned to Creature, who was standing in the corner with his head down, and cleared his throat somewhat awkwardly. "Creature, very well done." It was just a casual remark, but unexpectedly, a glint of light flashed in Creature's cloudy eyes upon hearing this. He abruptly raised his head, his mouth opening and closing, mechanically repeating, "Very well done, very well done, very well done." He muttered to himself, his withered fingers unconsciously twisting together. The young master praised Creature. This is the first time the young master has praised Creature. Although it sounds a bit disgusting, It's also strangely appealing to hear it. What's going on? Creature muttered to himself as he staggered out, leaving Harry and Sirius staring at each other. Harry, Sirius, the following time was very enjoyable for Harry. By now, he had completely come to regard Sirius as his father. Sirius was the kind of person who couldn't sit still, think about it, someone who could give 13-year-old Harry a firebolt as a gift couldn't be an ordinary person. And as the little lion who was eventually sorted into Gryffindor, Harry had never lacked an adventurous spirit, so the pace of life ahead suited him perfectly. During this holiday, Harry's understanding of magic increased rapidly. He also learned for the first time that King's Cross Station had a platform of 7.5, in addition to platform 9 3/4. This platform, hidden between platforms 7 and 8, had intricate vine patterns carved on its walls, where wizards could board long-distance trains to wizarding villages on the European continent, with destination signs flashing magically on the exterior walls of the carriages. However, Sirius didn't take Harry on the train trip. "Harry, remember you're a wizard, you have to get used to parading to travel." He patted Harry on the shoulder, his tone carrying a hint of smugness from someone who had been there before. Since regaining his innocence, Sirius Black gradually returned to his former glory, his strength returning to the ranks of top-tier wizards. In his own words, "Now, if I were to fight Snape face to face, it's hard to say who would win." He paraded Harry to many places: the harmonious fountain of magical brothers at the Ministry of Magic, the white flowers blooming beside Lily and James's gravestones in Godric's Hollow, the dazzling piles of sugar in Honeydukes' candy shop in Hogsmeade. At each place, Sirius patiently told Harry the stories he had missed. By the time he finished all this, Harry's birthday was approaching. Since the Quidditch World Cup was scheduled for next Monday night, Sirius immediately decided to throw Harry a huge birthday party. "Harry, you already know that James and Lily threw you a simple birthday tea party when you were 1 year old." Sirius sat on the sofa, toying with a wand in his hand, his voice tinged with nostalgia. "And since then, you haven't." He paused, his Adam's apple bobbing slightly, seemingly reluctant to revisit the past. Then his tone brightened. "This time, invite all your friends over." Harry naturally had no objection to Sirius's arrangement. He remembered what Cho Chang had said last time: "I can come with my parents, and I can help with the cleaning." Although he didn't understand why Cho Chang said that, Harry kept her words in mind and invited her early on. Cho Chang readily agreed. Muggle-born wizards like Sherlock and Hermione could invite them by phone. Half-blood wizards like Cho Chang and Dean could also use the phone. There was no telephone at number 12 Grimwald Place, so Harry made a special trip to Sherlock's house to invite him and borrow the phone to notify all his friends who could be contacted by phone. However, pure-blood wizards like Ron and Neville had to use owls to communicate. Ron had at least learned to use Mandarin, but Neville was completely unfamiliar with Muggle communication tools. As for the postman, he probably wouldn't even be able to find where these wizarding families, hidden by magic, lived. Hedwig was exhausted from constantly writing letters to her friends and running back and forth. After bringing Harry her last reply, she landed on his shoulder, pecked him twice, and looked at him with obvious displeasure. Clearly, she was protesting her capitalist master's exploitative behavior. Harry, amused and exasperated, stroked her feathers and had Creature prepare a special dinner for her. Ah, Master Potter is going to exploit Creature again. Not only does he have to provide him with 3 meals a day, but he also has to serve this feathered beast. It's pathetic that Creature, loyal to the Black family, has fallen to such a state. Harry couldn't help but laugh. He now knew how to treat Creature, and immediately said, "Creature, I also have black blood in my veins, and my owl is also a member of the Black family. Serving it is serving the noblest and oldest Black family." Sure enough, upon hearing this, Creature's steps immediately became lighter. Sirius Black, watching this scene, couldn't help but shake his head. It had to be Harry. As proud as he was, he would never utter words like the noblest and oldest Black family. He didn't know that Harry had already learned how to praise people during his time with Sherlock. Now he was simply applying it flexibly. Hedwig was very satisfied with Creature's cooking skills. No less than Aunt Petunia's. The night before Harry's birthday, thinking about the fun he'd have with his friends the next day, he went to bed early. Moonlight streamed through the carved window panes, casting dappled shadows on the floor. Everything seemed so peaceful. Until midnight, Harry suddenly sat bolt upright. He was drenched in cold sweat, his chest heaving as if he'd just been pulled from an icy lake. The sharp pain radiating from the lightning bolt-shaped scar on his forehead seemed to be a stark warning. Voldemort, the man who terrified the entire wizarding world, had returned. Chapter 453 The event that changed the landscape of the magical world. 200 miles from London lies a village called Hangleton. 4 or 5 miles away, there's a large town also called Hangleton. Because both the town and village are named Hangleton, to distinguish them, people gradually began to call the town Great Hangleton and the village Little Hangleton. Great Hangleton is nothing special. In the Muggle world, it's just a large town. There are many towns of that size in Britain. In the magical world, it's practically invisible. Of course, wizards often live scattered among Muggles, so there are wizards living here too, though the Muggles are unaware. But Little Hangleton, as a village, is different. In the Muggle world, it's insignificant, but in modern magical history, it holds great significance. Unfortunately, not many people know this. In the center of Little Hangleton stands a very beautiful mansion, the most spacious and imposing building for miles around. It's called Riddle House. As the name suggests, its owner is named Riddle. However, the Riddle family, despite owning such a luxurious mansion, didn't have a good reputation in Little Hangleton. The elderly Riddles were wealthy, but snobbish and rude, making them unpopular in the village. Their grown son, Tom Riddle, was even worse than his parents. In short, they were rich but heartless, and bullies in the village. The common people, naturally, dared not speak out. Perhaps as retribution, or perhaps for some other reason, one day, the entire family of 3 suddenly died. At dawn on a clear summer day, a maid entered the living room and was shocked to find the 3 members of the Riddle family dead. The young maid, trembling with fear, broke out in a cold sweat despite the heat, her hands and feet icy cold. She screamed as she ran down the hillside into the village, trying to wake the villagers of Little Hangleton. Dead. All dead. They're still wearing their dinner clothes. They're all lying on the ground, eyes wide open, with murders committed. Naturally, the police were called. For a village like Little Hangleton, this was a huge deal. However, because the Riddle family was wealthy and heartless, the villagers didn't even bother to feign grief. They were simply curious about who this hero who had rid them of a scourge was. The facts were clear. 3 perfectly healthy people couldn't possibly die of natural causes simultaneously on the same night. Ultimately, the police took away a man named Frank Bryce. He was the Riddle family's gardener. Decades ago, after returning from the battlefield, someone introduced him to Riddle House. The war had left one of his legs stiff and unresponsive, and he was extremely averse to crowds and noise. He was a recluse, living alone in a dilapidated little cabin in the Riddle House garden. The police had a reason for taking him away. The investigation of the scene revealed that the doors and windows were intact, so the crime must have been committed by someone known to the family. Frank happened to fit this description, because there was a spare key to the back door of Riddle House, always hanging in the gardener's cabin. If Frank could sneak into the house while everyone else was asleep, he could do whatever he wanted. Frank, however, vehemently denied murder when brought to the police station. He repeatedly insisted on his innocence. The officers, however, refused to believe him. Their investigation of the scene convinced them that no one else, besides Frank, had the opportunity to commit the crime. This continued until the autopsy reports of the Riddle family arrived. The police had never seen such bizarre reports. None of the Riddles had been harmed by poison, sharp weapons, or handguns, nor had they been suffocated or strangled. All 3 victims were perfectly healthy, except for the fact that they were dead. This was a contradictory and incomprehensible conclusion. Because they couldn't find anything amiss on the bodies, the doctors conducting the autopsies found only one suspicious point: each member of the Riddles wore an expression of terror. However, this was utterly useless. What could they have seen that could have caused 3 people to die of fright at the same time? Regardless, since there was no evidence to prove the Riddles were murdered, even if Frank was a strong suspect, though his suspicion was cleared after the autopsy report, so he was released, the suspect remained innocent until proven guilty. Ultimately, the case became a cold case. The police report concluded that the 3 victims died simultaneously from severe shock. This outcome, of course, did not satisfy the residents of Little Hangleton. However, the police stated, "Believe it or not, we believe it." Thus, the Riddles were buried in the churchyard in Little Hangleton. For a long time afterward, their graves remained the object of curiosity and attention for the people of Little Hangleton. For the others who originally lived at Riddle Hall, It was a case of the trees falling and the monkeys scattering. With their master gone, the maids and cooks naturally left Riddle Hall to fend for themselves. But to everyone's surprise and suspicion, Frank Bryce, the gardener initially considered a suspect, returned. He moved back alone to his little cabin in the Riddle Hall garden. Even though the villagers believed he was the murderer, he ignored them. Frank stayed, tending the garden for the next family to live at Riddle House. Riddle House changed hands several times, but none of the owners stayed for long. According to the new owners, they always felt a sense of gloom and dread upon moving in. This feeling was said to partly stem from Frank, the former suspect. Over time, the uninhabited Riddle House fell into disrepair and became dilapidated. More than half a century passed, and it was the summer of 1994. The wealthy man who now owned Riddle House neither lived there nor used the house for anything. According to the villagers, he kept it for tax reasons, but no one knew the real reason. When asked too many times, the person who spread the news would say, "Everyone who knows, knows. Those who don't, you won't understand even if I explain, so it's better not to say anything. Don't ask me what happened, the interests involved are too great, and explaining won't do you any good. Just pretend you don't know. All I can say is that this is a very complex matter, involving many important figures. It's very difficult for you to find detailed information yourselves, most of it has been deleted. That's why I can say that those who know, know, and those who don't, there's nothing I can do." It's infuriating. Regardless, this wealthy homeowner was still willing to continue paying Frank to be the gardener. After all, having someone watch over things is better than having no one, especially since Frank was familiar with the area. However, Frank's own condition wasn't very good. He had reached the crucial age of 77. And not only was his bad leg more stiff than before, but he had also developed hearing loss. But whenever the weather was nice, he would come to the flower bed and slowly work. Only he knew that this was partly due to his sense of responsibility. After all, he had been paid to hire him. On the other hand, being old and without family, this was the only way he could seek a sense of self-worth. He devoted himself to tending the house and garden, almost to the point of obsession. However, it was all in vain. He was too old to stop the rampant weeds. Not only that, the village children loved to throw stones at the windows of Riddle House. They would also ride their bicycles carelessly across the lawn that Frank had painstakingly maintained. These children did it on purpose, they were just teasing Frank. They loved seeing the old man limp across the garden, waving his cane and shouting at them in a hoarse voice. They felt particularly happy when this happened. Frank, however, didn't think the children were just playing around. He believed that they tormented him like this because they, like their parents and even grandparents, thought he was a murderer. Nearing 80, Frank had seen things very clearly. Prejudice in people's hearts is a mountain, and no matter how hard you try, you can't move it. If the narrative had proceeded at its normal pace, it would have all ended naturally when Frank passed away. Perhaps the wealthy owner of Riddle House would have hired someone else to look after it. Perhaps that wealthy owner would have simply abandoned it there. Perhaps, like its previous owners, it would have been transferred to someone else for reasons that those who know, know. However, no one could have imagined that something significant enough to change the entire magical world would happen here. The sole witness to this event was none other than Frank Bryce, a muggle who knew nothing about magic. It was late July, a time when the heat of July was turning to colder temperatures. When Frank woke up that night, feeling a slight chill, he was startled to find unusual noises coming from the old house. He immediately realized that those mischievous children had come up with a new trick to play on him. Ever since he had been taken in for questioning in connection with a case years ago, he had developed a deep distrust of the police. So he didn't call the police. Instead, he simply took his cane, picked up the old spare key to the back door of Riddle House, and went out. There were no signs of forced entry at the front door of Riddle House, and the windows were intact. This made Frank give a bitter smile. He thought of the case from half a century ago. Because there were no signs of forced entry, the police assumed he had entered through the back door with the spare key. He knew he hadn't done that back then. Ironically, years later, he was doing it now. He limped around to the back of the house and stopped by a door almost completely obscured by ivy. Then he slowly took out the old key, inserted it into the lock, and silently opened the door. Because he knew this place so well, even in complete darkness, he remembered where the door to the corridor was. He groped his way there, a putrid stench hitting his nostrils, indicating that no one had been here for a long time. Fortunately, the thick layer of dust on the stone steps masked his footsteps, so the people inside didn't notice his arrival. Soon, he discovered the intruder's tracks. At the end of the corridor on the stair landing, a door was ajar. A flickering light shone through the crack in the door, casting an orange-yellow shadow on the black floor. Frank crept in cautiously, his hand gripping his cane tightly, as if it would increase his sense of security. Just a few steps from the doorway, he glimpsed the room through the narrow crack. To his surprise, the fire was in the fireplace. Even more surprising, the voices coming from inside weren't those of a child. "If you're still hungry, you can have some more, not for now. If possible, I'd prefer you move me to the fire, Mr. Smith. Please do my best, Mr. Riddle." "John, didn't you hear Mr. Riddle? Get moving." Then came the harsh scraping of a heavy chair dragging across the floor. Frank glimpsed through the crack that a person with their back to the door was pushing a chair. He wore a long black cloak, but quickly disappeared from his sight. Frank, however, had no time to consider that. His mind was completely occupied by that name. Riddle. When Frank heard that name, his heart trembled violently. Wasn't that the name of his first master? But weren't they dead? The Riddle couple he had employed, and their son, Tom Riddle. Frank forcibly suppressed his surprise, pressing his good ear against the door, straining to hear. "No one has called me Riddle for a long time, and I think you know very well that I am now called Voldemort, right?" "Of course I know what you are called, but no matter how your name changes, it doesn't change that. Otherwise, you wouldn't have had us bring you here, would you, dear Mr. Tom Riddle?" Tom Riddle, it really was him. Frank was utterly astonished. A handsome face and memories associated with that face flashed through his mind. Back then, Tom Riddle could be described as young, dashing, and full of vigor. At that time, everything on one side of the valley belonged to the Riddle family, except for an unsightly little shack, or so the villagers said. That little cabin belonged to an old tramp named Gaunt and his children, a sister who was often absent and a brother who was always causing trouble. The son was mentally unstable and, for some reason, had even nailed a dead snake to the cabin door. For Tom Riddle, a rich young man, his privileged upbringing fostered arrogance. Therefore, he never showed any respect to those who worked for his family, such as Frank, the cook, and the maid. However, Frank, a man accustomed to death on the battlefield, didn't care at all as long as the Riddles paid him properly. Young Tom Riddle also had a lover named Cecilia, also a wealthy and beautiful young lady. Everyone in Little Hangleton thought they would be together someday. But for some reason, Tom Riddle suddenly declared one day that he was deeply in love with the daughter of the old tramp Gaunt. This, naturally, was met with fierce opposition from the Riddles. What a joke. How could a Riddle son be involved with a woman like that? But to everyone's surprise, Tom Riddle, as if he had lost his mind, abandoned the girl he loved and his parents who were firmly against it, and eloped with the daughter of the old homeless man, the Gaunt. Chapter 454 Voldemort's allies appear. The son of the richest man in the village, young, wealthy, handsome, and charming, was childhood sweethearts with a girl of equal social standing. But one day, their destined girl suddenly appeared out of nowhere, and the richest man and his newfound love quickly fell in love. They overcame numerous obstacles, eloping for love against the opposition of their conservative parents. In a typical love story, this would undoubtedly be a moving ode. However, when Tom Riddle, the only son of the wealthy Riddle family in Little Hangleton, truly abandoned his beloved girl and eloped with a homeless man's daughter because of his parents' objections, it caused a huge uproar in Little Hangleton. Frank, the daughter of the Gaunt family, had also seen her. Her straight hair was dull and lifeless, and her face had a sickly pallor from being confined to the house for so long. And her eyes, like her mentally unstable brother's, stared in opposite directions. Frank had seen many people, but he had never seen anyone more listless than her. To put it politely, she was unremarkable in appearance. To put it bluntly, she was quite ugly. In any case, the difference between her and Tom Riddle's lover, Miss Cecilia, was unbelievable. Their family backgrounds were also worlds apart. If Riddle had any sense, he wouldn't have chosen the tramp's daughter. No, normally they shouldn't have crossed paths at all. But this is exactly what happened. In any case, this incident caused the Riddle family to lose face in Little Hangleton. For a long time, the Riddles couldn't hold their heads high. Even the gardener, maid, and cook who worked for the Riddle family were gossiped about. Fortunately, after some time, their young master, Tom Riddle returned. He returned alone. Outsiders didn't know the inside story, but Frank, the Riddle family's gardener, knew it all. Tom Riddle returned home terrified, claiming he had encountered something incredible. The woman from the Gaunt family was actually a witch who had cast a curse on herself. That's why he was bewitched, abandoning his beloved and falling for that ugly, lowly woman. They lived together in London for a while, and the woman even became pregnant. But at that moment, the woman inexplicably stopped her spell, told him the truth, and hoped he would stay and continue living with her. What a joke. Upon learning the truth, he ran back without a word. As for the pregnant girl, no, the witch, he didn't care. He had no feelings for her whatsoever, only deep disgust and fear. Although they found Riddle's account too far-fetched, the Riddles only had Tom as their son, so they naturally chose to forgive him. Not only that, they strictly forbade anyone in Riddle's household from spreading the story. The official version was that the woman had kidnapped Riddle. After all, witches sounded too absurd, no one would believe it. In fact, no one in Riddle's household, including Riddle's parents, believed it. They simply thought Riddle was possessed. And so, more than a decade passed peacefully, and the so-called witch never returned. Then, the family of 3 died tragically on the same day, their bodies perfectly aligned. Frank snapped out of his reverie, feeling utterly confused. But, Tom Riddle was dead. He had seen it clearly 50 years ago. How could a dead man possibly return? Could it be? Just as he couldn't help but let his mind wander, the voices in the room began to echo again. The man who spoke was the one who resembled Tom Riddle. Mr. Smith, you've gone through so much trouble to find this place. Are you just asking it to use the identity of Tom Riddle to help you? A name is just a label. You don't need to worry about it, just like my name. Tom Riddle chuckled. Yes, John Smith, see? You don't care about my name either, do you? Now that we're here, I think it's time to tell me your plan, isn't it? Don't rush, I'm exhausted from the journey. This place is quite comfortable, I plan to rest for a while. Besides, we need to wait until the Quidditch World Cup is over before we act. Is it because of that damned Ministry of Magic again? Wizards will flood into this country from all over the world, so they'll raise the security level. Frank realized he heard several words he'd never heard before: Quidditch, Ministry of Magic, Wizard, which instantly heightened his vigilance. Having been on the battlefield, he knew very well that there were only 2 kinds of people in this world who didn't speak human language, either spies or criminals. Hell, it seems you have a lot of complaints about those meddlesome guys at the Ministry of Magic. Of course, those guys can't catch me, but they're as annoying as flies, so that's why you came to me. It's quite ironic, my loyal subordinates swore eternal loyalty to me, and now I have to rely on an outsider, an ally, not an outsider, the man called John Smith corrected. You haven't shown up for so long, I think those Death Eaters probably think you're finished, right? Not probably, definitely. They must believe I'm finished, that I'm done for. That's why they slipped back into my enemy's midst, claiming innocence, ignorance, and being bewitched. It doesn't matter. Compared to those servants, you certainly need an ally more in your current situation. But didn't you say you still have some loyal servants? Once we implement a plan and rescue them, our strength will be much greater. Frank understood more and more of what he was saying, gripping his cane tighter. Just then, he suddenly sensed movement coming from the dark corridor behind him. He instinctively turned around and saw a giant snake, a full 12 feet long, crawling towards him. Frank had never seen a snake of that length before and was instantly terrified. Fortunately, it didn't stop in front of Frank. It slithered past him as if it hadn't seen him, disappearing into the crack in the door. This made him secretly relieved. The events that had happened in this old house tonight were too bizarre. He felt it was best not to stay here any longer and planned to sneak out of the old house and head straight for the village's phone booth to call the police. Ironically, even though he no longer trusted the police, he still couldn't help but think of them when in danger. Unfortunately, he didn't have the chance. My ally, Nagini, just brought me some interesting news. Interesting news? Yes, Nagini told me that an old muggle is standing right outside this room, listening to our conversation without missing a single word. Frank froze. Before he could react, the door was opened. He was completely exposed to the other person's view. The man who opened the door was of medium build and unremarkable appearance. He was scrutinizing Frank with a critical eye. Please let him in, John. Even if he's a muggle, we should still be polite. Hearing this, the man gestured for Frank to enter. Despite trembling violently, Frank gripped his cane tightly and limped across the threshold. This allowed him to see the room clearly. The most striking thing was undoubtedly the giant snake from before. However, it was now coiled on the tattered carpet in front of the fireplace, like a lapdog. Besides the man who had brought him in, another man stood in front of the fireplace. He was thin, also plain-looking, and wore leather gloves. He was observing Frank with great interest. Judging from the conversation, there should be someone sitting behind the old armchair in front of the fireplace. This should be Tom Riddle. However, he should be quite tall, but Frank couldn't even see the back of his head. The fireplace was the only light source in the room, and it was this fire that had just caught Frank's attention. Frank was now filled with regret, deep regret. He could have just looked during the day. Why had he come here at night? The thought of standing in the same room as Tom Riddle, who should have been dead, was the last vestige of his stubbornness in not collapsing to the floor. "Looks like you heard everything." The figure standing before the fireplace looked at him, asking lightly. "Yes, I heard everything." Frank took a deep breath. Now that he was in the room, he had to take action, a situation often encountered on the battlefield. It seems Mr. Riddle wasn't wrong. "You're not a wizard, you're a muggle." Frank suddenly remembered Tom Riddle's words. "That woman from the Gaunt family is a witch, and she's controlling me." He looked at the armchair, his bravado masking his fear. "Tom Riddle died 50 years ago. I don't know where you heard these things about wizards and witches, but don't try to play tricks on me. Also, my wife knows I'm here. I told her long ago that if I don't go back, she'll call the police. I didn't expect you to know that old man Tom, and even know some things that interest me." "Very good, excellent." Just then, the voice behind the armchair, the one that sounded like Tom Riddle, spoke. "However, don't lie to Lord Voldemort. He knows everything. You don't have a wife, and you haven't told anyone you're here. Lord Voldemort, is it?" Frank sneered, his tone full of disdain. "If that's what you call yourself, why use someone else's name?" John Smith couldn't help but laugh. "Interesting. The Dark Lord, feared throughout the wizarding world, is being called that by a muggle. How amusing." "Amusing," Frank said gruffly. "I think your manners are rather poor, my Lord Voldemort. What is your relationship with Tom Riddle? And why don't you turn your face to me like a man?" Silence. A long silence. None of the four people and the snake in the room spoke. Finally, the voice spoke again. "Muggle, the Tom Riddle you speak of is my father." "What did you say?" Frank was immediately shocked. In England, it was not uncommon for fathers and sons to share the same name. If he was Tom Riddle's son, didn't that mean he was the grandson of that Gaunt family vagrant? The thought had barely formed in his mind when he heard Tom Riddle, who claimed to be Tom Riddle's son, exclaim with delight, "Interesting. I didn't expect you, a muggle, to know more than I thought. All right, I'll face you then, Mr. Smith, could you please turn this chair around for me?" This time, without John Smith even speaking, John walked forward expressionlessly and turned the armchair. Soon, the chair was facing Frank. But when Frank saw who was sitting in the chair, his cane clattered to the ground. He opened his mouth and let out a piercing scream. That's it. I only remember the old man screaming and then waking up with a start. When I was fully awake, the scarf felt like it was burning, as if someone had pressed a red-hot wire against my skin. It took a while for the pain to subside. At 12 Grimwald Place, on his birthday party, Harry described his dream and the excruciating pain of his scar to his friends. "Your scar hurts? Harry, that's no small matter. We need to write to Dumbledore right away. I'm going to check common magical ailments, maybe it'll mention cursed scars." "Your scar hurts? But, it's impossible for Voldemort to be near you now, is it? I mean, you know, right? Maybe he's going to try and hurt you again, isn't he?" "I don't know, Harry, maybe cursed scars always hurt a little. I'll have to ask my dad." Hermione and Ron's reactions were exactly what Harry expected. Hermione exclaimed excitedly, suggesting they tell the headmaster immediately and look for clues in the book. But Harry knew in his heart that he was the only one who had survived Voldemort's killing curse. Therefore, he couldn't possibly see his symptoms listed in common magical ailments. The red-haired Ron looked bewildered, believing Voldemort couldn't possibly be near him, and planned to ask his father. Harry knew in his heart that while Mr. Arthur Weasley was a competent wizard, he wasn't exactly an expert on spells. Besides, given Mrs. Weasley's personality, She would likely overreact even more than Hermione, and he didn't want to be seen as a coward by the Weasley twins and his adoring little sister Ginny. But it didn't matter, Harry wasn't expecting any decent advice from them anyway. What he really needed was someone like his older brother. Someone Harry could ask for advice without feeling foolish. That person should care about him, be knowledgeable, reliable, and capable of solving his problems. Clearly, that was Sherlock Holmes. So far, it seemed there was nothing Sherlock couldn't solve. Actually, he had only intended to tell Sherlock about this matter. But when he pulled Sherlock away, Hermione and Ron discovered them. Ron immediately stopped him. "What are you doing? This time Dumbledore won't stop you from telling us, will he? Don't try to leave me behind again." Hermione didn't say that, but she also looked at them suspiciously, as if suspecting the two of them of some ulterior motive. Under these circumstances, Harry had no choice but to call the two of them along. Since they were just extras, Harry hadn't really expected anything from them, and he looked at Sherlock with hope. Sure enough, when Sherlock heard Harry's description, he neither overreacted like Hermione nor looked confused like Ron, but instead showed a knowing smile. Chapter 455 The Demon King Returns. Number 12 Grimmauld Place. Sherlock wasn't as startled or boisterous as Hermione, nor as bewildered and lost as Ron. He took out his notebook and began to carefully question Harry about his dream. Although he had been awakened in the middle of the night by the pain from his scar and the content of the nightmare itself, Harry hadn't been able to clearly remember the dream after waking up. In his own words, it was like trying to hold water in your hands. The more he tried to grasp the details of the dream after waking up, the faster they slipped through his fingers. Hearing Harry's vivid analogy, Sherlock immediately understood what he meant. He said with some regret, "You've encountered a temporary memory rejection reaction." A temporary memory rejection reaction, that's right, I believe most of you have had this experience to some extent. When a flash of inspiration strikes, the harder you try to grasp it, the less you remember what happened. "Ah, yes, Ron exclaimed excitedly, "I've had this experience several times. I feel like I have a brilliant idea, but I just can't remember it." In such situations, the correct approach is to give up forcing yourself to recall it and temporarily stop thinking about it. This way, those memories can be temporarily and completely preserved in your memory attic. Once the rejection reaction subsides, you can find a suitable time to retrieve them again. But if you force yourself to recall, this reaction will damage your memories and cause them to disappear. But, Sherlock, we don't have a memory attic like yours, right? I mean, only you can manage your memories in such a categorized way. No, dear Ron, you misunderstood me, Sherlock patiently explained. "I think everyone's mind is like an empty attic, and what we need to do is selectively fill it with furniture. But many fools cram in all sorts of junk they come across. As a result, the knowledge that is useful to them is squeezed out. Or it isn't squeezed out, but it gets mixed up with many other things. This makes it difficult to access." Oh, I was that fool. Listening to Sherlock and Ron discuss memories, Harry couldn't help but feel ashamed. Because that was exactly what he had done. You could say he was the negative example. "It's all right, tell me as much as you can," Sherlock said with a slight smile, seemingly unconcerned. "I'm all ears. All I can remember is that dimly lit room, its furnishings and decor very old. A giant snake lay before the fireplace, with a man and an accomplice who claimed to be allies of Tom Riddle. They seemed to be loudly plotting something. Oh, and an old man. The old man must have been a muggle, and he overheard their conversation." Sherlock quickly sketched in his notebook while bombarding Harry with questions. How big was that snake, and how did it compare to the basilisk we encountered in the Chamber of Secrets? Not that big, but at least 12 feet. It was lying on the ground, so I can't really tell. Very well, you said the man claimed to be an ally of Riddle. Yes, that's what he said. Interesting. Are you sure he said Riddle, and not Voldemort? Ron protested loudly when Sherlock casually mentioned that name again. However, it was to no avail. Neither Sherlock nor Harry paid him any attention. Harry nodded. Yes, he definitely called out Tom Riddle's name. Very good. So, did you see Voldemort? Was he the handsome boy we met in the Chamber of Secrets? Or the ugly monster stuck to Quirrell's head? Sorry, I didn't see him. He was sitting in that armchair. When the armchair was turned around, I just felt a huge wave of fear and then I woke up with a start. So, you actually saw his face in your dream, but you were startled awake the instant you saw it, right? I think so, huh? How does that fear you just described compare to the fear you felt when you saw a Dementor? I don't know, I can't tell." Listening to Sherlock and Harry's back and forth, Hermione and Ron exchanged bewildered glances. They felt that Harry was like one of those customers who came to Sherlock for advice. That's how Sherlock usually asked them questions. However, what surprised Hermione and Ron even more was yet to come. After Sherlock finished questioning Harry in detail, he handed him his notebook. "Take a look, is this it?" Hermione and Ron also curiously leaned over. They were immediately stunned. Sherlock had already sketched out the scene from Harry's dream image. Although only a few strokes were used, the depiction was incredibly lifelike. The features of everyone in the room were distinct, making it easy to identify them at a glance. Even the 12-foot-long serpent, lazily coiled before the fireplace, still exuded a menacing aura, as if it could leap up and bite at any moment. "That's right, Sherlock, that's it," Harry exclaimed excitedly. "Seeing this painting is like reliving that dream. Unfortunately, if you hadn't forced yourself to recall the details of that dream last night, seeing this painting now should have allowed you to remember the complete dream. For now, it only serves as confirmation." "I'm sorry, Sherlock." Harry felt a little embarrassed, realizing he always seemed to mess things up. "No major problem. Although some details still need discussion, at least I've confirmed a few things." Ron, the most impatient of them all, immediately asked, "What things?" Harry and Hermione also perked up their ears. First, Harry's dream wasn't unfounded. "I think the scar Voldemort left on your forehead might not just be a scar," Sherlock said seriously. "In your first year, when Voldemort looked at you through Quirrell, your scar started to hurt. That pain was fleeting because Voldemort was worried about being seen by Dumbledore, so he only glanced at it before giving up." "Please, Sherlock, I beg you, can you stop?" Ron groaned as he heard Sherlock repeatedly mention Voldemort. He was now trembling all over. Sherlock seemed not to hear Ron's words and continued, "Later, during the battle in the Forbidden Forest, your scar ached again, with waves of pain. At the end of the school year, when we faced Quirrell and Voldemort in the Philosopher's Stone, your scar experienced its longest and deepest pain in its entire life. That was precisely when Voldemort felt the threat of death and his emotions were at their most intense. Therefore, I make a bold deduction, you can share Voldemort's thoughts to some extent through your scar." After Sherlock finished speaking, the three friends were completely stunned. Even Ron temporarily forgot his fear of Voldemort's name. Mainly because Sherlock's theory was simply mind-blowing. Harry could actually share thoughts with a Dark Lord, a ruthless killer who had disappeared for over a decade, yet still struck fear into the hearts of the entire wizarding world? Based on the first reason, I make a second inference. Everything you saw in your dream was real. What? That's impossible. My God, my blood mother. Harry, Hermione, and Ron all spoke in unison, true to their personalities. Hermione, "Sherlock, didn't Mr. Dumbledore say he had reliable information that Voldemort is still in the Albanian forest?" Ron, "Hermione, please." Ron was helpless with Sherlock and could only hope Hermione wouldn't mention that name again. "I don't doubt Headmaster Dumbledore's information. It's just that he said that a year ago. Give me a year, and I could leave that country, even though it's in chaos there. For a dark wizard of Voldemort's strength, it's even less of a problem, especially since he has new allies." "So, you believe Professor Trelawney's prophecy?" Hermione frowned. "I don't believe it, but I won't deliberately reject it either, though I can use it as inspiration." Sherlock smiled slightly. "As for the third point, and the most important one." "What?" This time it was Harry who spoke. "Judging from your dream, Voldemort hasn't truly returned. Or rather, he's still in the same weakened state, clinging to Quirrell's head like before. The fact that the old man in the dream had to turn his armchair around to see Voldemort's true face is enough to tell you all." Hearing Sherlock's words, the three friends fell into deep thought once again. "All right, children, stop with a little meeting." Just then, Mrs. Holmes's voice rang out from the doorway. Hearing it was Mrs. Holmes's voice, Harry was the quickest to react. He jumped up and ran to open the door. Mrs. Holmes appeared in the doorway, smiling as she patted Harry's head. "We have guests. As the host, it's not right to leave everyone else in the living room." Chapter 456 The Zang Couple from the East. Now, Harry's feelings for the Holmes family were like Sirius's for the Potters. Sirius was treated like the second son of the Potters by James's parents. Harry was treated like the second son of the Holmes family by Sherlock's parents. Sorry, there was a third, Mycroft Holmes. Harry silently apologized to the always-forgotten Mycroft Holmes. Besides family, Harry's friendship with Sherlock was as deep as that between Sirius and Harry's father, James. So after having this dream, his first thought wasn't of Dumbledore, Sirius, or Lupin, the adults, but of Sherlock, his peer. Because since meeting Sherlock, he had never disappointed him. And it turned out his choice was correct. After clarifying the situation, Sherlock directly gave the answer. Although Sherlock claimed it was a deduction, Harry knew that since Sherlock could speak so directly, its credibility was extremely high. Unfortunately, Sherlock didn't offer a solution. Of course, this wasn't Sherlock's fault. He had to blame himself. If he had done as Sherlock suggested and hadn't forced himself to remember at the time, he might have recalled more details of the dream today. Sherlock's greatest strength lay in uncovering the truth from the smallest details. Perhaps he could deduce even more from them. No, at this moment, Harry even had a faint feeling. If he could remember every detail of that dream, Sherlock could even deduce who Voldemort's new ally was, and incidentally, their entire plan. This was Sherlock Holmes. Although it sounded incredible, in Harry's mind, that was exactly who Sherlock was. And as he grew older, Harry gradually felt that Sherlock's abilities were even increasing. He was truly amazing. But, at this moment, this question had to be put aside. Mrs. Holmes was right, everyone had come for his birthday, and leaving the guests waiting would be impolite. Although Mrs. Holmes' tone carried a hint of complaint, Harry felt no displeasure. Instead, he felt exceptionally warm and welcome. This was what family felt like. "I understand, Aunt Holmes." The four friends then followed Mrs. Holmes into the hall. Everyone immediately spotted the new guests, a handsome Asian man with striking features, thick eyebrows, and large eyes. Beside him stood an Asian woman with fair skin, whose features bore a 4 or 5-point resemblance to Cho Chang, but she was more mature and intellectual. It was none other than Cho Chang, the seeker for the Ravenclaw Quidditch team. Since Gemma Farley and Penelope Clearwater graduated, Cho Chang had officially become the undisputed most beautiful girl in the school. After more than 2 months apart, Harry was practically mesmerized by Cho Chang. She was even more beautiful than before. Even Ron couldn't help but steal a few glances. Seeing Cho Chang and her family of 3, everyone understood why Cho Chang was so beautiful. She inherited the best features from both parents. It would be strange if she weren't. As for Sherlock, he naturally saw even more information. Upon seeing them, he had already summarized and integrated the information through observation of their appearances and reached a conclusion immediately. Asian male, around 40 years old, lawyer, not very skilled, very sensitive to money, loyal and righteous. Asian female, around 40 years old, currently unemployed, deeply loves her family, decisive and capable, enjoys games. Harry. Just then, Cho Chang, standing beside her mother, saw Harry coming out with Mrs. Holmes and immediately waved loudly to him. Hearing Cho Chang's voice, the Chang couple immediately looked in Harry's direction. Cho Chang's father's eyes narrowed suddenly, scrutinizing Harry from head to toe, his gaze lingering on Harry's forehead. Cho Chang's mother, however, was very gentle, her gaze towards Harry, though also somewhat scrutinizing, quickly turned to Joy. "Harry, let me introduce you, this is my mom and dad. Dad, Mom, this is Harry Potter, whom I've told you about. He's in Gryffindor, a year below me, a Quidditch genius, the youngest seeker in a century." "Cho, you've told me all this more than once," Mr. Chang interrupted his excited daughter. Cho Chang stuck out her tongue sheepishly. Mr. Zhang shook his head and extended his right hand to Harry. "Hello, Potter, I'm Cho's father, Zhang Wei." "Hello, Mr. Wei." Harry immediately extended his hand to shake Zhang Wei's. But as soon as the words left his mouth, he suddenly felt something was off. How come Cho Chang's surname was Zhang, but her father's surname was Wei? PFFT. Cho Chang and her mother burst out laughing. Their laughter immediately made the already somewhat nervous Harry even more flustered. In Western countries, represented by Britain, the first name comes first, followed by the surname. But in the world, represented by China, it's the opposite. The surname comes first, followed by the given name. Just then, Sherlock stepped forward, looked at Cho Chang's father, and slowly said, "Although we're used to calling Miss Zhang Cho Chang, in her birth country, she should be called Zhang Cho. Am I right, Mr. Zhang? You must be Sherlock Holmes." Zhang Wei immediately turned to Sherlock and extended his hand again. "Thank you for finding the eyeshadow for my daughter. I've been wanting to thank you in person, You're welcome. Miss Zhang has already paid me. Zhang Wei, his daughter wasn't wrong. This Sherlock was indeed a strange fellow. At this moment, Cho Chang's mother also stepped forward and gave Sherlock a hug. Unlike Cho Chang, she had short, neat hair, giving her a decisive and efficient impression. Hello, Sherlock, I am Cho's mother, Zhuge Dali. It's a pleasure to meet you. She released Sherlock, then hugged the still somewhat nervous Harry, whispering something in his ear. Harry immediately looked surprised. Zhuge Dali smiled slightly at Harry and then said, Sherlock is absolutely right. In Eastern countries, the tradition is to put the surname first, followed by the given name. So our family names are Zhang Wei, Zhuge Dali, and Zhang Chu. After coming to England, we are customarily called Wei Zhang, Dali Zhuge, and Chu Zhang. However, as exchanges between countries around the world become more frequent, I believe this custom will gradually change. Of course, I don't mind if you call me Ms. Dali. As for whether you can call him Mr. Wei, I don't know. After saying this, she laughed again. Her smile was very infectious, and everyone laughed along. Although they already knew that Chu Zhang was of British Chinese descent, for most of the British people present, it was just a name. It wasn't until Chu Zhang's parents appeared today that they realized the cultural differences between the two sides. However, this was merely a minor incident. The Zhang couple quickly integrated into the circle. After all, they had lived in England for many years. During conversations, people discovered that Zhang Wei was humorous, easygoing, and a Muggle lawyer. Zhuge Dali, on the other hand, was a witch attending a magic school in China. Looking back, the two had a complicated love story. Fortunately, the sincere and kind Zhang Wei eventually passed a most severe test from his future mother-in-law, and the lovers were finally united. Later, they came to England to develop their careers, and their daughter, Chu Zhang, inherited her mother's magical talent from birth. In the 11th year, as expected, she received an acceptance letter from Hogwarts. Originally, Zhang Wei and Zhuge Dali had considered sending Chu Zhang to a magic school in China. Zhuge Dali excelled at her school, and upon hearing that her daughter also possessed magical talent, her mother's teacher suggested that Chu Zhang also study there. However, for various reasons, the couple ultimately chose Hogwarts. Wait, Aunt Zhuge, you mean, there are magic schools in China too? Hermione looked at Zhuge Dali with surprise when the topic came up for the second time, finally unable to resist asking the question. As far as I know, there's only one magic school in all of Asia, and it's in Japan. Very impressive knowledge, Miss Hermione. Few people your age know this. Zhuge Dali gave Hermione an approving look before continuing. However, the magic schools you know are all registered with the International Wizarding Federation. Hermione looked thoughtful. Aunt Zhuge, you mean, in Asia, there is indeed only one magic school registered with the International Wizarding Federation. Its name is Magic Village, located on Iwo Jima in Japan. Zhuge Dali smiled at Hermione. Hermione, I think you must know how many magic schools are registered with the International Wizarding Federation. Right, 11, Hermione answered without hesitation. That's right, the Japanese magic school has the fewest students among all these registered magic schools. Zhuge Dali paused, then continued, but besides these 11 schools, there are some magic schools in the world that operate independently and are not registered with the International Wizarding Federation. For example, the 7 magic schools in China are in this situation. What? 7? China actually has 7 magic schools. This time, everyone, including Sirius Black, the Holmes couple, the Granger couple, and the Weasley couple, widened their eyes. Even Sherlock Holmes showed a surprised expression. Chapter 457 A Magic School for the Chinese. Every magic school follows the principle of admitting students from nearby areas. Take Hogwarts, for example. Although located in the Scottish Highlands, it accepts not only children born in the UK but also young wizards from Ireland. Another example is Durmstrang School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, which Mycroft mentioned in his conversation with Sherlock. Compared to Hogwarts, its students' body is much broader. Located in Northern Europe, it accepts students from the 5 Nordic countries, as well as those from nearby Germany and Austria. It even welcomes international students from as far away as Bulgaria. It's worth noting that while Durmstrang School of Witchcraft and Wizardry isn't as famous as Hogwarts, it's still one of the 3 largest magic schools in Europe. If even such a prestigious school has a shortage of students and needs to expand its international student base, one can only imagine the situation of other magic schools around the world. Yet now, Cho Chang's mother, Zhuge Dali, is telling these British wizards that there are 7 magic schools in one country in the world. For them, this is simply unimaginable. Surprised, aren't you? Zhuge Dali laughed. Actually, if you think about it carefully, it won't seem so strange. Zhang Wei also explained at this moment, I'm afraid only by moving all the magic schools in Europe over there could we accommodate all the young wizards in China. Hearing this, those with quick minds already understood. That's right, that's China. Its area is 40 times that of Britain, almost equivalent to the whole of Europe. The population is even more staggering, not only 20 times that of Britain, but also nearly twice the total population of Europe. Such a size is terrifying. So even if the proportion of Chinese wizards in the total population is the same as that of Britain, at least a double-digit number of magic schools would be needed to accommodate all the magic students in the country. By the calculation, 7 magic schools are even a bit too few. When this issue was raised, Harry suddenly blurted out, 7 is the most magical number. Hearing this, Sherlock immediately realized that the child was thinking about Horcruxes again. Ever since he saw the memory that Professor Slughorn tricked him into seeing, Harry had kept this matter in his heart. After all, dividing the soul into 7 parts and creating 6 Horcruxes was simply too sensational. He couldn't help but take it seriously. Even now, Harry remained extremely sensitive to the number 7, the most magical number. So when he heard people discussing why China had 7 magic schools, he casually blurted it out. Of course, the Zhang couple were unaware of Harry's thoughts. However, when Zhang Wei noticed the crowd's interest in the topic, he elaborated further, perhaps that's part of the reason, but these 7 magic schools aren't entirely the same. The southeastern coast is densely populated, so the magic schools built there are larger. The northwest inland is sparsely populated, so their scale is naturally smaller. Besides size, Chinese magic schools also differ in nature. In addition to comprehensive schools like Hogwarts, there are specialized schools like the Broomstick Flying School, Charm School, and the School of Magical Plants and Animals. Comprehensive magic schools have junior high and senior high sections. After 4 years of junior high, young wizards need to take the academic test for the junior high school students, JHS. It's similar to the regular wizarding ranking exams, and the results are the main basis for determining whether a student has met graduation standards, as well as an important basis for senior high school admissions. Of course, if young wizards from comprehensive magic schools are interested in specialized subjects like Quidditch, charms, or zoology, they can apply to these specialized magic schools for further study after taking the JHS, whether it's a comprehensive university or a vocational college. Before graduation, one must take the National Unified Examination for admissions to general universities and colleges, GAOKO. It's similar to the Ultimate Wizarding Exam, and the results serve as academic credentials for young wizards applying for jobs after graduation. In addition to magic schools, China also has its own Ministry of Magic. Although Zhang Wei was a Muggle, he spoke of these things with great familiarity. This was naturally due to his marriage to a witch. From Zhang Wei's description, everyone was surprised to find that the theory of bloodline had almost no market in China. Wizards in this country didn't seem to place much importance on secrecy. Muggles like Zhang Wei easily integrated into the magical world after marrying Zhuge Dali. In China, you're either a wizard or you're not. No one cares whether you're pure blood, half-blood, or Muggle-born. The clash between different cultures was a rather novel topic for local wizards. Zhang Wei was eloquent, and his descriptions captivated everyone. However, as the conversation continued, more and more guests arrived at Grimmauld Place. As Mrs. Holmes had said before, it would be impolite to leave guests unattended. So, despite their interest in the topic, Sirius and Harry, as hosts, had to leave with some regret to attend to their new guests. It's all right, Cho Chang said with a smile, noticing Harry's reluctant expression. If you're interested in these things, I'll tell you about them later. Yes, Harry nodded repeatedly. Seeing this, Ginny frowned, a sense of unease rising within her. So, although she was also interested in the topic, she decisively stepped aside to accompany Harry and Sirius to entertain their guests. Regarding her relationship with Harry, her 2 friends, Hermione and Luna, offered different advice. Hermione advised her to engage more with life, try to interact with others, and relax around Harry. Previously, whenever Harry was in the house, she would become so nervous that she couldn't even speak. Therefore, Hermione believed that if she were more independent, Harry might pay more attention to her. Ginny accepted most of Hermione's advice. However, She hesitated regarding Hermione's approach of having more of a self, which involved trying to attract Harry's attention through interactions with others. Without Cho Chang, she thought this might be feasible. But now that Cho Chang was there, wouldn't doing this push Harry into the arms of others? Besides, in every aspect, Cho Chang was just as good as her. Compared to Hermione's roundabout approach, the insightful Luna suggested a direct approach, confessing her feelings to Harry outright. However, Ginny worried that this would scare Harry. She felt Harry always treated her like a sister. If she actually confessed, they might not even be friends anymore. Faced with Ginny's concerns, Luna had no choice but to compromise and suggest increasing her time with Harry. The idea of joining the Quidditch team was hers. Ultimately, Ginny combined their suggestions, resulting in the current situation, immersing herself in life, relaxing more around Harry, and increasing one-on-one time with him, but avoiding interactions with others. In fact, by 1994, she had already started receiving love letters. Her looks were indeed exceptional, and many Hogwarts students disliked Asian beauties like Cho Chang. In another year or two, as she matured, she might even become more popular than Cho Chang. However, it didn't matter. Harry didn't care. Harry was bewildered by Ginny's initiative to join them, while Sirius readily agreed. The more popular his godson was, the happier he was as a father. Following Cho Chang's family, the next group to arrive at Grimmauld Place were Sherlock, Harry, and Ron's other two roommates, Neville Longbottom with his round face, and Dean, the dark-skinned boy who loved singing, dancing, rapping, and basketball. A little while later, Ginny's friend Lunar Lovegood and her father arrived. This was at Ginny's special request after Harry invited the Wheelies. She hoped Harry would also invite her best friend from Gryffindor. Harry, of course, readily agreed. Even if Ginny hadn't said anything, he would have invited Luna anyway. This was, of course, for Sherlock's sake. After all, Luna was one of the very few girls who could have a smooth relationship with Sherlock. In fact, Harry also invited Gemma Farley. Unfortunately, Gemma was currently in Romania and unable to attend. However, she still thanked Harry for the invitation and sent him a birthday card and gift. And, unsurprisingly, she inquired about Sherlock's well-being. When Remus Lupin arrived, all the guests were officially present. "I couldn't attend last year, but I'm glad I made it this year," Lupin said gently, looking at Sherlock and Harry. "You've both grown taller." He looked around. "Harry, why didn't you invite your cousin's family? I heard from Bigfoot that you two are getting along very well now." Dudley wanted to come, but Aunt Petunia refused after hearing that everyone here was a wizard, Harry said somewhat helplessly. After learning that Petunia had written to Dumbledore expressing her desire to attend Hogwarts, Harry understood his aunt's mindset quite well. Years ago, she longed to attend magic school but was unable to due to her own limitations. Ultimately, driven by jealousy, she severed all ties with the wizarding world, even abandoning her own sister. Although she had recounted this past and acknowledged her changing mindset, how could she so easily let go of a knot in her heart that had remained unresolved for so many years? Moreover, every corner of number 12 Grimmauld Place was filled with the atmosphere of wizarding magic. Considering Uncle Vernon's aversion to magic, coupled with her own emotional state, Aunt Petunia ultimately declined Harry's kind offer. Chapter 458 It's just the Master's task. Although the Dursleys didn't attend Harry's birthday party, they did bring him a birthday present, a beautiful porcelain tea set. It was both aesthetically pleasing and practical. For Harry, its greatest advantage was its quietness. Unlike the teacups at 12 Grimmauld Place, which would bounce around and bump into Harry and Sirius's heads to remind them if the tea or drink inside wasn't drunk for a while. Of course, in the past, the Dursleys certainly wouldn't have been so generous. Petunia, Lily's older sister, had only given Lily a strange vase, which was broken by a 1-year-old Harry on his flying broomstick. Fortunately, broken Muggle items could be restored with a repair charm. However, with Sherlock's help, the Dursleys' relationship with Harry had been repaired, so there was no need for such a gesture. More importantly, Harry's birthday gift to Dudley pleased them greatly. Incidentally, Dudley's birthday was June 23rd, a month earlier than Harry's. On his birthday, Harry was still living on Privet Drive and was invited to his birthday party, something unthinkable before. Harry had a good time that day. His birthday present was supposed to be Honeydukes new candy. Dudley was naturally happy, but Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon confiscated it and gave it to Dudley's other friends. Dudley was currently on a diet, a school requirement, because the school uniform had no pants that fit him anymore. However, Dudley's diet wasn't going very well. The day before Dudley's birthday, Aunt Petunia found his stash of donuts in his room. They warned him that if he didn't change his ways, they wouldn't give him any allowance. In a fit of anger, Dudley threw his game console out the window. Harry thought he was being impulsive, because when he was feeling down, he couldn't play Wreck-It Ralph 3 to cheer himself up. So Dudley turned to Harry for help. Faced with his cousin asking for help for the first time in his life, Harry generously wrote a letter to Sirius Black. Without hesitation, Sirius Black promptly sent Dudley the slimming potion he had previously tried. Normally, it's illegal to give magical items to Muggle families. The Office for the Prohibition of Magical Misuse is in charge of this. However, the current head of this office is Rufus Fudge, the nephew of Minister for Magic Cornelius Fudge. He was very aware of the inside story of the deal between his Uncle Fudge and Sirius, so naturally he wouldn't interfere. Thus, the result was a win-win situation. The slimming potion was effective, and Dudley could finally fit into the trousers in the school uniform. He also no longer needed to restrict his diet like the slimming diet sent by the Smeaton school nurse. However, the slimming potion wasn't a panacea. It had certain side effects, which Sirius pointed out in his reply. But judging from the Dursleys' demeanor, they wouldn't care. I see. Lupin shook his head secretly after hearing Harry's explanation. Growing up in an environment like the Dursleys, Harry's current qualities were truly remarkable. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he remained untainted by their environment. Next came the grand celebration. Dean and Luna collaborated on an impromptu song for everyone. Luna's ethereal voice, combined with Dean's unique rap and dance, was a huge hit. The Weasley twins put on a fantastic indoor fireworks display. Sirius Black, as the host, gave a brief speech, thanking everyone for taking time out of their busy schedules to attend Harry's 14th birthday party. After he finished speaking, Kreacher emerged from the depths of the kitchen carrying a huge chocolate cake adorned with burning gold candles. At Harry's command, the Black family's house elf had unleashed his culinary skills, which he had suppressed for years. The cake itself exuded a rich, sweet aroma, its design was unexpectedly exquisite, and even the details of the piping were meticulously crafted, drawing gasps of admiration from everyone present. However, Kreacher's cloudy eyes were not looking at the cake. He stared blankly at everyone in the room, his gaze unfocused, muttering broken, incoherent words. That wretched old spendthrift, leading her little brats to ruin my mistress's house. Oh, my poor mistress, if she knew what kind of scum they'd brought into her home, what would she say to old Kreacher? Oh, what a disgrace, mudbloods, werewolves, outsiders. Poor old Kreacher, what can he do? Kreacher, shut up and put the cake on the table, Harry said quickly. How could he have forgotten about this? Some time had passed since Sherlock's suggestion, and now Kreacher was practically obedient to him. Ultimately, once a clear order was given, even if one was unwilling, even if one said no, the body still had to obey. Just as Sherlock had pointed out earlier, Harry's attitude was far more lenient than Sirius's. He never harbored any prejudice against house elves, nor did he experience the instinctive aversion to Kreacher that Sirius Black did upon seeing him. Furthermore, Harry possessed considerable language skills. Although, like Sirius, he scoffed at the Black family's practices, he displayed a degree of acceptance towards them in front of Kreacher. You, Kreacher, believe the Black family's life is dedicated to you? Fine, I, Harry Potter, am Sirius's godson and a member of the Black family. Surprisingly, this tactic worked on Kreacher. So, after a period of adjustment, Kreacher was no longer as resistant to Harry's commands as initially. Even his usual incoherent rants decreased considerably. Of course, another reason was that, in Kreacher's eyes, Harry was, after all, a pure-blood wizard. His father, James, and mother, Lily, were both wizards. If Sirius had forced Kreacher to obey a half-blood wizard or a Muggle-born wizard, the situation would have been different. This was clearly demonstrated today. There were simply too many people here today. Half-blood wizards like Dean and Cho Chang were already considered inferior in Kreacher's eyes. Muggle-born wizards like Sherlock and Hermione were even less of a concern. On the contrary, Muggles like the Holmes couple and the Granger couple were completely ignored, not even deserving of an insult. Harry hadn't considered this, and before he knew it, he'd uttered those sarcastic remarks in front of all the guests. However, at Harry's command, Kreacher immediately shut up and reluctantly placed the cake on the table. Did Kreacher make this, Hermione exclaimed in surprise upon seeing the exquisitely crafted cake. "Creature, your cooking is amazing." Hearing Hermione's words, Ginny quickly said, "Hermione, no," but it was too late. "Huh? That mudblood is talking to Creature like she's my friend." Creature looked surprised and rambled on. If Creature's mistress saw him with someone like that, oh, what would she say? "Creature, I forbid you from calling anyone mudblood again." Harry reacted quickly, immediately giving Creature an order. Creature immediately shut up, then backed away, his gaze towards Hermione filled with obvious disgust. He spoke to Creature. "That's something Creature doesn't allow. What will the mistress say?" "Harry, all right, Creature, go back to your room and rest. We don't need you here for now." Harry rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on, and said this. The house elf bowed slightly to Harry, then apparated with a familiar snap. "Harry, what's going on?" Everyone watching this scene was astonished, because everyone knew that Creature was the Black family's house elf, and should only listen to Sirius Black. But judging from the situation just now, Harry's words had the same effect on it as Sirius. It's Master's mission, isn't it? Besides Sherlock, Harry, and Sirius, who knew the truth, the quickest to react was surprisingly Zhuge Dolly. She glanced at Harry and Sirius. "I think Mr. Black granted Harry equal rights." "That's right, dear Ms. Zhuge." For some reason, Sirius's attitude towards the Zhang couple was exceptionally warm. Hearing Zhuge Dolly speak, she immediately explained, "I made Creature obey all of Harry's orders unconditionally. Well, judging from his performance recently, he's definitely more suitable to be that guy's master than I am." Sirius shrugged. "Before this, that guy never cooked." "That's a great idea." Hermione looked at Sherlock, her eyes filled with gratitude and admiration. "You must have come up with this, right, dear Hermione? I was just making a suggestion. The specific implementation is up to Harry, but judging from the current situation, he's clearly doing a good job." All right, can we stop talking about house elves?" Ron complained. "I'm starving." "Old Harry, hurry up and make a wish and blow out the candles." Mrs. Weasley glared at her good-for-nothing son, but unfortunately, Ron, whose mind was entirely on the cake, didn't notice. Harry made a wish in his heart and then blew out a puff of air. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 459 Happy Birthday. Harry Potter was 14, an age when he seemed to have no time to spare, and no time to eat. Naturally, his voice was full of energy, and he successfully blew out all 14 candles in one breath, earning cheers from everyone. "Keep it up, well done, Harry, you didn't let us down." "Happy birthday, Harry." After receiving a wave of congratulations from family and friends, Harry began to cut the cake. Because there were so many people, Creature had made a very large cake to ensure everyone had some. After that came the banquet. Creature reappeared and began to serve the dishes one by one. Everyone had thought the cake tasted quite good, and now, tasting the main courses, everyone was amazed by Creature's culinary skills. Especially Mrs. Holmes, Mrs. Weasley, and Zhuge Dolly. Mrs. Holmes and Mrs. Weasley were both considered highly skilled cooks. Zhuge Dolly, needless to say, was one of the most knowledgeable Chinese people about food in the world. If even she approved of his cooking, then his skills were truly exceptional. Meanwhile, Harry was mentally prepared this time, having given Creature a heads up beforehand to keep him quiet throughout the process. This made things much more comfortable. However, Hermione frowned, feeling that Harry had a tendency to mistreat the house elf. "This goes against freedom of speech, Harry. You shouldn't do this, dear Hermione. Freedom is relative, lack of freedom is absolute." When Hermione expressed her opinion to Sherlock, he directly stated, "It's inappropriate to impose your thoughts on the behavior of a species completely different from humans, but it's pitiful, don't you think?" "They don't think they were pitiful," Ron replied, taking a moment to pause and eat. "They think serving their master is an honor. That's slave labor." Hermione raised an eyebrow. Luna chimed in, "Dad said we had a house elf a long time ago, and its owner thought the same as you, so she decided to give the elf freedom." And then, Hermione's interest was piqued. When its owner told it it was about to be free, it was terrified. Then it kept banging its head against the wall, begging its owner not to do it. Luna paused. "They like it this way, they like being someone's slave, but that's wrong." "But they're happy," Luna tilted her head, puzzled. They think they've got the best job in the world. That's because they were uneducated and have been indoctrinated with wrong ideas, Neville said cautiously. It's always been like that. My grandmother said house elves have been slaves for a very, very long time. Just because it's always been like that, does that mean it's right? Hermione was still bothered by this incident even after the meal was over. The adults and children separated and started playing on their own. The four ladies were excitedly discussing the birthday party they had just attended to. British food is really awful, Werida. It's a shame that the best food in England is French. I think it might be Chinese food next, MRS. Holmes is right, MRS. Zhang, is cooking an art in your country? High-end ingredients often only require the simplest cooking methods. Zurjdali's words were echoed by Mrs. Holmes, Mrs. Granger, and Mrs. Weasley. The men split into two groups. Zhang Wei was telling Mr. Weasley about his work, and Mr. Weasley was listening very attentively. He had always been interested in the Muggle world. And Zhang Wei's stories about Muggles from foreign lands made him even more interested. Sirius, on the other hand, was earnestly asking Mr. Holmes and Mr. Granger for advice on how to educate teenagers. After all, he wasn't married and lacked experience in this area. In his opinion, the Holmes and Granger families had undoubtedly succeeded in educating Sherlock and Hermione. As for Mr. Weasley, Sirius, seeing how amused and animated Zhang Wei was by his words, thought for a moment and decided against it. Never mind, he thought, I'll ask Molly later, she seems more reliable in this regard. Harry led his friends on a tour of the old house. Cho Chang, Luna, Neville, and Dean were visiting number 12 Grimoire Place for the first time and were very interested. The Weasley twins had lived there for a while and were very familiar with the place, so they simply told Harry and left. Harry knew they were going to prepare their magical gadgets again. The rivalry between Gryffindor and Slytherin before last year's Quidditch final had provided them with excellent experimental material. They had been constantly improving these magical gadgets this summer. Unfortunately, the cave dwelling was rather small, and with Mrs. Weasley watching, they couldn't go too far. But things were different now at number 12 Grimoire Place. The adults were too busy to care today, and Sirius had already declared that he'd do whatever he wanted as long as the ceiling wasn't ripped off. It was like a godsend. As for Ron's older brother, Percy, he didn't attend Harry's birthday party. This summer, he finally got his wish and entered the Ministry of Magic. According to Ron, he was a complete workaholic. If Mr. Weasley didn't drag him home every day, he'd practically live at his workplace. Hermione also temporarily forgot about the house elves and discussed Harry's strange dream with Sherlock. Sherlock, can't you deduce who Voldemort's allies are, my dear Hermione? Making inferences without evidence is dangerous, can't I guess? I never guess. Well, if Harry's dream was real, does that mean Professor Trelawney's prophecy was also true? Because there really are allies who have found Voldemort and are helping him make a comeback. My opinion has never changed, my dear Hermione. Sherlock smiled and said, don't overly believe in prophecies, but don't reject them either, just use them as a tool for inspiration. Then, is there really nothing we can do now? You're being a little impatient. Sherlock's gray eyes looked at Hermione and said seriously, you, me, and Harry are just 14-year-olds. Right, you're different from us. How am I different? Hermione didn't immediately understand. In another month, you'll be 15, Sherlock. You are indeed the oldest among us. Facing Hermione's dissatisfied gaze, Sherlock smiled and said, you have to face reality, dear Hermione, okay. I'm really sorry for being a year older than all of you. Hermione knew there was no point in arguing with Sherlock about this, so she took a deep breath and said through gritted teeth, I understand, please continue. I think you understand what I'm saying. Our headmaster Dumbledore always thinks he can control everything. So he hasn't given us enough information many times before, which has made me very passive in dealing with things. Hermione nodded. She understood what Sherlock meant. Whether it was the Philosopher's Stone in the first year, the Chamber of Secrets in the second year, or the Prisoner of Azkaban in the third year. With Sherlock's extraordinary abilities, if he had known all the information earlier, he wouldn't have had to wait so long to solve the problems. Fortunately, after the Chamber of Secrets incident, our old headmaster finally understood this. When I needed information, he no longer hid it away like before, and was always able to tell me everything. The result was obvious. I exposed Peter in the first semester of my third year. By the end of the school year, I also learned about the Horcruxes, so, Sherlock smiled slightly. "We've done enough thinking. We can't expect a bunch of underage wizards like us to directly confront a Dark Lord who has ruled the wizarding world for over a decade, can we? Even if the Ministry of Magic is useless, aren't there Hogwarts and the Order of the Phoenix? Let the old headmaster and the other adults handle the physical tasks." Hearing this, Hermione understood. Clearly, Sherlock, Harry, and Dumbledore had reached an agreement. Thinking of this, Hermione glanced at Harry, who was excitedly introducing Black's old house to his friends, then turned her gaze back to Sherlock, asking uncertainly, "Sherlock, you guys didn't do anything with Mr. Dumbledore again during the summer vacation, did you?" "Yes, so blunt. You can't tell us what happened, right?" "Personally, I don't really care, but Dumbledore forbade us to tell anyone." Hermione understood immediately. She knew it. It was all Ron's fault. If he hadn't been so talkative last time, Sherlock definitely wouldn't have kept it from her. So, should Harry's dream be told to Dumbledore? Obviously, dear Hermione. As I just said, it's precisely because Dumbledore is always unwilling to share information with me that our actions are severely delayed. Conversely, when we have new information, we must communicate with Dumbledore promptly. Sherlock shrugged. "In fact, I just wrote to him about it, and, well, Professor Snape as well." "Professor Snape?" Hermione's eyes widened in surprise. "Why tell him? I personally think it's necessary to tell him, and as for the reason, I can only apologize." Dumbledore forbidding it again, obviously, my friend. Hermione was angry, but the consequences weren't serious. Overall, everyone was very happy on Harry's birthday. Especially Harry, as the host. For him, this was the happiest birthday since the last time he stayed at the Sherlock's house and was taken out by the Holmes couple. After everything was over, Mrs. Weasley, under Ginny's expectant gaze, once again invited Harry, Hermione, and Sherlock to stay in the cave for a while. That way, when the Quidditch World Cup starts, they can go with Ron's father. Mr. Weasley managed to get some of the best tickets through his connections at the Ministry of Magic. Cho Chang looked at Harry nervously upon hearing this. Sirius Black saw this and smiled slightly, declining her invitation on Harry's behalf. "Molly, thank you very much for your invitation. However, Harry and I haven't seen each other for so many years, and he spends most of the year at Hogwarts. You'd be taking away our precious time together." Hearing Sirius Black's words, Mrs. Weasley had no choice but to give up. Noticing Ginny's eyes dimming, Sirius Black had a sudden inspiration and added, "But you could have a few children stay here. Ron, Fred, George, Ginny. That way, Molly, you can relax for a while. And it'll be more lively for Harry and me." "Oh, that's wonderful," said Fred Weasley. "Sirius Black, I love you to death," said George Weasley. "Say yes, Mom, there are so many rooms here, and the beds are big and spacious." "Shut up, Ron," Ginny said irritably. "This sixth brother of hers always liked to make things worse. Saying the beds here are big and spacious is basically saying the beds in the cave are small and cramped, isn't it?" Ron realized this and immediately shut up. Even so, Molly understood his meaning and hesitated. Having the Weasley twins stay here would indeed save her a lot of trouble. But wasn't it a bad idea to leave the trouble to others? "Molly, say yes." Just then, Mr. Weasley, the head of the family, spoke up. "Bill and Charlie will be back in a couple of days, and we're definitely getting a bit crowded. Besides, Sirius isn't an outsider." Molly sighed. Sirius was indeed not an outsider. Both she and her husband were related to the Black family. "All right, since you agree, great." The Weasley twins immediately hugged each other excitedly, then rushed upstairs to work on their inventions without another word. Ron also hugged Harry, grinning. "Thank you, Mom and Dad." Ginny was a little embarrassed, but she hugged her parents. "Don't worry, I'll be good." And so, Ron, Ginny, and the Weasley twins stayed at 12 Grimwald Place, while the others went home. Cho Chang also made plans with Harry to meet again at the Quidditch World Cup a week later. "When we get there, just come to our box," Sirius Black said with a grin. "It's too quiet with so few of us." Cho Chang's cheeks flushed at this. Chapter 460 finally moved into the Holmes house. Hermione has finally moved into the Holmes house. Mrs. Holmes is overjoyed. The adults' original plan was that after Harry had spent a month at Privet Drive, Sherlock, Harry, and Hermione would all move into the cavern and then go to the Quidditch World Cup with the Weasleys. However, this plan changed after Sirius Black also managed to get tickets through the Ministry of Magic. This arrangement is perfectly reasonable. As Mr. Weasley said, his eldest son Bill and second son Charlie, who are often away for the Quidditch World Cup, would also be returning. This would mean all 9 members of the Weasley family would be there, and Sherlock, Harry, and Hermione would definitely have to share a room with the others. Hermione would naturally stay with Ginny, Harry would go to Ron, and Sherlock would have to go to Percy. It wasn't that they couldn't stay, but since there were more comfortable options, there was no need to force themselves to suffer. In the end, not only did Shaw, Hermione, and Hathaway not have to go to the Wheeleyes house, but Ron, Ginny, and the Weasley twins also left the cave and moved to Grimmauld Place at Sirius's enthusiastic invitation. This made the cave suddenly feel much more spacious. Percy was the happiest. According to Madame Molly, he was going to write a report for the International Magical Cooperation Bureau, the specifics of which were unclear, only that it was related to the cauldron. For some time now, he had often felt that someone in the house was bothering him, especially the Weasley twins. Once his 4 younger siblings left, he immediately felt much more at ease. The Wheeleyes, on the other hand, were a little unaccustomed to it. Fortunately, they still had 3 sons at home, so it wasn't too lonely. In contrast, with 4 more young wizards at number 12 Grimmauld Place, it suddenly became lively. However, it was much more spacious than the cave, more than enough for the entire Weasley family of 9. Under these circumstances, the Grangers naturally planned to have Hermione also move to number 12 Grimmauld Place to go to the games with Sirius and the others. However, Mrs. Holmes immediately objected when she learned of this. No one knows what she said to Mrs. Granger, but ultimately she decided to let Hermione stay on King's Road. Hermione, you'll stay here. Sherlock's room is right next door. After the Grangers left, Mrs. Holmes led Hermione upstairs. Yes, Aunt Holmes. Hermione nodded obediently and asked curiously, is Brother Holmes in that room over there? Yes, but he's hardly ever back, Mrs. Holmes sighed. His work is so demanding, I really don't know what he does all day. If Mother knew about his work, he wouldn't have to do anything, Sherlock said from the side. I don't know, but surely he's not busy saving the world. Sherlock and his father exchanged a knowing glance. Neither Hermione nor Mrs. Holmes noticed the exchange between them. Hermione continued, Auntie, I'm sorry to trouble you during this time. What are you saying? Mrs. Holmes feigned anger. Your mother and I have known each other for 4 years. Living so close and still having you stay in Grimmauld Place, I'll really be angry. Hermione suddenly realized, so that was the reason for having her stay there. Strangely enough, her father hadn't said anything when it came to staying at the Wheeleyes Cave or the Black's Grimmauld Place. But when her mother suggested she stay at the Holmes Kingsway, her father was very resistant. Even though Grimmauld Place wasn't far from Kingsway, and the Holmes and Granger families were such good friends. Without a proper reason to object, Mr. Granger finally gave in to his wife's argument and reluctantly agreed. After settling into their rooms, Hermione chatted with Sherlock about going to the Quidditch World Cup. Are we going to Grimmauld Place tomorrow and traveling with Harry and the others? No, Sirius said the Ministry of Magic will send us there. That's quite a treat, Hermione remarked sharply. Looks like the Ministry of Magic still has some conscience, giving a very good deal to the hero they wrongly convicted of spending 12 years in Azkaban. Better late than never, and not just the hero who was falsely accused, but also the savior of the wizarding world, Sherlock said seriously. Harry Potter plus Sirius Black, it's a 1+1, to effect. Essentially, the Ministry of Magic is doing this for its own benefit. Since that trial last year, the Ministry of Magic has been tied to Sirius. The closer Sirius's relationship with the Ministry, the more solid the Ministry's preliminary work is, Hermione shrugged. Since the Sirius and Peter incident, she had a very negative impression of the Ministry of Magic. After all, if it weren't for Sherlock's brother Mycroft pressuring them through the Muggle government, these guys would have actually intended to suppress the matter. Now that time has passed, they shamelessly claim it as their achievement. That's bureaucracy for you. At dinner that evening, Hermione praised Mrs. Holmes's cooking, claiming it was even more delicious than her own mother's. It's not as good as you say, Mrs. Holmes was delighted, but still reminded her not to eat too much, or she wouldn't be able to sleep that night. It's all right, I wasn't planning on going to bed early anyway, Hermione explained. I can ask Sherlock about the summer homework. What a good girl. Mrs. Holmes smiled brightly, but then changed the subject. But you two can't stay up too late, Mr. Black sent a letter saying you have to leave very early tomorrow. Hermione immediately nodded in agreement. After dinner, Hermione went to Sherlock's room as promised. Sherlock's gaze swept over Hermione before he asked, "What do you want to ask? Didn't we talk about it at dinner?" "I wanted to ask you about my summer homework. That might fool my mother, Hermione, but knowing you, you're definitely not here for the homework." Hermione looked down at herself, as if checking where she'd slipped up. "First, you didn't bring your summer homework with you. That's not your habit. Second, you've been looking around my room since you came in. This isn't your first time here, which means you're consciously searching for something, trying to verify your judgment. Third, after looking around the room, your gaze lingered on me. I think you want to ask about my experiences in Hawaii this summer, right, Hermione?" Well, it seemed she didn't need to hide anything from Sherlock. Aside from being a bit oblivious when it came to emotions, this guy understood everything. "Then tell me about your experience learning Barton techniques in Hawaii." Hermione sat naturally on Sherlock's bed, curiously resting her chin on her hands and staring at him. Sherlock had already explained it to Harry once, so this time he kept it very simple. However, that didn't matter. Hermione would ask targeted questions about things that interested her. Time passed by unnoticed until Mrs. Holmes knocked on the door towards them. "Children, put your homework aside for now. You should go to bed, you have to get up early tomorrow." Hermione glanced at her watch and realized she had been in Sherlock's room for quite a while. Strangely enough, there wasn't a hint of romance between the two of them alone in the room. "Good night, Sherlock." "Good night, Aunt Holmes." "Good night." Watching the two children say good night to each other, Mrs. Holmes smiled again. Youth is wonderful. Hermione usually had trouble sleeping in unfamiliar beds, but this time she fell asleep the moment her head hit the pillow, as if she were back home. She slept very well all night, so much so that she felt like she hadn't slept much before Mrs. Holmes shook her awake. "Get up, Hermione, darling," Mrs. Holmes whispered. Hermione rubbed her eyes and saw Mrs. Holmes leave the room again to wake Sherlock. However, when Holmes entered the room, he found that Sherlock was already awake. Even so, Mrs. Holmes didn't forget to remind him to take good care of Hermione at the arena. While the three of them ate breakfast, the sky outside was still pitch black. Sherlock and Hermione were both early risers, and with Mrs. Holmes' timely reminder the night before, neither of them yawned. After breakfast, Mrs. Holmes said, "Your father is still resting. He said he won't say goodbye." Sherlock nodded in understanding. Hermione noticed that Mrs. Holmes' face was slightly flushed when she said this. However, she didn't think much of it, and heard Mrs. Holmes continue, "Mr. Black said you can just wait at home." As soon as she finished speaking, there was a knock on the door. Perfectly on time, she glanced at her watch, stood up, and went to open the door. "Harry, Mr. Black, come in and have something to eat." "No, Mrs. Holmes, we've already eaten, thank you, madam, but the ministry's car is here. Are Sherlock and Hermione ready? If so, we can set off." "Of course, no problem." Mrs. Holmes immediately called Sherlock and Hermione over. She kissed Sherlock, Harry, and Hermione on the cheek and waved goodbye. "The ministry has sent 2 cars, Sirius said succinctly. "Sherlock, Hermione, you'll ride with Harry and me in this one. Also, give me your school supplies shopping list. Molly said she's going shopping in Diagon Alley tomorrow and will buy them for you too." "Is it because time is tight?" Hermione asked curiously. "Yes, it probably won't be time after the World Cup ends. The last tournament lasted 5 whole days." Sherlock and Hermione's school supplies shopping lists were prepared long ago and handed to Sirius. Noticing their good spirits, he couldn't help but ask curiously, "You both look quite energetic. Did you go to bed early last night?" "Yes, Mrs. Holmes told us to go to bed early, saying we'd be up early today." "That's a good habit. These little ones are different." Sirius pointed at Harry, whose face was pale and looked like he hadn't slept well. "They stayed up very late last night." As he said this, Sirius had a completely gloating look on his face. "Sherlock, I'm not going to talk to them like your mother did. They're 13 or 14 years old now. They need to learn to take responsibility for their actions. Especially those twins who will be adults next year. If they can't learn to control themselves, they'll definitely suffer later." "Well said." Sherlock smiled at his friend. "Dear Harry, I thought you had already adapted to waking up early." He was referring to the daily morning exercises he did with Harry and Neville at Hogwarts. "I've gotten used to it, but last night was just too late," Harry complained. After what happened last year, Fred and George started the Weasley Wizarding Trick Shop. The funny gadgets they invented, like fake ones and magic candies. They had to hide back in the cavern, but here they were completely unrestrained. They showed us a stack of order forms, a long price list. There are quite a few people interested in this stuff, and they were demonstrating these things to me last night, which is why it was so late. By this time, the four of them were already in the car. Sirius sat in the front passenger seat, while Sherlock, Harry, and Hermione sat in the back. Are we going to drive all the way? No, that would be too far, Sirius laughed. We only need to drive a short distance. For the Ministry of Magic, gathering a large number of wizards together without attracting the attention of muggles is a very difficult task. It's estimated that around 100,000 wizards will come from all over the world to watch the World Cup. The British Ministry of Magic, of course, couldn't find a magical venue large enough to accommodate so many people. They couldn't possibly cram all 100,000 wizards into Diagon Alley or Platform 9 3/4, could they? So they eventually found a desolate swamp and took all the necessary precautions against muggles. Arthur told me that the entire Ministry of Magic had been busy with this for months. During this time, the ministry was just like when I escaped from Azkaban. Everyone, regardless of their job, was involved, completely dedicated to this matter. When Sirius explained this, his tone was full of disdain for the Ministry of Magic. Chapter 461 Departure, to watch the World Cup. The British Ministry of Magic went to great lengths to ensure the successful hosting of the Quidditch World Finals. As Mrs. Weasley wrote to Sirius Black, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for the British wizarding world, as Britain had gone 30 years without a trophy. For a long-established magical empire, this was truly embarrassing. Therefore, the ministry's approach was simple and direct. Even though they couldn't participate themselves, they at least wanted to make the competition a success, avoiding ridicule from wizards from other countries. After all, they were, in a sense, half-hosts, weren't they? So, the ministry devised a series of measures. First, they found a desolate swamp as the venue and implemented all necessary precautions against muggles in the vicinity. With such a small staff, this alone consumed a tremendous amount of their energy. The last time the ministry was this busy was during Sirius's prison break. Second, they staggered the arrival times of the audience at the designated location. This ensures that spectators arrive at the venue at staggered times, reducing crowds and alleviating logistical pressure. It also allows for tiered ticket pricing, requiring those with cheaper tickets to arrive 2 to 3 weeks in advance. Furthermore, different modes of transportation are arranged. For example, some wizards can use Muggle transportation, but this group is limited. The reason is obvious: too many wizards cannot be allowed to use Muggle buses and trains. Just looking at the wizards around us reveals that some have an appalling lack of understanding of Muggle daily life. Not to mention such a grand event, with wizards from all over the world attending. A large number of people could potentially cause chaos. Of course, capable wizards can use apparition to travel. However, for these individuals, safe locations must be clearly designated for apparition, primarily to ensure they are not detected by muggles. This was considered when scouting the venue. A nearby forest was chosen as an apparition landing point, ensuring these individuals are far from muggles. Finally, for those who are unwilling or unable to apparit, portkeys are used directly. These can transport wizards from one place to another within a specified time. If needed, they can transport a large number of people at once, making them the most suitable magical mode of transportation for the current situation. According to Cornelius Fudge, Britain has deployed a full 200 portkeys across the country this time, a truly massive undertaking. After listening to Sirius's explanation, Sherlock and the others nodded. It was clear that the Ministry of Magic had indeed made many preparations this time. The closest portkey to us is at the Ministry of Magic, prepared for ministry staff. We're going there now, Hermione guessed. That must have been arranged by Fudge. He really wants others to see you and Harry appearing with him at the competition. It doesn't matter, Sirius shrugged. As long as he can find us a good spot, I don't mind this little thing. Soon, the two vehicles arrived at the Ministry of Magic one after the other. Just as Sherlock had deduced, Harry and Sirius were greeted with a warm welcome by Fudge as soon as they arrived at the department. His mouth practically split open when he saw them. Hey, Sirius, Harry. It's great to see you both. You're getting ahead of yourself. Fudge was momentarily speechless at Sirius's reply, but quickly composed himself, saying, "Don't worry, I've got everything arranged perfectly. Just follow us." After greeting Sirius and Harry, Fudge seemed to notice the others. He didn't react much to Sherlock and Hermione in the same car as Harry and Sirius. But when he saw Ron, Ginny, and the Weasley twins get out of another car, his eyes widened immediately. Fudge stared at their distinctive red hair in surprise, asking, "Aren't these the Weasley kids? What are they doing with you?" Fudge didn't really care about Arthur Weasley, the head of the Muggle Misuse Office. This department was originally a marginal one, far inferior to the Office of Misuse of Magical Items in terms of treatment. Furthermore, although the Weasley family was one of the 28 holy pure-blood families, their reputation on that list wasn't very good. Of course, the most important reason was that the Weasleys were too poor, especially compared to the other holy pure-blood families. Draco Malfoy's words when he first met Ron on the train became the stereotype of the Weasleys in the wizarding world: red hair, old robes, and too many children to support. However, in recent years, with Bill and Charlie graduating and starting work, the Weasleys' situation has improved. This year, even Percy, the third son, joined the Ministry of Magic, meaning that the most difficult period for the Weasleys is over. "Why do you think I need 2 cars from the Ministry of Magic?" Sirius knew what Fudge was thinking the moment he saw his expression, and said irritably, "Arthur and the other kids are coming with us." I see, that's fine." Fudge realized his reaction was a bit rude and quickly pulled out a handkerchief, wiping the sweat from his brow as he tried to justify himself. "This way, it'll perfectly demonstrate my care for the children of the Ministry's employees." As Minister of Magic, Sirius ignored Fudge's shameless self-aggrandizement. Like father, like son, the Ministry of Magic's atmosphere was ruined by Minister Cornelius Fudge. A Ministry of Magic employee approached Fudge and said something. Fudge quickly told Sirius, "I have some things to attend to, so I'll be going now. You, take them over there." He then gave Harry a friendly smile, nodded to the others, and left, his belly protruding. "He seems to treat us like we're invisible," Fred Weasley said. "Not invisible, but the Weasley kids," George Weasley said. "He just didn't expect us to be here with Uncle Black," Ginny said sharply. "He thought we'd be with Daddy." "Ignore him," Sirius said, turning to the Ministry of Magic employee Fudge had designated and saying gently, "Please take us there." Sirius's attitude was much more amiable towards ordinary Ministry of Magic staff. Earlier, seeing Sirius Black show no respect for the minister, the Ministry of Magic employee had been somewhat worried. Seeing his attitude now, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief and quickly said, "Follow me." This way, led by him, the group arrived at an empty office. Surprisingly, the person who greeted them was an old acquaintance, Arnold Pisgod, the memory eraser from the Reversal of Accidental Magic team, who considered himself Professor Flitwick's prized student. He greeted Sherlock and Harry warmly. "Hi, Sherlock, Harry, long time no see, you know each other?" Sirius Black was somewhat surprised. Harry nodded. "Yes, Mr. Pisgod accompanied us shopping in Diagon Alley last summer and even took us to King's Cross Station." Pisgod then extended his hand to Sirius. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Black. I'm Arnold Pisgod. The minister sent us to take you there." Since they were acquaintances, Sirius certainly wouldn't say something like "You're getting ahead of yourself" as he had with Fudge. He extended his hand to shake Pisgod's. "Hello, Pisgod, what's the portkey this time?" "This is it," Pisgod said, pulling out a moldy old boot from the side. "Let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 7, 8 of you, just the right number. See, all you have to do is touch the portkey, like I'm doing now, just stick out one finger. I really envy the rest of the family." As he extended his finger to hook the boot like Pisgod, Fred said, "Bill, Charlie, and Percy have all passed their apparition exams, so they can still sleep in." George patted Fred on the shoulder. "Thank goodness, brother, if we were still in the burrow, we'd definitely be up even earlier. You know, there's no car to pick us up there. We'd have to walk all the way to the top of Weasel Hill, so this time, it's all thanks to Harry." Fred grinned and put his arm around Harry. "We got to enjoy it too. We've never ridden in a Ministry of Magic car before." Harry smiled but didn't speak. It was his first time using a portkey, and he was unconsciously a little nervous. Sirius noticed his nervousness and said with a smile, "Relax, Harry, this thing is much more comfortable than apparition." Is that so?" "Absolutely, in some ways. It's even faster than using flu powder." Hearing Sirius's words, Harry felt a little relieved. "Sherlock, aren't you nervous at all?" Hermione looked at Sherlock's calm expression and couldn't help but ask. At this moment, She was tightly holding Sherlock's arm with one hand, her whole body trembling slightly, and her chest heaving. Clearly, she was very nervous. Sherlock gave her a strange look. "Why are you nervous?" "Sirius already said it's much easier than apparition." "That's true, but," Hermione, who had a fear of heights, was trembling as she spoke, "I read in the book that using the portkey feels like flying." "Sherlock, you and Harry are so lucky, you've already apparated with the adults," Ron said enviously. "For you, using the portkey is nothing." Ginny was equally nervous. Seeing Sherlock and Hermione beside her, she had a sudden inspiration and, like Hermione, hugged Harry's arm tightly. "Harry? You have 3 older brothers here, why are you hugging me?" But considering the little girl's shyness, Harry didn't question her and gave her a kind smile. Ginny was instantly healed by that smile. "Harry, my little angel." Just then, Pisgid noticed they had finished talking, so he hooked the key in one hand and held a pocket watch in the other, whispering, "Very good, everyone ready? I'm going to activate it. 3, 2, 1, in the blink of an eye." Sherlock felt as if a hook behind his navel had pulled him forward with irresistible force, and he was lifted off the ground, flying. Just as Sirius had said, this feeling, though unique, was much more comfortable than using apparition or flu powder. He could even feel Harry and Hermione on either side of him. Harry's shoulder bumped against his. Hermione was clinging to his arm with even more force than before. He was flying. He was really flying. Not only Hermione felt herself flying, but Sherlock felt as if he were being swept forward by a gust of wind, unable to see anything clearly. Sherlock realized he hadn't deliberately exerted any force, but his index finger was still firmly stuck to the boot, as if the boot had a magnetic pull, drawing him towards it. He silently calculated the time in his mind, and 3.5 seconds later, his feet landed heavily on the ground. "Ouch!" Hermione exclaimed, bumping into him. Sherlock frowned, took a half step back, and reached out to steady her. Harry wasn't so lucky. Ginny was clinging to his arm, and as soon as his feet touched the ground, Ron stumbled and bumped into him, knocking him down. There was a thud as the portkey he had just used fell to the ground beside his head. Harry looked up and saw that only Sirius, Pisgid, and Sherlock were still standing. Hermione, clinging to Sherlock, could barely stand. Everyone else had fallen to the ground. 6.5, from the Ministry of Magic, a voice said. Harry shook off Ron and Ginny and stood up. Then he helped Ron and Ginny up as well. "Thank you, Harry," Ginny said to Harry, blushing. This was the first time she had been so close to him. Harry, however, didn't seem to mind, smiling and nodding before looking around. "Thank you, Sherlock." Hermione quickly pulled away from Sherlock's embrace. She was blushing deeply, but still remembered to thank him. Her voice was very soft, only audible to Sherlock. However, Sherlock's attention wasn't on her words. Even as he caught Hermione, he was still observing his surroundings. Chapter 462 The Ministry of Magic is full of talent. Sherlock discovered that their destination, reached through the portkey, resembled a vast and desolate swamp. A thick fog, like a heavy white veil, permeated every inch of space. The damp air carried the scent of earth and decaying vegetation, and carried a chilling cold. Not far ahead stood 2 wizards, their faces weary and grim, as if about to drip water. One clutched a large gold watch, its dial reflecting a faint light in the fog. The other held a thick roll of parchment, a quill pen suspended above the pages, seemingly ready to jot down notes. The phrase, 608, from the Ministry of Magic, had been spoken by the one with the gold watch, his voice heavy with weariness. It was clear the two were trying hard to disguise themselves as muggles, but the result was a bizarre and comical mix. The man with the gold watch wore a tweed print suit jacket of decent quality, but underneath he wore thigh-high rubber overshoes, the edges of which were splattered with mud. The one with the parchment and quill pen wasn't much better. He wore a Scottish-style pleated kilt, the hem hanging loosely, but over it he wore a brightly colored South American cloak, the edges of which fluttered wildly in the wind. "Good morning, Basil," Pisgid said, picking up the boot and handing it to the wizard in the kilt. The man took the boot and casually tossed it into a large, open chest beside him, filled with used door keys. Sherlock glanced around and saw old newspapers, deflated cans, and a worn-out soccer ball. These things had one thing in common: they were all everyday objects, old and worn, the kind that wouldn't even get a second glance if they fell on the ground. "Not good at all, Arnold," Basil said weakly, rubbing his sore eyes. "We've been guarding here all night, you'd better move aside." A large group is scheduled to arrive from the Black Forest at 6:15. Wait a minute, give me your name so I can find your camp. No need, Basil. Pisgid waved his hand with a smile. They're guests of Minister Fudge. I'll personally escort them. Guests of the minister. Hearing this, both wizards looked surprised, their eyes widening instantly. Their gaze swept across the group, easily noticing the exceptionally handsome Sirius Black. Even in an ordinary coat, his arrogant air was undeniable. Then they saw Harry, and the two wizards gasped, their eyes widening. Sirius Black and Harry Potter. Having been in the wizarding world for 4 years, Harry was used to the curious stares people gave him upon first meeting. He was also used to their immediate attention drawn to the scar on his forehead. Even so, it still made him very uncomfortable. Sirius, on the other hand, seemed completely unconcerned. Let's go, didn't they say a large group of people were coming soon? Wait a minute, Ginny called out quickly, could you please help me find out where the Weasley family's camp is? Weasley. Basil looked at the 4 red-haired wizards, Ron, Fred, George, and Ginny, and immediately realized, you're Arthur children, right? He's not on duty? Sigh, some people are really lucky. He grumbled a couple of times, then lowered his head, his fingers quickly sliding across the parchment, searching for the name. Weasley. Weasley. Found it. Walk about a quarter mile along this road. The first field ahead is it. The campmaster is Mr. Roberts. Hearing Basil's words, Pisgid smiled and turned to Sirius. Coincidentally, the Ministry of Magic has arranged your camp nearby as well. Not at all coincidental. Sherlock shook his head, his tone certain. This was clearly intentional. Hearing this, everyone realized this was obviously a deliberate arrangement because of Harry and Sirius's identities. Their gazes towards the two men held a newfound admiration. Next, led by Pisgid, the group traversed the desolate swamp. The thick fog, like unyielding milk, blurred everything around them. Visibility was extremely low, and the muddy ground beneath their feet was slippery and difficult to traverse, requiring them to proceed with extreme caution. After about 20 minutes, the fog began to dissipate slightly, and they gradually came into view a simple wooden door, behind which stood a low stone hut. Harry, whose static vision was the worst among the group, squinted and could barely make out hundreds of strangely shaped tents behind the stone hut. Some resembled overturned teapots, others colorful mushrooms, and still others curled up animals. These tents stretched up the gentle slope of the large area, extending all the way to the edge of the dark forest on the horizon. Sherlock's eyesight was far superior. A single glance was enough to take in the entire layout. His gaze lingered briefly on the distribution of tents and pathways, and he understood everything perfectly. When they reached the entrance, they found a man standing there, his back to them, staring intently at the tents. He was dressed in an ordinary jacket and jeans, and was thin. Sherlock, Harry, and Hermione, the 3 Muggle-born wizards, immediately recognized him as the only true Muggle in this large area. Upon hearing their footsteps, the man turned around immediately, his face showing wariness and suspicion. Good morning, you must be Mr. Roberts. Yes, who are you? Mr. Roberts' voice carried a heavy local accent. I'm Pisgid. I've booked 2 tents for Mr. Black. I need you to tell me where they are. Let me see, Mr. Roberts said, glancing at a table on the door. Well, it's already paid for. Just keep going straight down this road, turn right at the second intersection, and you'll see it. Thank you, let's go. Has a Mr. Weasley been here? Harry asked. Weasley? No idea. Let me see. He looked at the table again. Well, Mr. Weasley did book 2 tents 2 days ago, but he didn't pay. There's only one spot available at the edge of the woods. Are you going to pay and go now? Looks like Dad hasn't arrived yet, Ron said, somewhat disappointed. Fred shrugged, unconvinced. I bet he'll appear here with Bill and Charlie. Yes, he's completely forgotten about us, George chimed in. Just then, a familiar voice called out, Hey, kids, wait for me, it's Dad, Ron and Ginny exclaimed in surprise. They turned to see Mr. Weasley running towards them from the direction they had come from, his red hair standing out starkly in the mist. He reached them, bent over, hands on his knees, panting heavily, and stammered, I was going to appear here with Bill and the others, but then I remembered, you guys came first with a portkey. Arthur, Sirius suddenly interrupted Mr. Weasley, giving him a wink. Mr. Weasley looked at Sirius, puzzled, but when he followed his gaze to Mr. Roberts, he immediately realized, oh no, the other guy was a Muggle. I just woke up, I was rambling, don't mind me, So what's the situation now? Now all that's needed is for Dad to pay. Fred laughed. Thank you for arriving just in time, at least we had somewhere to go, George said. Not at all, we have plenty of room over there, Sirius greeted Mr. Weasley. Pisgid laughed too. How are you, Arthur? How have you been lately? Arnold, it's wonderful that you brought them over. I say, are you going to pay me or not? Mr. Roberts said impatiently. Okay, no problem, I'll pay you right now, Mr. Weasley said, stepping back a few paces from the hut and gesturing for Harry to come to him. Help me, Harry, he whispered, pulling a roll of Muggle money from his pocket and separating the bills. This one is, $10? Oh, right, I see this small number printed on it, so this one is $5, it's $20, Harry corrected him in a low voice, a little uneasy. He noticed that Mr. Roberts was trying hard to hear every word they were saying. I see. I didn't know these little pieces of paper. Are you a foreigner? Mr. Roberts asked when Mr. Weasley returned with a few correct bills. A foreigner? Mr. Weasley repeated, puzzled. You're not the only one who can't tell the difference in money, Mr. Roberts said, scrutinizing Mr. Weasley closely. Just 10 minutes ago, 2 people wanted to pay me with gold coins the size of a hubcap. PFFT Hermione and Ginny laughed simultaneously. Really? Mr. Weasley seemed a little uneasy. Mr. Roberts rummaged through a tin can for change, saying slowly, I've never encountered so many people before. Hundreds of people have booked tents. Is something wrong? Mr. Weasley hadn't realized the problem and reached for the change, but Mr. Roberts wouldn't give it to him. Mr. Roberts looked at Mr. Weasley thoughtfully and said, I've seen countless foreigners today, from all over the world. And not just foreigners, but also a lot of weirdos, you know? There was this guy walking around in a pleated skirt and a South American cloak. Everyone knew he was referring to Basil, the Ministry of Magic employee they had just met. Mr. Weasley, clearly unaware of the problem, asked eagerly, is that not allowed? He had actually planned to dress like that earlier that day, but had ultimately decided against it. But looking at this muggle, it seemed like a big problem. It was like, I don't know how to describe it, or maybe like playing tricks, Mr. Roberts said thoughtfully. Those people were like they were attending a big party, they all knew each other. Before he could finish, a figure suddenly descended from the sky, landing beside the door of Mr. Roberts's stone house. He was wearing harem pants, and it was immediately clear he was a wizard. Forget everything, he didn't waste any words after landing, pointing his wand at Mr. Roberts and shouting sharply. The next moment, Mr. Roberts, who had just been discussing things with him, lost his focus, and his brow relaxed. His face showed a dazed, indifferent expression. This was exactly the state of someone whose memories had been altered. The wizard had cast Gilderoy Lockhart's most famous forgetting spell. Here's a map of your camp, Mr. Roberts said calmly to Pisgid and Mr. Weasley, then turned to Mr. Weasley alone, and here's your change. Thank you very much, Mr. Weasley said, quickly taking the change. The wizard in harem pants accompanied them towards the camp gate. He looked visibly tired, his chin was unshaven and bluish-purple, and there were dark circles under his eyes. Only when Mr. Roberts could no longer hear them did the wizard begin to complain quietly to Mr. Weasley and Pisgid. He's caused me a lot of trouble. I have to cast the forgetfulness charm at least a dozen times a day to keep him in a good mood. That damned Ludo Bagman is always getting in the way, walking around and yelling about Skipball and Quaffle. He has absolutely no sense of security and doesn't care about being wary of muggles at all. Damn it, I wish this would all be over soon. Well, I'll talk to you later, Arthur. Arnold. With that, he paraded in front of everyone. Bagman is the director of the Department of Magical Sports, isn't he, Arthur? Sirius raised an eyebrow. He should know very well that you can't talk about Blink Ball among muggles. That's true, but Pisgid shook his head. Arthur, you should say it, Mr. Weasley chuckled. Well, how should I put it? Ludo has always been a bit careless about security. But we can't find anyone more passionate than him to head the Department of Sports. You should know he used to play Quidditch for England and was the best hitter the Weavers have ever had. The Ministry of Magic is really full of talent, Sherlock remarked, and Harry and Hermione exchanged a knowing glance, secretly amused. Chapter 463 There are still experts. According to an anonymous source, high emotional intelligence, the Ministry of Magic is full of talented people. Low emotional intelligence, the Ministry of Magic is a complete shoddy operation. From a normal person's perspective, What's the most important thing when organizing a major event? Safety. Safety. And more than anything, safety. Drafting event proposals, developing contingency plans, and ensuring the safety of personnel must always be the top priority. As for the event going smoothly, please, if you can't even guarantee the most basic safety, it means the organizers are simply incapable of running the event. Don't even bother, just wait to die. So when Arthur Weasley said that someone has always been a bit careless about safety, but because he's a former national team member, there's no one more passionate than him to lead the Department of Sports and Fitness, Sherlock found it hilarious. The phrase "the Ministry of Magic is full of talented people" was even more ironic. Harry and Hermione, who knew Sherlock's personality best, understood his meaning. They exchanged a knowing smile, everything unspoken. Unfortunately, Mr. Weasley didn't seem to grasp the deeper meaning behind Sherlock's words, nodding subconsciously. Indeed, Sherlock, if you knew the Ministry of Magic, you'd find many talented people there, and they speak very well. He then launched into a long, detailed introduction. Pisgah chimed in. Sherlock, next, the Ministry's excellent employees, Arthur Weasley and Arnold Pisgah, led Sirius Black, who held the Ministry in disdain, and the young wizards led by Sherlock through the mist-shrouded ground. Just as Mr. Roberts, the Muggle, had said, there were far too many people gathered there. This forced them to laboriously weave between two long rows of tents, making it difficult to move quickly. It's clear the owners of these tents put some thought into making them look like Muggle tents, Sirius commented as they walked. But those over there seemed to be going too far. Harry, although Sirius was a pure-blood wizard, he had a rather positive attitude towards Muggles, which was precisely why he was ostracized by the Black family. His best friend was James Potter, who had a Muggle-born wife named Lily. Because of this connection, he understood Muggles far better than Arthur Weasley and Arnold Pisgah. So it was easy for him to spot the problem. No way, I think it's perfectly normal, said Arthur Weasley. Yet, very pretty decorations, aren't they, said Arnold Pisgah. Following Sirius's gaze, Sherlock, Harry, and Hermione, the three young wizards raised in Muggle families, immediately understood what it meant to overdo it. Because those tents had even been decorated with chimneys, bells, or weather vanes, decorations that normal people would never install. Sherlock immediately gave an affirmative answer. Sirius, you've found the blind spot. However, in Sherlock's view, such decorations at least showed that their owners were trying to make them more Muggle-like, just going overboard. But there were a few tents that were clearly deliberately enchanted, as if afraid others wouldn't notice their uniqueness. No wonder that Muggle was suspicious. As employees of the Ministry of Magic, Pisgah and Mr. Weasley couldn't help but shake their heads at the sight. Even they couldn't stand it this time. Because in the center of the area, one tent was particularly conspicuous. First, it used a huge amount of striped silk in an extremely extravagant manner. It was no exaggeration to say that it was decorated like a small palace. This wasn't how you flaunt wealth. Furthermore, there were even several live peacocks tied to the ground at the tent's entrance. A little further ahead, another tent was set up in the shape of a 4-story building, with several corner towers beside it. And that wasn't all. Another tent had a garden in front of it, complete with bird baths, sundials, fountains, and everything else. Sherlock raised an eyebrow at this, offering no comment. Harry and Hermione stared in disbelief. The 4 Weasley children, however, seemed completely unfazed. It's always like this, Mr. Weasley said, smiling as he recovered. Whenever we all get together, some people can't resist showing off. Ah, here we are, look, this is our tent. They had reached the edge of the woods at the far end of the field, where there was a clearing with a small sign on the ground. Weasley. Ah, it seems my name has been mixed up, but it doesn't matter. This place couldn't be better. Arthur didn't seem to mind being called Mr. Weasley at all, and instead said excitedly, it happens all the time. Look, the field is just over there in the woods. It couldn't be closer. Indeed, it's quite nice, Sirius commented, then turned his gaze to Pisgah. Pisgah smiled slightly and immediately walked a few feet to the other side of the woods. That clearing was much larger than the one marked Weasley, and it also had a sign. Black. Mr. Weasley, who had just been boasting, felt a little embarrassed, but fortunately no one laughed at him. He coughed, took his backpack off his shoulder, and forcibly changed the subject. Everyone, pay attention, I have to emphasize something important. When everyone's eyes were on him, he solemnly said, from now on, none of us are allowed to use magic. What? Why? The twins were the first to object, shouting out, "Because we've now entered Muggle territory. When in Rome, do as the Romans do, and we must act like Muggles. First, we must set up our tents with our own hands. I don't think it'll be too difficult. That's how Muggles do it." Seeing Mr. Weasley's excited expression, Sherlock sighed. He asked Sirius for his backpack and went straight to the tent with Black's name on it to start setting it up. Hermione followed without a word, squatting down to help Sherlock. Although Mr. Weasley was enthusiastic about setting up the tent manually without magic, he knew he wasn't cut out for it. So when he saw Eve and Harry about to run off with Hermione to Sherlock's tent, he panicked. There were only 3 Muggle acquaintances here. What if they all ran off? So he grabbed Harry, who had just stepped out with his left foot, and forcefully pulled him back. "Wait, Harry, where do you think we should start?" Harry wiped his sweat upon hearing this. It wasn't that he was unwilling to help the Weasleys. The main problem was that he had never pitched a tent before. During holidays, the Dursleys never took him out. They preferred to leave him with their neighbor, Mrs. Figg. Just when things had finally improved within the family, he no longer had the chance to go out. Sirius had been released. That's why he was thinking of helping Sherlock, like Hermione. Unexpectedly, Mr. Weasley had offered his help. "Harry, please, help us." Ginny clasped her hands together and blinked her beautiful eyes at Harry. "I'll do whatever you say, Harry. We'll do whatever you ask," Fred and George said simultaneously. "Me too," Ron chuckled. Faced with this situation, Harry was caught in a bind and too embarrassed to abandon him and run to Sherlock's side, so he stayed to help. This is where the advantage of his Muggle education came in. Although he had never pitched a tent before, he quickly figured out the positions of the poles and screws by referring to the instructions. However, when it came to actually setting up the tent, Mr. Weasley started getting in the way. For some reason, he got incredibly excited whenever they needed to use the sledgehammer. Finally, when Ginny noticed Harry frowning for the 3rd time, she decisively stepped in and shooed her father aside. Without Mr. Weasley's interference, the tent-setting team, with Harry at the core, became much more efficient. After a while, they finally erected a crooked 2-person tent. "Well done, Harry. I knew you could do it." Mr. Weasley rushed over, praising the tent that had been handcrafted without magic. The other children stepped back, admiring the result of their own labor. Harry was still quite proud, thinking that no one would guess the tent was built by wizards. Just then, a familiar voice came from beside him. "Hey buddy, need any help?" Hearing Sherlock's voice, Harry quickly looked up. He'd been so engrossed in his work that he'd forgotten all about Sherlock and Hermione. He glanced in that direction and his eyes widened in surprise. Behind Sherlock and Hermione, tents stood proudly on the clearing, not 1, but 2. They were neat and tidy, with straight frames, striped silk shimmering in the mist, and even the most ornate decorations were perfectly arranged. In comparison, the 2-person tent he just set up looked incredibly shabby, as if a gust of wind could blow it over. Ron couldn't help but exclaim in amazement, "Merlin's beard. We struggled for so long to get 1 tent up, and they've already set up 2 so quickly," Harry murmured. "Not only are they fast, but they look incredibly sturdy and beautiful, like something a professional camping crew would do. There are experts here." Hearing this, Weasley darted over to the other side. After observing carefully, he couldn't help but praise, "Sherlock, Hermione, you 2 are absolutely professional." Hermione blushed slightly. I was just helping out." Sherlock did all of this. She wasn't being modest. Although she often went out with her parents, she had never done anything like setting up a tent before. Just as she was studying the positions of the poles and screws like Harry, Sherlock had already gotten to work. Watching Sherlock's fluid movements, she simply gave up thinking. She completely followed Sherlock's instructions, doing whatever he told her to do. This was very rare for her. But occasionally not using her brain like this was quite pleasant. Sirius and Piskett watched the whole thing, seeing Sherlock quickly set up 2 tents with Hermione's help. "Sherlock, quick, help us." Seeing a master like Sherlock with them, Mr. Weasley was overjoyed and quickly pulled him and Hermione over as well. With Sherlock, Harry, and Hermione forming this formidable trio, setting up the 2nd tent went much more smoothly. Harry, naturally intelligent, grasped things instantly. Having already set up 1 tent himself, the technical guidance from Sherlock helped him notice some easily overlooked details. This time, Sherlock barely lifted a finger. Harry and Hermione, along with the 4 Weasley children, quickly erected a brand new tent. Just by looking at it, it was clear that it was far superior to the previous crooked tent. While not as impressive as the two tents Sherlock had personally erected, it was a significant improvement for the young wizards. Harry wiped the sweat from his brow and let out a long sigh of relief. Not long ago, he could only manage to put together a tent that looked like it would collapse in a gust of wind. But those days were long gone. With his good brother's technical guidance, his work was passable. However, Harry hesitated for a moment, then couldn't help asking, "Sherlock, why are you so skilled? I mean, do you often go out with your aunt and uncle to pitch a tent?" "Quite the opposite, my dear Harry." Sherlock turned around, dusted his hands, and said casually, "Apart from Hawaii this year, I've rarely gone out in recent years. If your memory is good enough, you should remember the first time you met my brother. He told you and Ron that I had been to France, the Netherlands, and Germany before I was 7, but at that time, it was obviously unlikely I would have done this kind of thing. As for this year, although I went to Hawaii, I didn't pitch a tent. In fact, like you, this was the first time I'd ever done something like this." "The first time? How could you?" Harry looked around at the two impeccably designed tents, then at Sherlock's hands, which were dusty but still perfectly at ease, his voice filled with disbelief. Hermione's eyes widened slightly, her lips moved as if she wanted to say something but then swallowed back. Ron's mouth formed a clear O shape. Seeing his friend's astonished expressions, Sherlock tilted his head and asked in a completely matter-of-fact tone, "Isn't this common sense?" The air froze. Chapter 464 This is common sense, my friend. Upon hearing Sherlock say that pitching a tent was common sense, Mr. Weasley immediately nodded vigorously, revealing an "I knew it" look on his face. "Oh, I see. So this is common sense in the Muggle world? That's amazing." Seeing Mr. Weasley taking Sherlock's words so seriously, Hermione looked exasperated. "Come on, Sherlock, this isn't common sense. Even adults and Muggle families haven't necessarily pitched such a professional tent themselves. Especially without guidance, to be able to do this well on the first try." As she spoke, her gaze involuntarily drifted to the Weasley family's crooked, rudimentary tent. In her opinion, Harry was already quite impressive. Even if it were her with the Weasley twins, Ron, Ginny, and the ever-helpful Mr. Weasley, they might not have been able to achieve this. Harry nodded repeatedly in agreement. In his world, it certainly wasn't common sense. Ron, in an exaggerated tone, exclaimed, "Sherlock, if I didn't know this was impossible, I'd suspect you secretly used a silent spell or wandless magic when we weren't looking." The Weasley twins curiously touched this and that, carefully comparing the differences between the two tents. They were setting up the Weasley wizarding world, so they were very interested in anything that required hands-on work. Why were the tents so different when they were made of the same materials? Ginny's attention was entirely on Harry, and she didn't participate in the conversation. Besides Arthur Weasley, the adults, Sirius Black and Pisket, stood a little further away, watching Sherlock with great interest, seemingly waiting for his further explanation. Sherlock, observing the varied expressions on the faces of the crowd, explained as expected, "The common sense I'm referring to isn't the everyday tricks everyone knows, but rather the fundamental principles that can be grasped through observation and logical reasoning. In fact, if you've been paying attention, you'll notice that these tents were designed with a clear purpose from the outset. The poles provide support in the frame, the canvas offers shelter from the wind and rain, and the ropes are used for securing and maintaining tension. Every connection point conforms to the principles of mechanics. When you understand the function of these components and their position within the overall structure, assembling them is like assembling a complex model. To put it more simply, each piece has its specific location and connection method. The key is to understand the design logic, not to rely on experience." Sherlock walked to the brand new tent that Harry and Hermione had been leading the construction of and gently patted a straight pole, like the tent you just finished. When you understand the principles and work well together, the result will naturally be stable. Harry did a great job. He quickly grasped the essentials. Harry listened, nodding thoughtfully. Hermione's initial skepticism gradually gave way to deeper understanding. She even began to mutter to herself, "Structural analysis, breaking down a task into functional modules." Indeed, it's similar to the approach of dismantling complex magical theories, although the subjects are completely different. However, apart from Harry and Hermione, everyone else seemed to be listening to Sherlock's words as if they were gibberish. They looked at Sherlock with blank stares. Sirius remained silent, But Pisgah muttered, "Sherlock, I understand your reasoning. But I still think it's quite strange to be able to turn theory into practice so quickly." Mr. Weasley, on the other hand, was still immersed in the charm of Muggle engineering. Suddenly, as if he had figured something out, he slapped his forehead and excitedly rushed towards the tent. The twins grabbed him without a word. "Please, Dad, stop studying the hammer. Our tent is up. It's great. Hey. Let me go, Mr. Weasley protested, but his voice was full of laughter. "I just wanted to look at that knot." Hearing Mr. Weasley say this, the twins released him. However, they still watched Mr. Weasley warily, and only breathed a sigh of relief when they realized that he really was just studying the knot. Just then, Harry discovered another problem. He could easily share 2 tents with Sherlock, Hermione, and Sirius. However, the problem was that once Bill, Charlie, and Percy arrived, there would be 8 Weasleys. Hermione seemed to have noticed the problem as well. She looked at Sherlock with a questioning gaze, then at Harry. Seeing Sherlock smile without saying anything, Hermione suddenly had a flash of inspiration, as if she understood something. Harry's reaction was still a bit too slow, and he couldn't keep up with Sherlock's train of thought in time. Just then, Mr. Weasley, who had finally figured out the knot, crawled on all fours into the first tent. It might be a little crowded," his voice came from inside the tent, sounding a little muffled. "Maybe? It's definitely a bit crowded." Harry was still a little embarrassed to point it out, but just then, Mr. Weasley called out, "But I think everyone should be able to squeeze in." "Come and see." "What? Everyone can squeeze in? Are you kidding me? Do you think I don't know what the tent I set up looks like?" Harry was still wondering when Sherlock patted him on the shoulder. "Sherlock, go in," Sherlock said, then ducked and crawled into the tent. Okay," although still somewhat confused, Harry, trusting Sherlock unconditionally, bent down and followed him through the tent flap. The sight that greeted him upon entering the tent utterly astonished him, even more so than when he had seen Sherlock quickly set up 2 tents. He found himself in an old-fashioned 3-bedroom house. Besides the living room, there was a bathroom and a kitchen. By now, he understood what was going on. The tent appeared to be an ordinary Muggle tent, but in reality, it was like the Weasley's little car, enchanted, with a completely different spatial structure inside and out. The interior was spacious, entirely different from the exterior. What struck Harry as odd was that the room's decor was exactly the same as Mrs. Figg's. Mismatched chairs covered with crocheted covers, and a pungent cat smell permeated the air. Mrs. Figg was a woman who lived 2 blocks from number 4 Privet Drive. Every year on Dudley's birthday, the Dursleys would take him and another friend out for the day, to an amusement park, eat hamburgers, or see a movie. At these times, they would leave Harry with Mrs. Figg. At that time, Harry didn't know he was a wizard. As a child, he naturally wanted to go out and play. He naively believed that the Dursleys wouldn't take him out because of Mrs. Figg. Therefore, he naturally disliked Mrs. Figg, who prevented him from going out. Later, as he grew older, Harry gradually understood that even without Mrs. Figg, the Dursleys wouldn't have taken him out. But first impressions are hard to change. Besides, Harry himself disliked Mrs. Figg's place. It reeked of cabbage and cats. Not only that, Mrs. Figg herself had a strange temper. She insisted Harry look at pictures of her old cats. Fortunately, all that is in the past. Now he has repaired his relationship with the Dursleys, and this summer, he went out with them, to amusement parks, hamburgers, and movies. Not to mention, he now has a good friend like Sherlock, and on his last birthday, he went out for a day with them, just like Dudley. And then there's Sirius Black, who couldn't wait to come and take him away after only a month in the Dursleys. Thinking about it, it seems unlikely that he'll ever cross paths with that eccentric Mrs. Figg again in his lifetime. While Harry was pondering this, Mr. Weasley wiped his forehead with a handkerchief and peered into the 4 bunk beds in the bedroom. After a moment, he turned to the group who had all entered the tent and said, "This tent is borrowed from Perkins in the office. The poor fellow has a backache and can no longer camp." Except for Harry and Hermione, the others seemed oblivious to the unusual space inside the tent, as if it were commonplace. Next, Harry and Hermione, with Sherlock by their side, visited another tent, which also had a hidden compartment. It was slightly smaller than this one, but at least it didn't smell of cats. It was for the girls. "Let Ginny stay here." Seeing this, Sirius said to Mr. Weasley, "We have 2 tents here. She and Hermione can stay in one, so you can all stay in separate tents." "How could we possibly accept that?" Mr. Weasley said, rubbing his hands together. Come on, Arthur, why are you being so polite with me? Mr. Weasley thought for a moment and agreed. And so, Sherlock, Harry, and Sirius stayed in one tent as planned. Ginny and Hermione successfully teamed up and stayed in the other tent. The remaining male members of the Weasley family split into two tents. The previously cramped living conditions were immediately improved. Everyone's face lit up with smiles. However, these smiles didn't last long. Because next, they visited the tent the Ministry of Magic had prepared for Sirius. And then, let's not dwell on it. In short, the Weasley family's mood underwent a subtle change. Ginny was quite happy. Being able to stay in the better tent with Hermione was secondary, but more importantly, it was because she was close to Harry. Seeing that Sirius and Harry were settled, and his task was considered complete, Pisgah decided not to stay any longer. I have to go now. Have a good time. Oh, Mr. Pisgah, aren't you staying with us tonight? Hearing Pisgah's words, Harry was somewhat surprised, as he had a good impression of this Ministry of Magic employee. My work isn't here, I have a lot of things to do at the Ministry, Pisgah said with a wry smile. In that case, Arnold, why not stay a little longer? Mr. Weasley suggested. No, those tasks will ultimately have to be done by me, Pisgah shrugged, then smiled at Sherlock and Harry. Speaking of which, I'm actually benefiting from your help this time. The time I spent bringing you here has been a rest for me. After Pisgah paraded away, the awkward atmosphere eased slightly. Of course, only Mr. Weasley seemed unconcerned. He picked up the dusty water jug and peered inside. We need some water, there's a tap marked on the map that the Muggles gave us. Ron glanced at the map in his hand and said, all right, then you and Harry will have to fetch us some water, and then, Mr. Weasley handed over the kettle and two stew pots they had brought, turning to the others, then, the rest of us will gather some firewood and start a fire. Sherlock, you can guide us, okay, but we have a stove. Ron couldn't help but say, why can't we just, Ron, don't forget the Muggle safety regulations. I just said that from now on, we can't use any magic, but this tent is magic, that's Perkins's, not ours, and it used to be magic, it doesn't count now, Mr. Weasley said seemingly seriously. However, the eager look on his face and his next words betrayed his true thoughts. Real Muggles always make fires outdoors when they camp, I've seen it, and will do it now. Everyone understood that Mr. Weasley was simply interested in how Muggles started fires. Harry and Ron picked up the kettle and stew pot. Harry didn't say anything, he'd done this so many times at the Dursleys' house that it was second nature to him. Ron, however, frowned. Just the two of us going to fetch water? Me too. Ginny immediately jumped up and took a kettle from Harry. Ron, wait, whose sister are you anyway? Can't you see I'm carrying more? The three of them then set off across the camp, following the directions on the map to fetch water. The rest of the group, as Mr. Weasley had instructed, began gathering firewood to start a fire and cook. Sherlock, once again, demonstrated his understanding of common sense during this process. It's common sense, my friends, Sherlock said with a smile, addressing everyone's questions. Chapter 465 Seizing the Opportunity to be alone with Sherlock. No matter how difficult the task, with Sherlock Holmes around, things always became simple. Under Sherlock's guidance, the group split into three teams to find dry grass, leaves, bark, dry branches, and sturdy hardwood. On their return, Sherlock instructed Sirius Black and Mr. Weasley to find some stones. With clear instructions, both the adults, Sirius Black and Arthur Weasley, and the young wizards, Hermione and the Weasley twins, were quite capable. Soon, they had gathered the raw materials needed to start a fire and cook. Back near the camp, watching Sherlock begin choosing a spot to start a fire, Mr. Weasley, ever the curious one, immediately asked, why are we starting a fire here? Wouldn't it be easier closer to the tents, Mr. Weasley? When starting a fire, you should avoid flammable materials to prevent sparks from igniting it, Hermione explained with a smile, glancing at Sherlock. That's common sense, Hermione's right. Sherlock stood up and pointed around. The fire should ideally be at least 10 feet away from the tents, haystacks, and bushes. In a forest like we are now, not only do we need to do that, but we also need to clear fallen leaves and branches within 3 feet of the fire to create a firebreak. Secondly, we should try to find flat, hard ground like soil or rocks, avoiding fires on thick humus. Our current conditions are actually quite good. Just use stones to create a circle less than 3 feet in diameter to form a good fire barrier. Fred, that stone won't do. It's damp and will crack when heated. No problem. Fred chuckled and tossed the stone aside. But I'm George. You've mistaken me for someone else. No, you're Fred. I told you, your tricks won't work on me, Sherlock said calmly. George is still playing in the sand over there. George, come here right now. We need to start a fire. Hearing Sherlock's words, Mr. Weasley immediately called out to George, who was still playing in the sand. After saying that, he turned curiously to Sherlock and pointed to the 3 piles of firewood that Sherlock had divided on the ground. Sherlock, why does the stone crack when heated? Also, didn't we bring matches? Can't we just use them to light this firewood? And also, why did you ask us to find 3 different kinds of firewood? Is there any reason for that? He rubbed his hands excitedly, looking at Sherlock with a curious expression, like a schoolchild with a strong thirst for knowledge. Please, Dad, please, please. Fred and George, who had just returned, couldn't help but put their hands to their foreheads. That's how their father was. He was curious about everything Muggles. No, you could even call it fanaticism. Sherlock, however, didn't seem to mind. He looked at Mr. Weasley and said, Dear Mr. Weasley, you just told me that we must abide by the Muggle safety regulations and not use any magic. Yes, that's what I said, but what does that have to do with my question? Of course, you can't start a fire and cook without using any magic. It's just a fire starter, it needs natural materials. In fact, it's thanks to the invention of matches that we no longer need to use the ancient method of drilling for fire. The key to starting a fire is to progress from easy to difficult, using wood in stages to ensure a stable and gradual increase in fire strength. The first type is tinder, or fire starter. Its purpose is to quickly ignite and set firewood alight. The main requirements are that it be flammable and dry. Sherlock paused, pointing to the pile of things they had gathered, and said, if possible, try to find birch bark. It's rich in oil, flammable, and burns for a long time. But pine needles, wood shavings, and dry moss are also good. In short, as long as you don't use damp tinder like grass after rain. Completing the first step is quite simple with matches, Sherlock said confidently. Then he was proven wrong. At Mr. Weasley's insistence, he was to complete the first step. And so he started playing with matches. Whether it was the pure-blood wizard Sirius and the Weasley family, or Muggle-born wizards like Sherlock and Hermione, they all thought Mr. Weasley was really playing with matches. It wasn't because he lacked experience. In fact, he tried many times, and many unlit matches were scattered around him. But judging from his approach, he seemed to be enjoying himself, not in a hurry at all. Finally, when he managed to strike a match, he cried out ouch, and quickly threw it away. Sherlock, luckily, the match Mr. Weasley threw away landed right in the pile of tinder. Because Sherlock had chosen high-quality tinder, even a lit match immediately ignited. I did it. Seeing this, Weasley was as happy as a child, jumping and laughing, hugging Sirius and saying, See that, Sirius? I did it. I can start a fire. Sherlock stopped looking at Mr. Weasley and picked up the second pile of fuel, adding it to the already burning fire. These thin pieces of wood, less than an inch in diameter, are transitional firewood. Their purpose is to catch the embers and allow the fire to spread. It's best to choose dry branches, like this, he said, breaking one off. They should break with a crisp, non-resilient sound. Pine, containing resin, is easy to ignite and produces a strong flame, making it the best choice. Poplar and softer willow are also acceptable. Again, be careful to avoid fresh branches with sap, especially new branches from fir and eucalyptus. They are not only high in moisture and difficult to ignite, but they will also produce smoke once they start burning. Hearing this, Mr. Weasley quickly let go of Sirius and came closer, carefully adding the second pile of branches to the increasingly blazing fire, just like Sherlock. After waiting a short while, Sherlock walked toward the third pile of matches. He bent down, picked up one of the branches, and explained to everyone, the final step is the firewood, which serves as the main fuel. Its purpose is to maintain the fire and provide continuous heat after it has been fully ignited. At this point, we need tree trunks or pieces of wood with a diameter of at least 2 inches, preferably hardwoods like oak, maple, or beech. They burn for a long time, generate a lot of heat, and leave little ash, making them excellent materials. Other dry tree trunks are also acceptable, but they need to be split into small pieces beforehand and dried inside. Again, avoid using damp firewood, as it will produce a lot of smoke and sparks once lit. Of course, you also need to avoid woods with strong odors or that are poisonous. For example, sumac and oleander may release harmful gases when burning. After saying this, he smiled and said to everyone, "That's it. These are just some simple common sense." Stunned JPG, "Sherlock, may I ask?" Finally, Hermione was the first to react. "Are you starting a fire for the first time again, Hermione?" "You've found a blind spot," Sherlock shrugged. "Like setting up a tent. I never had the means to do this before." "I knew it. This isn't common sense at all, my dear Hermione. It's not just me. There are others who think these things are common sense." "Oh, who else?" Hermione's interest was piqued by Sherlock's words. The others also perked up their ears. They were eager to know who else in the world, besides Sherlock Holmes, would think this way. "Before the start of first grade, I bought a book called The Survival Handbook. Centered on the idea of better safe than sorry, this book uses author Bear Grylls' personal experiences to show readers how to properly respond to dangers in the magical world. I was particularly interested in the Wilderness Survival Guide and the author's personal experiences facing dangerous creatures like trolls, crocodiles, vampires, and ground bits alone. I bought it as part of my extracurricular reading list." "So, you learned all this just by reading that guy named Bear?" Even Sirius couldn't help but ask in surprise this time. "Isn't that obvious?" Sherlock said in a perfectly normal tone. "What's the point of reading if we can't learn from books and apply it to our own lives?" His words were so reasonable that everyone was speechless for a moment. "Excellent. This semester we'll be studying the Advanced Transfiguration Guide," Fred said. "According to that logic, we'll soon be masters of transfiguration," George exclaimed. Hermione shook her head, watching the Weasley twins goof around. She'd read the Survival Handbook too, and could only conclude that the author, Bear Grylls, was no ordinary person. He practically ate anything when surviving in dire situations, constantly declaring things like, "You can eat this after removing the head, it has twice the content of beef, and I can't wait to eat it." Hermione simply couldn't accept it. While waiting for the fire to grow larger, Mr. Weasley suddenly jumped up as if remembering something. "Oh, right, there's one more thing." "What is it, Arthur?" Sirius was startled by Mr. Weasley's surprised expression. "Sherlock, you still haven't told me why stones crack when heated." Sirius, seeing Mr. Weasley's earnest gaze, Sherlock turned to Hermione. "You tell me, Hermione." Hermione nodded and explained, "It's thermal expansion and contraction, a physical phenomenon that means most objects expand when heated and contract when the temperature drops. The core reason damp stones crack when heated is that they contain moisture in their crevices or inside. When heated, this moisture quickly heats up and turns into water vapor. But the stone itself is solid, and while it also expands when heated, the expansion is slow and small, and it's hard and lacks flexibility. As a result, the pressure of the internal water vapor increases continuously, and the hard stone cannot expand like a sponge to accommodate this pressure. When the pressure exceeds the stone's limit, it will crack or even explode." Hermione, fearing her explanation wasn't clear enough, added another analogy. "It's like a sealed glass bottle filled with water. When heated, the steam bursts the bottle, except the seal on the stone is a natural crack in a hard structure, making the explosion more sudden." "The Muggle world is truly amazing," Mr. Weasley said contentedly after receiving the scholar's reply. "That's common sense, Mr. Weasley." At that moment, Hermione felt like Sherlock Holmes. Fortunately, Mr. Weasley didn't press her about the principle of thermal expansion and contraction, otherwise she would have had to explain the theory of molecular motion to him. During the explanation, the fire was finally lit. However, Harry, Ron, and Ginny hadn't returned yet. "What's going on? Why haven't the three of them come back yet?" George Weasley complained. "I guess they probably ran into someone they know," Hermione said thoughtfully. "There are too many wizards here, it's inevitable to greet them when you meet them." "But we've already started the fire," Fred said. "That's because Sherlock guided us the whole time. We probably couldn't even handle the first step on our own." Mr. Weasley reprimanded the twins without any politeness, then turned to Sherlock. "Sherlock, why don't you go find them?" Seeing that Sherlock was about to say something, Mr. Weasley quickly added, "Don't worry, I know what to do now. I absolutely won't let the fire go out," he said confidently, adding in his mind, "If it goes out, it will be relit." Sherlock sized up Mr. Weasley and immediately understood his true intentions. He just wanted to get rid of him so he could play with fire. However, after glancing at the already blazing flames, he nodded. It was rare to see wizards from other countries gathered like this, so it was a good opportunity to go out and see what it was like. "I'll go too." Hermione immediately stood up when she saw Sherlock nod in agreement. "Sirius, Mr. Weasley," and the Weasley twins all smiled knowingly at the sight. Hermione blushed slightly, but remembering what Gemma had told her before she left, she gritted her teeth and followed. She had to seize every opportunity to be alone with Sherlock. Seeing this, Mr. Weasley couldn't help but sigh. "Youth is wonderful." "Yes, youth is wonderful," Sirius Black echoed. The way Sherlock and Hermione interacted reminded him of James and Lily back then. The difference was that back then it was the boy pursuing the girl, and now it was the girl pursuing the boy. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 466. I also want to learn a foreign language. "Hey, Sherlock, wait for me." Hermione chased after him out of the tent, only to find that Sherlock had no intention of waiting for her and was planning to leave immediately. She caught up with him in a few strides, saying with a hint of reproach, "I told you I wanted to come with you. Why aren't you waiting for me?" "Because I just noticed you were hesitating," Sherlock said bluntly. "Your desire to come with me isn't strong enough, Hermione. This guy is really... How much stronger do you expect me to be?" Before Hermione could express her opinion, Sherlock pointed in a direction and said, "Come on, follow me, Hermione." Seeing this, Hermione couldn't help but sigh and could only helplessly follow Sherlock. There was nothing she could do. After all, he was Sherlock Holmes. That's just how Sherlock Holmes was. As the sun rose in the east, the thin mist in the camp finally gradually dissipated. This allowed Sherlock and Hermione to clearly see that they were surrounded by tents on all sides, stretching as far as the eye could see. Sherlock strolled slowly among the tents, looking around with keen interest as he observed the wizards from different countries. After all, coming out to find someone was just an excuse. The water-fetching trio would return sooner or later. Judging from Mr. Weasley's enthusiastic expression, even if the water-fetching trio and they didn't go back, he could play with that fire all day. As for the already lit campfire, Sherlock wasn't too worried. Although Mr. Weasley was unreliable, with Sirius and the twins there, they certainly wouldn't let him run wild. Sherlock wasn't in a hurry, and Hermione was even less so. What had she come out with Sherlock for? Wasn't it to be alone with him? Hermione had taken to heart Gemma's words before she left, and of course, that crucial kiss. So now she needed to find a way to create opportunities for the two of them to be alone as much as possible. Otherwise, after 3 years, when Gemma returned in force, she feared she would truly have no chance at all. And so, Sherlock and Hermione walked side by side, leaving 2 shallow, staggered rows of footprints on the grass. Hermione looked at this scene and smiled with satisfaction. This was how feelings blossomed over time. "What are you smiling about?" Noticing Hermione's somewhat strange smile, Sherlock asked. "I remembered something happy." This time, Sherlock didn't pry into the girl's thoughts but instead addressed the matter at hand. "There are more wizards than I imagined." Hearing this, Hermione put aside her inner thoughts and nodded in agreement. Yes, so many people. Previously, she had only grasped the theory. The total number of wizards in the entire British region was only around 3,000, and the number of wizards worldwide was less than 300,000. Of course, while the Quidditch World Cup was popular, it couldn't attract all the wizards in the world, half would be at most. But even with 100,000 wizards gathered in one place, the scene was still quite spectacular. Thinking of this, Hermione was somewhat more understanding of the Ministry of Magic. Maintaining order for so many people was indeed a very difficult task. By this time, the campers who had arrived at the campsite the night before were gradually waking up. Naturally, the families with children were the first to get up. Hermione suddenly pointed. "Sherlock, look over there." There, a little boy of about 2 years old was squatting outside a large, pyramid-shaped tent. He was holding a wand and happily poking a slug in the grass. The slug slowly swelled up to the size of a sausage. When Sherlock and Hermione reached him, the boy's mother noticed something was wrong and rushed out of the tent. Seeing this, she immediately yelled, "How many times have I told you, Kevin? You're not allowed to touch your dad's Wand, ouch! Before she finished speaking, she stepped on the fat slug. Unsurprisingly, the slug exploded with a pop. Even after Sherlock and Hermione had walked quite a distance, their shouts could still be heard echoing in the silent air, interspersed with the cries of a little boy. You stomped the bugs. You stomped the bugs. Sherlock and Hermione exchanged a glance and smiled. Sherlock, this is the first time I've ever seen such a young wizard. You probably haven't seen a wizard this age before either, have you? No, I have. Seen? When? Hermione looked surprised. I saw a picture in Grimmauld Place. Sherlock succinctly recounted how Harry's mother, Lily, had replied to Sirius Black's letter. Hearing that Harry could fly around the house on a miniature broomstick given to him by Sirius when he was just 1 year old, Hermione couldn't help but laugh. No wonder he became the youngest seeker in a century. His talent was already showing at such a young age, really? Then they're not bad either. Hermione followed Sherlock's gaze and saw little witches about the same age as the 2-year-old boy named Kevin from before. They were riding on 2 toy flying broomsticks, flying low, their feet lightly skimming the dew-kissed grass, giggling happily. Magic is so incredibly useful. Even now, thinking back to when I received my Hogwarts acceptance letter, I still can't believe it, Hermione exclaimed, glancing at Sherlock with an ambiguous look in her eyes. If I hadn't received that delivered letter, we probably would never have crossed paths. Sherlock, oblivious to the relief and joy in Hermione's voice, explained earnestly, that's not necessarily true. You mean, even if I weren't a witch, fate might still have brought us together. In that instant, Hermione's mind conjured up numerous romantic scenarios, but before she could delve into them, Sherlock's words crushed her. With your intelligence, if you were to engage in illegal activities, Scotland Yard probably wouldn't be able to catch you. The police would inevitably consult me, and then we'd meet, wouldn't we? Hermione, what was I even expecting? At that moment, Hermione wanted nothing more than to find a secluded spot and bang her head against a wall. Just then, an adult wizard hurried past them, looking annoyed. What are they doing in broad daylight? Their parents are probably sleeping in. Hermione sighed and changed the subject. They must be Ministry of Magic employees, right? Obviously, as they continued on their way, more and more interesting things began to happen. Adult wizards started emerging from their tents in waves, preparing breakfast. But their actions made Sherlock and Hermione burst into laughter. Some wizards peeked around furtively, secretly lighting fires with their wands. Others, like Mr. Weasley, were striking matches, but with skeptical expressions, as if they thought it wouldn't work. 3 African wizards sat there talking seriously, all dressed in long white robes, roasting something that looked like a wild rabbit over a roaring purple fire. A group of middle-aged witches sat there chatting and laughing, a shimmering banner hanging high between their tents, Salem Witches Guild. Sherlock, you can understand what they were saying, but seeing Sherlock listening intently, Hermione couldn't help but look surprised. She had caught a few words, but couldn't understand a single one. She only felt that everyone's voices were excited. I roughly understand. Meeting Hermione's puzzled gaze, Sherlock explained, they're discussing who has a better chance of winning this time, Ireland or Bulgaria. Most people think it's Ireland, but Bulgaria has a very skilled seeker who might turn the tide. You really understood, dear Hermione. I've said I rarely lie, unless absolutely necessary, and that's very, very rare, and clearly not now. Oh, sorry, I'm not doubting you. I'm just so surprised. What language are they speaking? Latin, with some dialects and slang mixed in, so I couldn't fully understand. Wait, Sherlock, you speak Latin. You seem surprised. Of course I'm surprised. You've never said that. You haven't asked either. Okay, then I'll ask you now. How many foreign languages do you speak? French, German, Latin. You mean, including English, you speak 4 languages? A 14-year-old boy, fluent in 4 languages. Although Hermione already knew Sherlock was a genius, she still hadn't expected him to possess such an unknown mystery. At this moment, her gaze towards Sherlock was filled with surprise and admiration. My dear Hermione, you don't need to be so surprised, Sherlock said with a slight smile. For me, my language skills are merely to serve my detective work. Foreign languages. Sherlock, I'd like to learn a foreign language from you, even just one more, Hermione said with some emotion, preparing to discuss the matter further with Sherlock, when suddenly she felt something was wrong with her eyes. She found out everything before her eyes had turned green. But she quickly realized it wasn't a problem with her eyes. She had indeed followed Sherlock into a green ocean. All the tents were covered with a thick layer of clover, looking like countless oddly shaped green hills emerging from the ground. Hermione froze. What's going on? Sherlock was also taken aback, but then chuckled and shook his head. Safety regulations against muggles, I find that laughable. Of course, there might be some self-absorbed individuals among the vast muggle population. But even for muggles, decorating their tents like this would inevitably attract attention. So only wizards could do this. And the kind of wizards who are very self-centered, stubborn, and unwilling to listen to advice. Just as Sherlock was subconsciously analyzing the personalities of the tent owners, someone suddenly called their names from behind. Hi. Sherlock, Hermione. Upon hearing the voice, Sherlock knew who it was without even turning around. His roommate, the little black guy who loved singing, dancing, rapping, and basketball, Dean Thomas. However, Sherlock also knew very well that he wasn't the owner of the tent, but a guest. Sure enough, as soon as he turned around, he saw the true owner of the tent standing next to Dean. His best friend, and also their Gryffindor classmate, was Seamus Finnegan, nicknamed the Demolitionist. Seamus was sitting in front of his shamrock-covered tent, with a pale blonde woman standing beside him. Sherlock glanced at her and immediately deduced she was his mother. This is my mother. Sure enough, Seamus introduced Sherlock and Hermione to Mrs. Finnegan, grinning. Do you like these decorations? The department isn't too happy, though. Why can't we show off our colors? Mrs. Finnegan said somewhat disapprovingly. They should see that the Bulgarians have filled their tents with these decorations, and I don't know why they're always staring at us. Anyway, I suppose you both support the Irish team, right? Hearing this, Sherlock and Hermione finally understood their purpose, supporting their favorite team, and Ireland represented green. When she was stared at by her bright eyes, Hermione felt a little embarrassed and could only agree with Mrs. Finnegan, saying she also supported Ireland. In this atmosphere, she truly didn't know how to refuse. Then, Sherlock beside her immediately gave a textbook demonstration of refusal. I don't support either side, Mrs. Finnegan. Looking at Seamus's mother, Sherlock said under her shocked gaze. First, I came here because I'm interested in world-class Quidditch, not because I have any preconceived notions. Second, I don't think what you're doing will have a positive effect on the team you support. Third, the Ministry of Magic is stopping you because your actions are disrupting their normal work, which is wrong. Finally, Bulgaria being filled with tents is also wrong. You can't compete with them in being worse just because they're doing this. You. Mrs. Finnegan was stunned by Sherlock's clear and logical words. It took her a while to react. She pointed at Sherlock and stammered you, unable to utter a complete sentence. Seeing the situation was getting out of hand, Seamus and Dean grabbed Sherlock and pulled him away. Hermione quickly said goodbye to Mrs. Finnegan and ran off with him. When she rushed outside, she was surprised to see Seamus and Dean praising Sherlock, their admiration overflowing. Chapter 467 Judging by Appearance is Wrong. Sherlock, well done. As expected of the Lion King, you really didn't embarrass us. Hermione chased after him outside and saw Dean and Seamus, who had just dragged Sherlock out, had released him and were praising him to the skies. Who says we British have to support Ireland? You know, I actually prefer Bulgaria. Me too, because they have crumb, but I never dare mention that to my mother. Exactly, Sherlock, what you just said was so true. Ireland has so many supporters, they don't even need us. Hearing Dean and Seamus's words, Hermione couldn't help but smile. She really hadn't expected the two brothers to bring Sherlock up to talk about this. But then again, she actually admired Sherlock. In that atmosphere, he could still speak his mind and contradict Seamus's mother. She herself could never have done that. Simply expressing emotions is meaningless, and decorating the tent like that is just formalism. It's fine if it's just personal preference, but if you want to avoid attracting Muggle attention, you shouldn't do it this way. Unfortunately, judging from the current situation, the Ministry of Magic seems powerless to do anything about it, and in the end, they'll have to resort to the forgetfulness charm. Sherlock naturally accepted Dean and Seamus's praise, but then he changed the subject. I think you just ran into Harry and the others. Right, that's right, Sherlock. I knew you'd figure it out, Seamus said with a smile. Actually, my mother just forced them to admit they like the Irish team. They weren't as brave as you. I guarantee my mother will be furious when we get back. Seamus seemed very happy talking about his mother's anger, clearly a filial son. Dean added. Ginny overheard seamstress's mother saying she also wanted to know what the Bulgarians had hung on their tents, so they went to check. Sherlock nodded, then pointed. That way. Yes, Sherlock, how do you know everything? Just observing. Sherlock and Hermione had come to find the water-fetching trio, and now that they knew where they were, there was no need to go back to the water-fetching area only to find it empty. Besides, Sherlock and Hermione also wanted to know what the Bulgarians had done on their tents to make seamstress's mother so unhappy. Soon, they got their answer. The area where the Bulgarian tents were located was easy to spot. White, green, and red flags fluttered in the air. When the wind blew, the flags unfurled their bright colors, standing out vividly in the gray mist. Their tents weren't like seamstress's mother's, with vines wrapped around their tarpaulins or covered with plants. They simply stood in place. But one consistent detail made them all stand out. On the canvas of each tent was the same portrait. It depicted a young man with thick eyebrows and large eyes, deep-set features, but a somewhat cold and hard expression. Portraits in the magical world were usually vibrant and lively, but this young man's portrait was unusually monotonous. It only showed two expressions, either a furrowed brow, as if worried about the game, or a rapid blink, barely even a twitch of the lips. "Who is this?" Hermione asked, her brow furrowing slightly as she stared at the repetitive portraits. "Crumb, the seeker from Bulgaria," Sherlock replied casually. "How do you know?" "You know him?" Hermione turned to look at him in surprise, her eyes widening slightly. She had never heard Sherlock mention anyone related to Quidditch before. "Isn't it obvious?" Sherlock's gaze swept back and forth across the Bulgarian tent area, his fingertips unconsciously tapping his palms as he explained matter-of-factly. "Seamus just mentioned that he's leaning towards Ireland winning, but even so, he still chose to support Bulgaria because they have Crumb. Also, when we passed that group of Latin-speaking wizards, they were talking about how the Bulgarian team has a game-changing seeker, someone who can single-handedly turn the tide when their team is potentially behind must be exceptionally capable. It's only natural that the Bulgarians plaster their tents with his image as a propaganda highlight. I don't like him." Hermione's gaze returned to the portraits, her brow furrowing even more as she watched countless Crumbs simultaneously frown and wink at them. Her tone carried a hint of blunt rejection. "He looks too gloomy. It's unsettling. I must remind you, dear Hermione, it's wrong to judge a book by its cover." Sherlock withdrew his gaze, speaking in a light tone. "Judging from Seamus's favoritism and the Bulgarians' adoration of him, this Crumb is quite skilled at Quidditch. I remember telling you more than once that you shouldn't judge a person solely by their appearance. Well, you never judge by appearances," Hermione muttered softly, her gaze fixed on Sherlock's calm profile. At that moment, she suddenly remembered something from the past. She had once curiously asked Sherlock if he had any particular fondness for Gemma's elegance or the petty twins' sweetness. At the time, Sherlock had pointed out that he wouldn't be overly concerned with appearance, because that was merely a superficial label. Now, faced with Crumb's gloomy appearance, he didn't instinctively reject him as she had. In this respect, Sherlock truly was a gentleman of integrity. His judgments were always based solely on facts and logic, not on superficial impressions. Only after finally passing through the Bulgarian tent area and no longer seeing the numerous Crumb portraits did Hermione breathe a long sigh of relief, subconsciously rubbing her temples. Being stared at by so many gloomy eyes had made her feel suffocated. Now, even breathing felt easier. Coincidentally, just as she stepped out of the Bulgarian tent area, a familiar voice came from a short distance away. They had finally encountered Harry, Ron, and Ginny, the water-fetching trio. This time, Hermione's deduction was confirmed. Harry and the others had indeed run into acquaintances. Cho Chang and her parents. Hermione couldn't help but smile knowingly. Since Harry had encountered Cho Chang, it wasn't surprising that it had taken so long. Compared to their last meeting at Grimmauld Place, Cho Chang was still stunningly beautiful. She was chatting and laughing with Harry, both looking very happy. Ron was talking to Zhang Wei, and the two seemed to be getting along very well. Ginny was talking to Zhuge Dali, but she looked a little awkward. Just then, she suddenly noticed Sherlock and Hermione standing side by side, and her eyes lit up. "Sherlock, Hermione, we're over here," she shouted and waved vigorously at them, trying to get their attention. In fact, even if she hadn't done it, the two would have already walked over. "Uncle Zhang, Aunt Zhuge," Sherlock and Hermione greeted Zhang Wei and Zhuge Dali politely. Zhang Wei asked curiously, "Why are you here?" "No need to ask," Of course we're here to see Harry and the others. Huge Dolly smiled and gently nudged her daughter. Alright, Cho, stop bothering your classmates, they need to start a fire and cook. Cho Zhang blushed slightly. Oh no, she had been so focused on chatting with Harry that she had forgotten about them. After greeting Sherlock and Hermione, she stood next to her parents. Harry was a little embarrassed. Since arriving this year, he seemed to have become more easily influenced by beautiful women. At this moment, Zhang Wei asked, puzzled, I remember there's a spell that can make you quickly get out of the water, so why are you fetching water, silly boy? You're talking about the Aguamenti spell. Huge Dolly smiled slightly. But since they're all fetching water, it means everyone is a law-abiding citizen, so why would they use magic? I don't think it makes much sense. Zhang Wei shrugged, spreading his hands. I've already seen many people using wands to start fires. Honestly, I'd rather the wizards use magic. Making them start fires and cook like muggles is nothing short of a disaster. Several tents over there have already burned down. I don't know what the organizers are thinking. Alright, Wei, stop talking. Huge Dolly gently stopped Zhang Wei. Seeing his wife's smiling face, Zhang Wei was momentarily stunned. Fool, haven't you seen enough after all these decades? Not enough, not even a lifetime. The young wizards exchanged bewildered glances. Hey, there are children here. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? Cho Chang, seeing her parents' awkwardness, was so embarrassed she almost dug a two-bedroom apartment out of the ground with her toes. She subconsciously glanced at Harry, only to find him looking on with envy. Cho Chang, degree. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the group bid farewell to Cho Chang and her family and set off again. Ginny was the happiest of them all, for reasons only she knew. Meanwhile, with Sherlock and Hermione helping to carry the water, their pace quickened considerably. But it soon slowed down again. On the way back, they kept seeing familiar faces, or rather, being seen by familiar faces. Mainly Hogwarts classmates and their families. Sherlock and Harry, needless to say, one a wise Lion King, the other the savior of the wizarding world. These two prominent figures were always the center of attention wherever they went. Even just to say hello, you have to stop and walk, right? Hermione and Ginny are no less impressive. Hermione has been the top scorer for 3 consecutive years, always ranking first in her grade. As the know-it-all, her fame is second only to Sherlock and Harry. Ginny, on the other hand, is simply beautiful. Now in her 3rd year, she's reached her teens and finally blossomed into her own beauty. As Sherlock's roommate Dean said, some British people still find Cho Chang's type hard to accept. But all British men like Ginny's type. So wherever she goes, she always attracts a lot of attention from the opposite sex. Ron is in a worse situation. His nickname Gryffindor Chess Master was only popular for a short time at the end of his 1st year. After entering his 2nd year, it was basically forgotten. Plus, he's the tallest in the group. This makes him look like a bodyguard, or rather, a thug, when standing next to the 4 of them. In short, Ron's appearance naturally leads others to categorize him as a follower, making it difficult for him to attract attention. Ron, however, was a bit slow to react and hadn't yet realized what was going on. Most people they encountered simply stopped to say hello, but some would pull them aside for a long chat. Like Oliver Wood, whom they were currently talking to. Wood was an average-sized, strong man. Not only was he tall and muscular, but he was also very handsome. He was the former captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team and had just graduated from Hogwarts. Just last term, he finally led the Gryffindor team to win the Quidditch Cup, achieving his goal in his final year of school. His passion for Quidditch was legendary. In the words of the Weasley twins, even a forbidden spell couldn't stop him from playing. Of course, that's an exaggeration, but it shows Wood's enthusiasm for the sport. During his 7 years at Hogwarts, all other courses were just supplementary for him. Nothing was more important than Quidditch. The family atmosphere that could raise such a child is easily imaginable. So, whenever there was such a grand event, the entire Wood family came to watch the game. Upon seeing Harry and Sherlock, Wood excitedly pulled them into his parents' tent and introduced them to the adults. Hermione, Ron, and Ginny were left looking at each other blankly. However, knowing Wood's personality, they shrugged and went inside. As soon as they entered the tent, they saw Wood praising Harry effusively. He highly praised Harry's performance over his 3 years at school. Wood emphasized that Gryffindor was able to lift the Quidditch Cup entirely thanks to Harry, the Seeker. He called him the youngest Seeker in a century, a genius born for Quidditch, even more talented than Charlie Weasley, and so on. After talking about Harry, he moved on to Sherlock. Wood pointed out that although Sherlock hadn't joined the Gryffindor Quidditch team, he had always highly recognized Sherlock's talent in the sport. Furthermore, he took the opportunity to bring up that old, tired topic again, hoping that Sherlock would join the Gryffindor Quidditch team as soon as possible in the new school year. Gryffindor is currently in dire need of talent, and Sherlock, as the Lion King of Gryffindor, should fully shoulder the responsibility and not waste his talent. Whenever Quidditch is mentioned, Wood seems to transform into a different person, something Sherlock is used to and not surprised by his comments. Harry, on the other hand, feels a little embarrassed. Wood has praised him a bit too much. According to Wood, Gryffindor's Quidditch Cup victory last term seems entirely due to Harry's efforts. But Harry knows very well that's not the case. Quidditch isn't something one person can play alone. Chapter 468 Only Harry's Substitute. Quidditch, much like football in the Muggle world, has been a team sport since its inception. Victory cannot be achieved by one person alone. Harry understood this from the very first day he encountered this sport. So when Wood attributed Gryffindor's victory entirely to him, Harry felt incredibly embarrassed. "Oliver, it wasn't just me, it was everyone's doing, it was all you're doing," Wood exclaimed, waving his hand. "From the moment you joined us in our first year, I knew we would win. If it weren't for all the unexpected events, we could have won 3 consecutive championships." Harry felt even more ashamed at this, as he was directly involved in the events of his first and second years. Afterward, Wood excitedly shared some good news with Sherlock and Harry. He had recently signed with Podmere United, becoming a substitute player for the team. Podmere United was founded in 1163 and belonged to the British and Irish Quidditch League. As the oldest surviving Quidditch team, Podmere United was active in England during the Middle Ages. By the end of the 20th century, they had won the Quidditch League Cup 22 times and the European Cup twice, in 1290 and 1379. Wood's ability to join such a strong team right after graduation shows that his abilities were recognized, even as a substitute. After a while, an excited Wood finally let go of Sherlock and Harry. At this moment, Ginny seized the opportunity to tell Wood about her plan to apply to join the Gryffindor Quidditch team this year. "That's great," Wood immediately perked up upon hearing this. "How about it? Want to be the goalkeeper? I have a feeling the new captain will be Angelina. I can mention it to her later. If you're interested, I can even tell you about goalkeeping techniques, like how to judge the batter's feints." "No, I'm not suited for that position," Ginny said firmly, her voice trembling slightly. "I want to start as the seeker." "The seeker? But we already have the best seeker in the whole school." Wood, true to his name, was like a block of wood, naturally oblivious to the girl's heart. "I can be a substitute first." Ginny stole a glance at Harry, then quickly looked away, silently adding in her mind, "Harry's substitute alone. Starting as a substitute is indeed a good idea." Wood always seemed radiant when Quidditch was mentioned. Thinking about it now, Gryffindor should have had a substitute a long time ago. How can 7 starters handle it? What if someone gets injured? There's no one to replace them, he sighed, his tone full of regret. When Harry was a first-year student, if we had a substitute seeker, we wouldn't have had to play with one less player. "Harry, don't take it personally, I'm not blaming you. As captain, this is something I should have considered." After saying this, he looked at Ginny with a scrutinizing gaze. "Your physique is perfect for a seeker," Wood said, circling Ginny and sizing her up. "Light and agile. It's a pity I haven't seen you fly, otherwise I could give you better advice." "Why not give it a try now? I doubt the Ministry of Magic will approve," Hermione interjected. Just now, 2 little kids were playing on their flying broomsticks, and they went to their parents. "Oh, that's a real shame, but it's alright, as long as you work hard, you'll definitely have your chance." After saying goodbye to Oliver Wood, Ron asked curiously, "Ginny, when did you decide to join the Quidditch team?" Just now, Ginny's heart skipped a beat. She blinked quickly and forced a natural smile. "I suddenly remembered when I saw Wood, the former captain. Speaking of which, I'd like to join too." Ron touched his nose, a hint of hesitation in his eyes, and his voice lowered. In terms of flying skills alone, he certainly couldn't compare to Harry or Malfoy. But they were already in their 4th year. Even his own sister was eagerly wanting to join the Quidditch team, so he couldn't be less enthusiastic than her, could he? "Come on, Ron," Harry exclaimed excitedly when he heard his best friend wanted to play Quidditch too. Wood has graduated, and Gryffindor is short of a goalkeeper. If you can win the competition, you can become a starter. Ron had only said it casually, but now that Harry mentioned it, he really had the idea. This worried Ginny, who was standing nearby. She joined Quidditch so she could have more time alone with Harry. But if Ron joined, he would inevitably take Harry away. After all, Harry could discuss tactics with him, right? No, she had to think of something. Sherlock saw this whole scene and was about to speak when Hermione pulled him back, gesturing for him to be quiet. She knew Sherlock too well. If Sherlock spoke, the situation would become extremely awkward. Sherlock raised an eyebrow, swallowing back the words he was about to say. Those words were optional anyway, and since Hermione had stopped him, he didn't bother to bring them up again. This made Hermione secretly breathe a sigh of relief. But then she paused. Hadn't her actions just now confirmed what Gemma had told her before she left? Instinctively protecting Sherlock, preventing him from saying anything that might cause trouble. No. But she quickly became resolute again. She did need to keep an eye on Sherlock, but not for Gemma, but for herself and Sherlock himself. After parting ways with Wood, they were quickly pulled aside by another enthusiastic classmate. Ernie Macmillan, Hufflepuff and their classmate. This big guy was also quite a character. In their second year, he had insisted that Harry was the heir of Slytherin, that he was the one who opened the Chamber of Secrets and released the monsters to attack wizards from non-mixed blood families. He had even gone so far as to say, if you doubt my bloodline, you can go back 9 generations and they were all purebloods, a ridiculous statement. He didn't even consider the consequences of daring to provoke Harry so openly if you were truly the mastermind behind releasing the monster. However, once the misunderstanding was cleared up, he immediately and sincerely apologized to Harry, asking for his forgiveness. Harry, being so kind, naturally chose to forgive him. Although almost 2 years had passed since the Chamber of Secrets incident, Macmillan still looked guilty when he saw Harry, pulling him aside to talk for a while and inviting Harry to sit in their tent. Harry, come sit in our tent? My mother baked pumpkin pie, it's delicious. Harry quickly waved his hand, pointing to the bucket in his hand. No, Macmillan, we have to go back to deliver water, everyone's waiting. Ernie then gave up, said a few more words of blessing, and reluctantly let go of his hand. Watching Ernie's departing figure, Ron couldn't help but purse his lips. Ever since he realized he misunderstood Harry, every time he sees Harry, he acts like he owes him hundreds of galleons. Even more talkative than Percy. He's an honest man, Sherlock said calmly. A hint of understanding in his eyes. What he said just now was from the bottom of his heart. On the way back, they encountered several more acquaintances. Neville, carrying a stack of books, waved nervously upon seeing them, almost dropping them. The Petty twins were discussing the upcoming match and enthusiastically invited him to predict the champion. Hannah Abbott excitedly pulled Sherlock aside, introducing him to her parents. It was thanks to Sherlock's help that Hannah's father, Mr. Abbott, had been cleared of suspicion. Sherlock chatted briefly with Mr. Abbott. Since that incident, he wasn't as enthusiastic about his work at the Ministry of Magic as before. In the past, for a major event like the Quidditch World Cup, he would have been actively involved. But now, unless specifically arranged, he immediately hides far away, bringing his wife and daughters, just like Mr. Weasley, participating only as an audience. Whenever they see acquaintances, they always stop to greet them. And so, they walked and stopped, eventually returning to the tent. Why did you take so long? George pointed to the campfire not far away, where Mr. Weasley was squatting beside it, enthusiastically adding wood. The flames were already half a person high. If we had come back any later, Dad would have burned all the wood around the tent. We can just collect more after that, Mr. Weasley said without looking up, still holding a twig and poking at the flames, his eyes sparkling with childlike curiosity. The fire's already lit, just keep it burning, it's that simple. But since the water had already been brought back, there was no need for that. It was about time, so everyone started cooking. Cooking really just meant boiling eggs and sausages. Just then, footsteps sounded from the direction of the woods, and 3 red-haired men strode towards them. The one in the lead, wearing horn-rimmed glasses and a crisp shirt, was Percy Weasley. The other 2 red-haired men trailed slightly behind, chatting and laughing easily. These are my brothers, Bill and Charlie. Ginny quickly stepped forward and whispered, afraid that Sherlock, Harry, Hermione, and Sirius wouldn't recognize them. Unlike when she mentioned Percy and Ron, her eyes held a hint of pride. Clearly, Her two older brothers were figures she had admired since childhood. Sherlock chuckled upon hearing this. "Ginny, you might not know, but we've actually seen them before." "Huh?" Ginny was taken aback. "How could you have seen them? Did they go to Grimwald Place before?" "No, Sherlock means we've seen them in a photograph," Sirius said slowly, a hint of nostalgia in his voice. "It's a photograph I'll never forget. Around this time last year, Mr. Weasley won the Daily Profit jackpot. They used the prize money for a trip, choosing Egypt, where Bill worked. The Daily Prophet ran the headline Ministry of Magic employee wins big prize, accompanied by a photograph. The Weasley family of 9 stood in front of a massive pyramid, including Bill and Charlie. Ron had even sent the clipping to Sherlock, Harry, and Hermione. As for Sirius saying he remembered the photograph so well, it was because Fudge, who was visiting Azkaban, happened to have the newspaper with him. Sirius Black immediately recognized Scabbers, the pet mouse perched on Ron's shoulder. The one-paw-missing rascal was none other than Peter Pettigrew, whom he believed to belong dead. It was recognizing Peter's disguise that inspired Sirius's decision to escape, leading to the events that followed. Now, with so much time gone, recalling the incident felt like a lifetime ago. A year later, Peter Pettigrew had been executed. Sirius Black had not only escaped his status as a fugitive but had also become a guest of honor at the Ministry of Magic. Thinking of this, a relieved smile appeared on Sirius's face. He looked at Harry, then at Sherlock, his eyes filled with satisfaction. Harry was so fortunate to have a friend like Sherlock. Sherlock, whom he was watching, was also looking at the brothers Bill and Charlie. Seeing a photograph and seeing them in person were two completely different experiences. The eldest brother, William Weasley, was nearly 6 feet tall, currently the tallest member of the Weasley family. However, judging from Ron's current growth spurt, he might surpass his older brother in height in the future. His long red hair was tied back in a simple ponytail, and he wore an earring with a small fan-like ornament hanging from it. His outfit was stylish, as if he were going to a rock concert, and he wore boots made of dragon skin. He was also the most handsome of the Weasley brothers, mature, stable, capable at work, tolerant, and opinionated, with his own unique aesthetic sense. The second brother, Charlie Weasley, was about the same size as his twins, even shorter than his taller brother Ron, but much more muscular than the beansprout Percy. He had a broad, weathered face, covered with dense freckles, almost turning it brownish black. His arms were muscular, with a large, shiny burn scar on one arm. He is a free spirit, focused and persistent, low-key, reliable and empathetic, and has a very good relationship with his family. After glancing at Bill and Charlie, Sherlock had already formed a basic impression of the two. Chapter 469 One glance is enough. Hello everyone, it's nice to meet you all. As the Weasley brothers approached, Bill and Charlie began greeting Sherlock and the others they were meeting for the first time. "Sherlock, I'm Bill," Bill said cheerfully, shaking Sherlock's hand. "I've heard about you from Ron. I think he must have said that. I can tell what you've done all day just by looking at you." Looks like he wasn't wrong. Bill couldn't help but laugh. "Hello, Sherlock, I'm Charlie." Charlie's grip was a bit stronger than Bill's. "So, tell me, what have we done today? Obviously, you just apparated here after you got up, and haven't even eaten yet, huh?" Bill and Charlie couldn't help but smile at each other. Then the two greeted Harry, Hermione, and Sirius separately. Just as the three brothers sat down, Percy shouted, "Dad, we just apparated." "Ah, great, there's something good to eat." Bill and Charlie smiled at each other again and nodded to Sherlock. This level of deduction was hardly a trial for Sherlock, it was merely routine. Saying boiled eggs and sausages were delicious without having eaten anything seemed perfectly reasonable. However, they had only enjoyed half of their meal when Mr. Weasley suddenly jumped up, startling everyone. Just as the Weasley twins thought their father was up to something again, Mr. Weasley was already smiling and waving to a man striding towards them. "Ha ha ha," he said, turning to everyone, "this is the most important person right now, Ludo." Clearly, the newcomer was Ludo Bagman, the Director of Physical Education at the Ministry of Magic. He was also the person Mr. Weasley had recently mentioned as the most suitable for the job. Sherlock, just as he had observed Bill and Charlie, sized up the former Quidditch star and current Director of Physical Education. He wore a long Quidditch robe with wide yellow and black stripes, and a huge wasp splattered across the chest. However, the robe seemed ill-fitting, clinging tightly to his large belly. His nose was flat, And given his past as a Quidditch player, it was hard not to wonder if it had been flattened by a running ball. Besides that, he had large, dark blue eyes and short, blonde hair. Bagman was clearly delighted to see Mr. Weasley. His face was flushed, and he even hopped around as if he had springs in his feet. "Arthur, my dear old friend, you're here early." He approached, looked at the tent, then at the campfire, and exclaimed in surprise, "Not bad, you've got everything organized. I don't think some wizards could handle this." As if to confirm his statement, a group of haggard-looking Ministry of Magic officials rushed past. In the distance, there were signs of someone playing with fire. Purple flames leaped more than 20 feet high. At this moment, Percy quickly stepped forward, extending his hand to Bagman, clearly wanting to make a good impression. Although he had only recently joined the Ministry of Magic, Percy already had a deep understanding of the organization. The Ministry of Magic is an organization formed within the wizarding world for the self-management of magical society. Not only in Britain, but also in many other countries, such as Norway, Greece, Germany, and Bulgaria. There are exceptions. Argentina does not have a Ministry of Magic, only a magical parliament. The United States does not have a Ministry of Magic, but rather a magical Congress. Although their operating methods differ, their functions are similar to those of the Ministry of Magic. The establishment of the British Ministry of Magic can be traced back to the 16th century, making it one of the earliest in the world. It is the main governing body of British magical society, responsible for enacting laws and managing the British wizarding community. The Ministry of Magic maintains close ties with the Muggle government. The Minister of Magic visits each new Prime Minister upon taking office. Similarly, whenever the Minister of Magic changes its highest-ranking official, the new minister meets with a Muggle Prime Minister. Furthermore, when a major event occurs in the magical world that could potentially affect the Muggle world, the Minister of Magic holds an emergency meeting with a Muggle Prime Minister. The reverse is also true. As the highest-ranking person in the Ministry of Magic, the Minister of Magic is also the supreme leader of the magical world of their country, responsible for the overall management of all affairs within the nation's magical society. The Minister for Magic stays informed about matters concerning the wizarding world by receiving reports from ministry administrators and other department heads. Besides the minister, the highest-ranking official, the ministry has 7 divisions, each responsible for a specific aspect of the wizarding world. The Division of Magical Law Enforcement is the largest and most central division, with all divisions except the Division of Mysteries having some connection to it. Each division is further divided into numerous smaller departments and offices. This makes the ministry's organizational structure quite clear. The heads of the 7 divisions are all high-ranking officials. Ludo Bagman is the director of the Division of Physical Education and Sports. Percy's father, Arthur Weasley, is the director of the Office Against the Abuse of Muggle Items, which falls under the Division of Magical Law Enforcement. In other words, Arthur's direct superior, the director of the Division of Magical Law Enforcement, is on the same level as Ludo Bagman, the director of the Division of Physical Education and Sports. Therefore, Arthur Weasley's rank is 2 levels lower than Ludo Bagman's. Percy considers this a very important matter. However, neither Arthur Weasley nor Ludo Bagman seemed particularly concerned. It wasn't until Percy stepped forward to shake Bagman's hand that Mr. Weasley seemed to remember something and introduced, "This is my son, Percy. He graduated this year and just started working at the Ministry of Magic." "Hello, Mr. Bagman. It's a pleasure to meet you." "Hello, young Weasley. I've heard Barty mention you." "You mean Mr. Crouch?" Percy suddenly became excited upon hearing the name. "Unbelievable. He actually mentioned me to you." "Yes, but he seems to have misremembered your name." Bagman shrugged, seemingly not particularly interested in the topic, glancing at the others behind him as if searching for something. Undoubtedly, his eyes immediately fell on the tall, handsome man. He exclaimed in surprise, "Isn't that Black?" "That's right, Sirius Black, the brave warrior who dared to stand against a mysterious man, a true hero of the wizarding world." Mr. Weasley chuckled, "I forgot to tell you, Arnold just brought him here." Although Sirius had a lot of opinions about the Ministry of Magic itself, he didn't intentionally show hostility towards some of its members. So when Mr. Weasley introduced them, he also proactively extended his hand to shake hands with Mr. Bagman. Mr. Weasley then began introducing the others. "This is Fred." "No, it's George." "Sorry, that's Fred." "See, Sherlock, even Dad always mistakes us." Fred shrugged when he heard Mr. Weasley point at George and tell Bagman that it was him. So I really don't understand why you can always recognize us so accurately. Observation, of course. Is observation really that useful? At this moment, Bill and Charlie also curiously gathered around. Bill couldn't help but say, actually, Ron told me that you can not only tell what a person did in a day just by looking at them, but also their profession, personality, and so on. That's right. For example, I know you were a curse breaker for Gringotts in Egypt, mature and steady, with outstanding work ability. You have a tolerant and opinionated personality, and also your own unique aesthetic sense. As for Charlie, he studied dragons in Romania and has extremely high Quidditch talent, almost comparable to Harry. He loves freedom, is focused and persistent, low-key and reliable, and has empathy. Aha, that's absolutely right. Bill and Charlie both laughed, but that alone doesn't prove anything. Even if you haven't met us, our parents, brothers, and sisters might tell you these things. Right, you're right. Ron did mention some things about you, but more details are inferred from my observations of you just now. Ron also protested at this point. Hey, I didn't tell Sherlock about you in such detail. It's all right. Sherlock spoke calmly, his gaze shifting to Ludo Bagman, who was talking to Mr. Weasley. For example, by observation, I can tell right now that your father's friend will soon propose a bet. Huh? What? This time, everyone was surprised by Sherlock's words. While they were talking, Mr. Weasley continued his introductions. These are my sons, Bill, Charlie, and Ron. This is Ginny, my youngest child and only daughter. These are Ron's friends, Sherlock Holmes, Hermione Granger, and of course, Harry Potter. Bagman smiled as Mr. Weasley introduced his children, even praising Ginny's beauty. He didn't react much to Sherlock and Hermione's names when introducing Ron's three friends. But when he heard Harry Potter, he immediately showed surprise. The next moment, his eyes swept over the scar on Harry's forehead. Chapter 470. You will win, but victory will not be yours. In the wizarding world, when people hear a boy's name is Harry Potter, they usually show surprise first, then look at the boy's forehead for the lightning bolt-shaped scar. Harry is used to this combo. So when Ludo Bagman does the same, Harry isn't surprised at all. Fortunately, Bagman's gaze doesn't linger on his forehead for long, because Mr. Weasley interrupts him. All right, now allow me to introduce you all. He pauses, then says solemnly, this is Ludo Bagman. You all know who he is. Thanks to him, we were able to get such good tickets. Arthur, it's nothing, just a small favor. Bagman's face is all smiles again. He waves his hand, and then asks impatiently, want to place a bet on the match? Arthur, everyone except Mr. Weasley, Mr. Bagman, and Percy looks at Sherlock in surprise. He's right again. Ludo Bagman actually proposed a bet. Just as Harry was already used to the surprised looks on people's faces when they heard his name, Sherlock was equally accustomed to the surprised looks when his predictions came true. So, he was even more composed than Harry had been just moments before. Bagman jingled the pockets of his yellow and black robes, showing Mr. Weasley that they were filled with a considerable amount of gold coins. I've convinced Roddy Ponte to bet me that Bulgaria will score the first goal. I've given him very high odds because I consider Ireland's number 3 striker to be the best I've seen in years. Little Agatha Timms has staked half her eel farm stock on the bet that the game will last a week. Oh, let me think. Mr. Weasley hesitated, but considering that the other party had helped him get such good tickets, it wouldn't be very polite to refuse outright. He finally said, well, all right. I'll bet 1 galleon on Ireland to win. Okay, 1 galleon. Ludo Bagman seemed a little disappointed, clearly thinking Mr. Weasley's bet was a bit small. However, he quickly regained his interest and turned his attention to the others, looking around as he said, all right, a little gambling is fine. So, anyone else want to gamble? They're too young to gamble, Mr. Weasley quickly said. Molly won't agree, but before he could finish speaking, Fred and George had already pulled out a large wad of cash with lightning speed. We're betting 36 galleons, 18 sickles, and 9 nuts, Fred said. We're betting on Ireland to win, but Victor Crumb will catch the golden snitch, George said. Oh, right, we're also adding a fake wand, Fred added again. Hey, what are you doing? Are you planning to show those junks to Mr. Bagman? Percy seemed to find the whole thing a bit embarrassing and whispered to the twins. But Mr. Bagman didn't think the fake wand was junk at all. He took the wand from Fred, and when it squawked and transformed into a rubber chick, Mr. Bagman paused for a moment, then burst into laughter. Fantastic. Brilliant. I haven't seen anything so lifelike in years. I'll buy it for 5 galleons, on your bet. Percy was both surprised and annoyed, completely stunned. He was surprised that Bagman valued something he'd always looked down on so highly. He was annoyed that Ludo Bagman was acting like this, lacking any semblance of leadership, a far cry from his superior, Barty Cratch. Lacking much composure, Percy froze, his dissatisfaction with Bagman leaving him speechless, like a telephone pole. Neither Mr. Weasley nor Mr. Bagman noticed him. Mr. Weasley frowned and said, "Children, I don't want you gambling. I know this is all your savings." "Your mother, don't be such a spoilsport, Arthur," Ludo Bagman said loudly before the Weasley twins could speak, excitedly jingling the money in his pocket. "They're grown up now, they know what they want. You think Ireland will win, but Crumb can catch the golden snitch? Impossible, children, it's impossible. In that case, I can give you very high odds. Come on." Ludo Bagman quickly pulled out a notebook and quill pen, hastily writing down the twins' names. Mr. Weasley could only watch helplessly. "Done." George took the small strip of parchment Bagman handed him and tucked it into the front of his robe. Bagman, now brimming with money, became beaming again and turned to Mr. Weasley to talk about other things. "So, Sherlock, do you think we can win?" George returned with a slip of paper, showed it to everyone, and asked with a grin. No, you should tell us first how you knew he would propose a bet." Fred's words drew everyone's attention to Sherlock, eager to hear what the detective from the magic school had to say. After all, he had just pointed out that Mr. Bagman would propose a bet. These two questions are essentially the same thing. Sherlock's gaze calmly fell on Ludo Bagman. The tall former Quidditch star was cheerfully exchanging pleasantries with Mr. Weasley, his round blue eyes sparkling with childlike enthusiasm, his rosy cheeks appearing even fuller in the campfire light. His signature short blonde hair clung to his round head, and his tight Quidditch robe accentuated his protruding belly, revealing the relaxed state after his illustrious athletic career. Notice how his steps are bouncing. It's not entirely due to happiness, but more so to an uncontrollable restlessness. This restlessness isn't just simple energy, but a body language ingrained from years of habit. I tend to call it the prelude to a gambler's excitement when facing a potential opportunity. Just now, his response to Percy's enthusiastic self-introduction was polite but perfunctory. His attention had already wandered. This reveals that his core interest isn't in maintaining relationships with his colleagues at the Ministry of Magic. When he laughed and praised their camp and campfire for being well organized, his exaggerated tone and fleeting glances suggested it was more of a polite exchange to be completed quickly than genuine praise. In fact, he was laying the emotional groundwork for what he really wanted to do. Also, when he was talking to your father just now, he maintained a slightly forward-leaning posture. Coupled with the slight rubbing of his fingers and the unintentional short pauses in his speech, it all proves he was preparing his opening remarks. At this point, Sherlock suddenly stopped. The crowd, who were just getting to the exciting part, immediately became anxious when Sherlock abruptly stopped. Ron, the most impatient of them all, immediately urged, "And then? Sherlock, keep going. Didn't you just say those two questions were essentially the same thing?" Fred added. "You haven't said whether we'll win or not," George followed suit. "Unfortunately, you will win the bet, but victory won't be yours." Hearing Sherlock's words, the Weasley twins were stunned. What kind of talk was that? Fortunately, Sherlock didn't keep him in suspense and quickly offered an explanation. In fact, this former Quidditch star and current Minister of Magic is already financially on the verge of collapse due to his gambling addiction. The fear of bankruptcy and the obsessive desire to constantly seek a way to turn things around are ingrained in his instincts. This is easy to see, even in this informal, makeshift camp. Facing a group of naive young people, he can still offer small bets to liven things up. Sherlock shook his head as he continued, "That's why I said you'll win the bet, but victory won't be yours. Because judging from the high odds he just gave you, even if you win, he won't be able to pay you your share." Upon hearing this, the Weasley twins were stunned. No way? Mr. Bagman is the Minister of Magic. How could he do something so shameless? Harry couldn't help but exclaim. "Dear Harry, you always assume everyone else is as kind as you are." Sherlock shook his head slightly. "I can tell at a glance that Mr. Bagman has a gambling addiction. You know, to me it's as obvious as a habitual thief. Besides, he's currently burdened with a huge amount of debt. Of course, he won't admit it himself. This Quidditch World Cup has long become a money-making tool for him. So, This matter of defaulting on debts has nothing to do with his identity. After hearing Sherlock's words, Fred was the first to stand up. "I'll go get the money back." "Can you get it back?" Hermione couldn't help but ask. If he's really the kind of person Sherlock is talking about, it's unlikely he'll spit out what's already in his mouth, right? If he really wants it back, now is the time. Sherlock smiled slightly. With Mr. Weasley, his colleague, by his side, he might agree out of politeness. Once he leaves, there'll be no chance. The Weasley twins had considerable trust in Sherlock's abilities. "I'll go right now." Fred rushed off without another word. When he found Ludo Bagman and explained his purpose, he was suddenly stunned, having been excitedly chatting with Mr. Weasley. Chapter 471 The Missing Witch. When Ludo Bagman heard Fred Weasley say he was going to take back his bet, he froze, having been excitedly chatting with Mr. Weasley. "Why?" he asked, looking at Fred in shock and bewilderment. "Why have you suddenly changed your mind, boy?" "I'm sorry, Mr. Bagman, but we just discussed it and we still think my father is right. We're too young to gamble." Fred, of course, could reveal Sherlock's assumption that he might be in debt. So he simply came up with a seemingly plausible and flawless reason. "When we get back, Mother will definitely kill us." Bagman looked troubled. Just as Hermione had said, no one wants to give up something they've already got their hands on. However, after hearing Sherlock's words, Fred was determined to get the money back. He clasped his hands together and looked at Bagman sincerely, saying, "Please, Mr. Bagman, how can you go back on your word?" Just then, Percy, standing nearby, became displeased. He lowered his voice and said to Fred, "Mr. Bagman was already being very kind by accepting your fake wand, and now you want to back out." "Shut up, unless you're willing to give the money back," Fred said bluntly. He was truly exasperated with his third brother. He was definitely siding with outsiders while attacking insiders. At this moment, Mr. Weasley also chimed in. "Ludo, you should give them the money. George is right. Once Molly gets angry, even I'm afraid." Seeing Mr. Weasley say this, Ludo Bagman hesitated for a moment, but still counted out 36 galleons, 18 sickles, and 9 nutters and returned them to Fred. "I haven't even had a chance to enjoy it yet," Bagman said reluctantly. "Oh, and that fake wand, sir, you can keep that wand." Fred noticed Bagman's interest in their invention and decided to stop while he was ahead. "Mother won't be angry if you really lose it." "Okay, all right. I'll still give you 5 galleons, Bagman said, taking the slip of paper back and writing a new one for Fred. "Here you go, George." "Thank you, but I'm Fred." "What?" "But Arthur just said." "Well, we're used to our biological parents often confusing us." "Sorry, Ludo. Fred's over there," Mr. Weasley said apologetically at this moment. Never mind, let's talk about something else. Arthur, can you do me a favor?" Seeing Fred take the money back, Mr. Weasley secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Of course, he didn't know that Fred changed his mind because Sherlock had just done his analysis. He was simply happy that his son hadn't gambled. Now, hearing Bagman suddenly ask for help, he couldn't help but ask curiously, "What is it?" "Actually, I've been looking for Barty Crouch," Bagman said somewhat dejectedly. "That Bulgarian official who holds the same position as me has been giving us all sorts of criticism and making things difficult, but I can't understand a word he's saying. However, Barty can solve this problem. He speaks about 150 languages." Mr. Crouch, Percy, who had been frozen in place like a telephone pole because of his dissatisfaction with Bagman, exclaimed. Hearing the name Barty Crouch, however, he became excitedly agitated. "He can speak 200 languages. Mermaid languages, turkey languages, and troll languages." "Anyone can speak troll languages," Fred interrupted dismissively. He was quite displeased with Percy for stopping him from asking for his principal, and now he said mercilessly, "You just need to point at it and make a purring sound." PFFT. Several of the younger wizards who were nearby couldn't help but burst out laughing. Fred really had a talent for making sarcastic remarks. Percy glared at Fred and then began to vigorously stir the campfire, making the water in the pot boil again. At this moment, Bagman also sat down on the grass next to them. This made Fred, who had already returned to Sherlock's side, feel embarrassed to share his joy with his friends. The others simply exchanged knowing glances and watched Mr. Bagman and Mr. Weasley chat. "Ludo, want a sausage?" "Thanks, I'm a little hungry." "So, still no news of Bertha Jorkins?" "Not even a glimpse." Bagman chewed on a sausage, saying casually, But don't worry, she'll show up at the right time. Poor old Bertha, her memory is like a bottomless cauldron, plus her sense of direction has always been terrible. She's probably lost again. I think one day in October, she'll stagger back to her office thinking it's still July. Believe it or not, I believe it. What's going on with Bertha Jorkins? After hearing their conversation, Sherlock turned to Ron and asked. Ron shook his head and looked at his two brothers. She's a witch in the Ministry of Magic, working in the Department of Physical Education and Sports, where Mr. Bagman works, Bill explained to Sherlock in a low voice. This summer, she went on vacation to Albania and hasn't returned for over a month. Sherlock raised an eyebrow. His attitude is like this when someone from his department goes missing for a whole month. Her situation is a bit special. Everyone in the Ministry of Magic knows that Jorkins' memory is notoriously bad. Over the years, she's been transferred from one department to another, and wherever she goes, she's been treated as a burden. In the end, she stayed in the Department of Physical Education and Sports. Seeing Sherlock still frowning, Charlie added, it's not that Mr. Bagman doesn't take it seriously. Actually, similar things have happened before, and she always manages to come back after a week or two. Sherlock listened to Bill and Charlie's explanations, but he also took note of everything Mr. Weasley and Bagman said. Mr. Weasley tentatively suggested to Bagman, don't you want to send someone to look for her? At this moment, Percy tactfully handed Bagman a cup of tea. Thank you, Percy. Actually, Barty Crouch has been saying that, but in this situation, we really don't have anyone else available. And here he is. Barty. The words had barely left his lips when a distinctive crackling sound rang out, followed by a wizard suddenly apparating beside their campfire. According to Ludo Bagman, this was Barty Crouch, the director of the International Magical Exchange and Cooperation Department, and also Percy's direct superior. Sherlock glanced at Mr. Crouch and immediately understood why Percy had that expression upon hearing his name. Percy Weasley was a staunch advocate of strict discipline, and Barty Crouch took this to the extreme. This contrasted sharply with Ludo Bagman, who sat lazily on the grass in his old hornet's robes. As a man in his 50s, Crouch stood ramrod straight, moved stiffly, and wore a spotless, crisp suit and tie. His short, black hair was impeccably styled, the parting in the middle almost unnaturally straight, and his narrow, toothbrush-like mustache looked as if it had been meticulously trimmed. His shoes were also gleaming. It's no exaggeration to say that, judging solely by Barty Crouch's appearance, no one would guess he was a wizard. He looks like a bank manager, Harry whispered to Sherlock. Sherlock nodded. Indeed, compared to the other wizards he'd met at the Ministry of Magic, Barty Crouch was different, even eccentric. However, in just one glance, Sherlock sensed Crouch's unease. Another secret? It was one thing for everyone at Hogwarts to have secrets, but even members of the Ministry of Magic seemed to be like this. Just then, Bagman, seeing Mr. Crouch arrive, patted the grass beside him happily and said, sit down and rest for a bit, Barty. No, thank you, Ludo, Crouch said, though his voice held a hint of impatience. I've been looking everywhere for you. The Bulgarians insisted we add 12 more seats to the top tier. Oh, so that's what they wanted, Bagman said. I thought the guy wanted to borrow a pair of tweezers. Their accent is so heavy. The pronunciation of 12 seats and tweezers is indeed somewhat similar, so it wasn't surprising to hear a particular syllable. Mr. Crouch. Just then, Percy, seeing his direct superior, was breathless with excitement. He leaned forward and bowed. His exaggerated movements made him look hunchbacked. Would you like a cup of tea? Mr. Crouch only noticed Percy then, giving him a surprised look before nodding. Well, thank you, Weatherby. Harry, Hermione, Ron, Ginny, and the others nearly burst out laughing, but managed to hold it in. Bill and Charlie were better self-controlled, but still kept their faces tightly shut. Fred and George were less polite, laughing so hard they almost spat their tea into their cups. Just as Bagman had said, Crouch had even misremembered Percy's last name. The atmosphere became somewhat awkward, except for Sherlock and Sirius, who remained unfazed. Sherlock thought it was nothing to make a fuss about. As for Sirius, he had quite a history with Barty Crouch. From the moment he apparated, Sirius had his arms crossed, staring at him with a knowing look. Chapter 472. Take another one for each person. Barty Crouch is the Director of International Magical Exchange and Cooperation at the Ministry of Magic. A serious and upright man, Fluent in multiple languages, he was formerly the director of the ministry's largest department, magical law enforcement. During the Wizarding Wars over a decade ago, he consistently advocated for a hardline approach against Voldemort, the leader of the Death Eaters, making him a representative figure of the Wizarding Hawks. Therefore, after the Wizarding Wars victory, he naturally gained the trust of most people in the wizarding world. After all, someone who persisted in fighting the enemy even in adversity couldn't be too bad as Minister for Magic. For this reason, in the immediate aftermath of the Wizarding Wars, Barty Crouch's prestige was unparalleled. Many believed he was a strong contender for the position of Minister for Magic, and he was indeed the most promising among the many competitors. It was during this process that, known for his toughness, he imprisoned Sirius Black in Azkaban without trial. Now, more than a decade later, the two meet again. To Arthur Weasley and Ludo Bagman, the scene is undeniably awkward. However, both Sirius Black and Barty Crouch, the two parties involved, acted as if nothing had happened. Despite their reluctance to acknowledge themselves as members of the Black family, it's undeniable that they possessed the family's stubbornness. For Sirius, he had mistakenly trusted Peter Pettigrew, willingly spending his life in Azkaban. To put it more bluntly, he believed that advising James and Lily to replace him with Peter Pettigrew at the last minute was tantamount to harming them. Therefore, when Barty Crouch declared him imprisoned in Azkaban without trial, he didn't object. In Barty Crouch's view, even if Sirius had, it would have been meaningless in that context. To everyone else, Sirius's betrayal of Voldemort, leading to the deaths of the Potters and harming Peter Pettigrew, was a fact. The evidence was conclusive, no trial was needed, and execution was warranted. After all, not a single person objected at the time. As for the truth coming to light and the situation turning around, it wasn't until 12 years later. Time had passed, and Barty Crouch had been transferred from being the most promising candidate to succeed as Minister of Magic to the International Department of Magical Cooperation. Crouch couldn't say he didn't regret his actions back then. However, compared to something more important, this matter seemed less significant. Therefore, when the two met, they simply exchanged greetings, and the situation that Mr. Weasley and Mr. Bagman had feared didn't occur. So, after mistakenly calling Percy's name Weasley as Weatherby, only Sherlock and Sirius didn't react. As for Percy himself, his ears had turned as red as his hair. Under these circumstances, he could only pretend to be engrossed in tending to the teapot. "By the way, there's something I've been wanting to tell you, Arthur," Mr. Crouch said, glancing at Mr. Weasley. "Ali Bashir has been provocative. He wants to talk to you about your ban on flying carpets." Mr. Weasley sighed heavily. "I sent him a message by Al last week specifically about it. In fact, I've told him almost 100 times, carpets are classified as Muggle handicrafts on the register of banned magical items, but will he listen? I doubt he will," Mr. Crouch said, taking the cup of tea Percy offered him. "He can't wait to export flying carpets here, but in England, flying carpets can never replace flying brooms, can they?" Bagman interjected. "Ollie thinks there's a loophole in the market for household vehicles," Mr. Crouch said. "I remember my grandfather had an Axminster velvet rug that could seat 12 people. Of course, that was before flying carpets were banned." Hearing Crouch's last remark, Sherlock glanced at him again. "This guy's interesting. He seems to be trying to convince everyone that all his ancestors were strict law-abiding. How's it going? All busy lately, Batty?" After the flying carpet topic ended, Bagman posed a targeted question about the Quidditch World Cup. "Pretty busy indeed," Mr. Crouch said dryly. "Organizing and arranging the door keys across 5 continents is no easy task. Ludo, I suppose, you're all eager for this turn quickly, aren't you?" Mr. Weasley asked. "What are you saying? I can't wait for it to end. I've never been so happy." Ludo Bagman seemed taken aback, but then quickly changed the subject. "However, there's still hope ahead. Right, Barty, we have a lot of things to organize, don't we?" Mr. Crouch raised an eyebrow at Bagman, somewhat displeased. "We promise not to announce anything until all the details." "Oh, details," Bagman waved his hand dismissively, as if shooing away a swarm of mosquitoes. "They've already signed, haven't they? They've agreed, haven't they? I bet you these kids will find out soon. I mean, after all, this happened at Hogwarts. Ludo, you should know we need to see those Bulgarians," Mr. Crouch suddenly said sternly, interrupting Bagman. "And thank you for the tea, Weatherby." He shoved the untouched teacup back into Percy's hand, waiting for Ludo to get up. Ludo struggled to his feet, downing his tea in one gulp, the galleons clinking merrily in his pocket. "Well, see you later. Arthur, you know, you're with me in the penthouse box. Oh, and Mr. Black over there too, Connolly got you the best seats." He winked at them, smiling. "I'm the commentator for this match, so you can look forward to it." With that, he waved enthusiastically goodbye. Barty Crouch nodded slightly. The next moment, both apparated and vanished before their eyes. "Is something going on at Hogwarts, Dad?" Fred asked immediately, not even laughing at Mr. Crouch for calling Percy Weasley again as he left. What were they talking about? "Is something going to happen at Hogwarts? You'll find out soon enough," Mr. Weasley said with a smile, clearly not intending to tell them. "It's classified. We'll only know when the department decides to release it," Percy said seriously. Mr. Crouch is right not to easily reveal secrets. His approach was bound to annoy, so Fred immediately retorted, "Oh, shut up, Weatherby." Everyone burst into laughter again, filling the air with a cheerful atmosphere. Seeing Percy frown and remain silent, Sherlock spoke calmly. "If I were you, Percy, I would point out his mistake on the spot, not remain silent." "How could I?" Percy exclaimed in surprise. "How could I point out my leader's mistake in public?" Sherlock gave Percy a deep look and said nothing more. Time passed slowly. Noon, afternoon, evening. And excitement spread across the camp like a tangible cloud. By dusk, even the quiet summer air seemed to tremble with anticipation. As night enveloped the thousands of eagerly waiting wizards like a curtain, the last trace of pretense vanished. The stubborn Ministry of Magic finally stopped resisting and allowed the obvious signs of magical use to emerge everywhere, as if succumbing to an inevitable trend. And so, every few steps, apparition vendors would descend from the sky. They carried trays and push carts filled with all sorts of strange and wonderful trinkets, miniature firebolts that actually flew, national flags of two countries that played their respective national anthems when waved, green top hats adorned with shamrocks dancing in the wind, Bulgarian sashes with lions that actually roared, clearly favorite souvenirs for supporters of Ireland and Bulgaria. There were also glowing rose-shaped badges, green for Ireland, red for Bulgaria, that could shout out the names of the team members. And of course, there were collectible statues of famous team members. These little statues could walk around in your palm with an air of smug satisfaction. The best-selling item was undoubtedly the figurine of Victor Krum, the Bulgarian seeker. "Isn't apparition supposed to be a very advanced spell?" Harry asked, puzzled. "It seems like everyone can do it, my dear Harry. Apparition is indeed difficult, but that's relative." Sirius chuckled, patting his godson's shoulder. "In my opinion, its biggest difficulty lies in the learning requirements. You must be at least 17 years old to learn it. In terms of difficulty alone, Animagus Transfiguration or the Patronus Charm are far more difficult, and then there's survivor bias," Sherlock added. "The Quidditch World Cup gathers wizards from all over the world. All the vendors who can appear are here. As for those who can't, you can't see them." "I see." Harry felt he'd learned something new. Ginny beside him nodded. "Don't worry about survivor bias," Ron couldn't help but interject. It's survivor bias, Ron," Hermione corrected. "That stuff is fine, but it's shopping time." Ron waved his hand impatiently. "I've saved up my allowance all summer for these." He bought a hat with a dancing shamrock and a large green rose badge. Clearly, he was supporting Ireland. But he also bought a miniature figurine of the Bulgarian seeker, Victor Krum. The tiny Krum walked back and forth in Ron's hand, frowning and staring at the green badge above him, which was quite amusing. Hermione, however, frowned at this. She really didn't like the Bulgarian Quidditch star. Sherlock, Harry, and Hermione bought nothing. In this respect, the three were similar in character, not very interested in these flashy trinkets. They were more concerned with practical things, or rather, being thrifty. "Wow, look at these." Just then, Harry rushed to a shopping cart. The cart was piled high with what looked like binoculars, but covered with all sorts of strange knobs and dials. "This is called a panoramic telescope," the wizarding vendor, clearly not recognizing the famous savior of the wizarding world, enthusiastically pitched to Harry, pointing to the goods on his cart. "You can use it to replay the game footage, in slow motion, no less. And if you need it, it can even quickly flash a game analysis. Don't hesitate, just 10 galleons for one." 10 galleons, you won't regret it. "I wish I hadn't bought this," Ron muttered, glancing longingly at the panoramic telescope from his hat adorned with dancing shamrocks. Clearly, he was also interested in the telescope, But having already spent all his money, he was penniless and couldn't afford it. "It's all right. You can buy a few and exchange them," the wizard vendor immediately suggested upon hearing Ron's words. "As long as the game footage you watch with it is recorded, it won't disappear." "Exchange them? Are you kidding me?" Just then, Sirius Black suddenly interjected. "If the foreigners next door see this, they'll think I can't afford it." The wizard vendor looked at the handsome adult wizard with some surprise. In fact, he knew very well that selling a panoramic telescope for 10 galleons wasn't cheap. But there was no way around it. The cost of these things was inherently high. In addition, he had paid a considerable price to be able to come here to sell things. He wouldn't earn much unless he sold one for 10 galleons. Therefore, it was only natural for several people to buy one together and exchange them. Just now, he had successfully sold several using this spell. But he didn't expect this wizard's reaction to be so strong. No, they're all the same." The wizard vendor quickly pointed to the foreign wizards and explained that they also had several people sharing one. "What do you mean they're all the same?" Sirius Black was unconvinced. Just as the wizard peddler was getting a headache, Sirius's next words almost made him jump for joy. "Who can see with just one telescope for several people? Get another one for each person." If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 473 Because he is Sherlock Holmes. Under Sirius Black's forceful intervention, not only did the 5 young wizards present, Sherlock, Harry, Hermione, Ron, and Ginny, each receive a panoramic telescope with recording, playback, and analysis functions, but even Bill, Charlie, Percy, and the Weasley twins, who weren't present, weren't spared. Sirius had Ron and Ginny bring one for each of them as well. The wizarding peddler was ecstatic. He clutched his bag of galleons tightly, his mouth practically agape. This single sale had netted him a 3-figure sum of galleons, equivalent to half a month's earnings. As for Sirius's slightly impatient and rude attitude earlier, "Please, what does a bad attitude matter in the face of this heavy pile of galleons? No, a customer who can pull out hundreds of galleons without batting an eye, that's more than enough." The wizard vendor deftly packed the telescopes, repeatedly saying "take care and come again next time," his solicitous manner a stark contrast to his earlier behavior when serving ordinary customers. However, among the crowd, only Harry and Hermione discreetly understood Sirius's intentions. They exchanged a glance, both seeing the same understanding in each other's eyes. Sirius's uncharacteristically extravagant display wasn't about showing off, but rather about pleasing Ron and Ginny. Although the telescopes were entirely silver-white, with intricate magical patterns engraved on the tube, and emitted a soft click when the focus knob was gently turned, clearly a well-made item, arguably worth the price, it was still. 10 galleons wasn't cheap even for an ordinary wizarding family. For a family like the Weasleys with 7 children, it was an even greater expense. If he had simply offered to buy them one as a gift, they might have hesitated. But after what had just happened, the situation was entirely different. Sirius's domineering CEO-like demeanor left the two speechless. They could only obediently accept the gift, without even a chance to refuse. Even so, after the wizarding peddler left in high spirits, Ron and Ginny were still a little embarrassed. "Sirius, wasn't this a bit too much?" Their parents were incredibly prolific. 7 children, 1 gift each, that's a whopping 70 galleons. "What are you talking about?" Sirius Black waved his hand domineeringly. "Don't forget, I'm your elder. Isn't it only natural for elders to buy things their juniors like? Unless," he paused deliberately, narrowing his eyes with interest as he looked at Ron and Ginny, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. He added pointedly, "unless you want to trace your lineage back to Molly? That way, Ron, you'd be my cousin, and Ginny, my cousin. That way, Harry'd have to call you uncle and aunt." I don't want to be Harry's aunt," Ginny said, blushing. Ron's face also turned bright red, the same color as his hair, a characteristic of the Weasley family. However, their reasons for blushing were different. Ginny simply didn't want to create a generational gap between herself and Harry. Being a distant cousin wasn't a big deal. In some ways, it could even add a bit of fun. But a distant aunt? Being a generation apart, those little schemes were completely out of the question. As for Ron, he was simply overly sensitive. He knew that Harry had inherited a small fortune from their parents, making him much wealthier than him, a fact he was always sensitive about. If Harry were to give him a telescope, he would absolutely find it unacceptable. But Sirius was different. As Sirius said, he was an elder, and it was perfectly reasonable for an elder to give a gift to a younger person, without making him feel embarrassed. Thinking of this, Ron grinned and said, "You're right, that's reasonable enough." As he spoke, he couldn't help but pick up the telescope and test it on the distant tent. The clear image through the lens made his eyes light up, and his earlier embarrassment completely vanished. Compared to the Weasley siblings, who were extremely sensitive about money, Sherlock, Harry, and Hermione were much more at ease. They didn't care so much about the amount of galleons, they valued the sentiment behind the gift more. "Oh, thank you, Sirius." Sherlock took the telescope. Harry nodded with a smile, and Hermione, after thanking Sirius, said, "Let me buy everyone a game manual. Look, over there." When they returned to the tent, they found that everyone else had also bought green sports badges. Mr. Weasley was even holding an Irish flag. Clearly, the Weasley family were fans of the Irish team. Only Percy had no souvenirs. He seemed unwilling to spend money on such things. When the Weasley children received Sirius's gifts, they were all beaming. Percy, with his hands empty, hesitated for a moment, then blushed and thanked Sirius and Harry. He wasn't really interested in souvenirs, but he felt he needed practical items like the telescope. "Sirius, you're really going to waste your money." Mr. Weasley looked at his 7 children, each with a panoramic telescope, and felt a little embarrassed. It's one thing to buy them for the other kids, but Bill, Charlie, and Percy are all adults. "What are you saying, Arthur?" Sirius slapped him hard on the shoulder. "So what if they're adults? Even if they were older, they're still our juniors. As their uncle, should I care about their age when I buy them gifts?" Having said that, Mr. Weasley smiled and said nothing more. Just as everyone was excitedly adjusting their telescopes, a deep, resonant gong sound suddenly came from somewhere in the distance of the woods. This sound was like a signal, and the next moment, thousands of lanterns emitting red or green light burst forth from the trees, instantly illuminating the path leading to the arena. "Time's up," Mr. Weasley said excitedly. "Hurry up, let's go." "Yay!" the young wizards shouted happily. The Quidditch World Cup final had finally begun. Mr. Weasley led the way, with Sirius Black standing beside him, hands in his pockets. Aside from Sherlock, Harry, and Hermione, he was arguably the most Muggle-like wizard among them. Everyone clutched their purchases, hurrying into the woods through the lantern-lit path. They could see thousands of people moving around, shouts, laughter, and intermittent singing echoing from all sides. This frenzied excitement was contagious. Almost everyone soon found themselves grinning from ear to ear. However, when Harry looked at Sherlock beside him, he was surprised to find only a faint smile on his face, seemingly unaffected by the fervor. "Never let your emotions cloud your judgment, my dear Harry." Sherlock, unsurprisingly, saw through Harry's thoughts and explained when Harry looked at him, "That would be a very dangerous thing, Sherlock. I'm starting to think you're a bit like Moody now." Sirius Black turned around and said with a smile, "He always thinks he's in danger." "Those are two different things," Sherlock said seriously, responding to Sirius's teasing. "His perceived danger comes from his surroundings, while mine comes from within." The group chatted and joked loudly for about 20 minutes before finally emerging from the other side of the woods. Once out of the woods, they found themselves standing in the shadow of a huge stadium. However, from this vantage point, everyone could only see a portion of the magnificent golden walls surrounding the stadium. Even so, everyone could tell that it could easily fit 10 cathedrals. "This place can hold a full 100,000 spectators," as one of the people from the Ministry of Magic who participated in the construction, Mr. Weasley explained to the others with some pride. 500 staff members from the Ministry of Magic worked on this for a whole year. You might not believe it, but every inch of this place is enchanted with a Muggle-repelling charm. Whenever a Muggle approaches, they suddenly remember something urgent and hurriedly leave. "May God bless them," he said with a hint of guilt, seemingly embarrassed that the grand event in the wizarding world had affected the normal lives of Muggles. Sherlock raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. The advantage of a single wizard over a Muggle was simply too great, that was without a doubt. Even a well-trained, fully armed warrior was no match for a wizard. Of course, the premise was that the wizard couldn't be approached by the warrior. Otherwise, it would be a bloody battle. However, in most cases, Muggles were often controlled or defeated by the wizard's ranged spells before they even got close. But, now it seemed that the gap between these two groups was also considerable. After all, the ability to directly alter someone's perception is simply too overpowered. Sherlock tried to imagine what he would do if he didn't have magical talent and encountered crime in the magical world. Faced with a killing curse that leaves no trace, he probably wouldn't be able to analyze it even if he exhausted all his reasoning skills. "Sherlock, what's wrong?" Hermione, who had been watching Sherlock closely, couldn't help but ask when she saw him suddenly fall into deep thought. "I suddenly thought of some connections between the magical world and the Muggle world." "It's nothing serious." Sherlock shook his head and pointed ahead, where here, at this moment, Mr. Weasley had led everyone to the nearest entrance, where a large group of wizards were waving their arms and shouting. It was clear that they were a little too excited. "First-class tickets," a Ministry of Magic witch at the entrance clearly recognized Arthur Weasley. She glanced at the tickets in Sirius and Mr. Weasley's hands and said to Mr. Weasley, "Top-tier box. Keep going upstairs, Arthur, just lead them straight to the very top." The stairs leading to the stadium were carpeted in crimson, giving it a high-end, sophisticated feel. Following the witch's directions, they followed a flow of people upwards without hindrance, arriving at the top. Mr. Weasley was right, Ludo Bagman had indeed gotten them the best tickets. Their box was at the highest point of the stadium, directly facing the golden goalposts. This vantage point offered a panoramic view of the entire stadium. Although it was called a box, there were still about 20 purple and gold-plated seats arranged in 2 rows. Sherlock, Harry, Hermione, and Sirius followed the Weasley family into the front row. From here, they could clearly see the 100,000 wizards Mr. Weasley had mentioned taking their seats. The seats were arranged in a tiered pattern around the oval stadium. The field was smooth and velvety, with 3 pitching rings on each side, each 50 feet high. To their right was a huge blackboard, constantly flashing golden lettering, "Cornflower, flying broomsticks for the whole family, safe, reliable, with a built-in anti-theft buzzer, MRS. Scuttle's all-purpose stain remover, easily removes stains, elegant wizarding robes, available in London, Paris, and Hogsmeade." Clearly, these were advertisements from the sponsors of the match. This was no different from the Muggle world, only the advertising methods were more sophisticated and direct. By the time Harry looked away from the billboards, Sherlock had already finished observing the field and the box itself. Because it was still early, besides the group, there was only one magical creature in the box. In the second-to-last seat of the row behind them sat an unusually small creature. Its legs were so short they could only stretch out onto the chair in front of it. A tea towel, used for wiping teawares, was wrapped around its body, like a loose robe. Its posture was also strange, its face buried deep in its hands. When Harry noticed its long, bat-like ears, he exclaimed almost incredulously, "Do Dobby, no, dear Harry, this isn't the house elf you know." With Sherlock's voice, the little creature looked up and released its fingers. When Harry saw its enormous brown eyes and its nose, shaped and sized like a large tomato, he understood Sherlock's words. This was indeed not Dobby. Of course, it was undoubtedly a house elf as well. In fact, Harry had only known 2 house elves so far, Dobby, the Lucius Malfoy house elf who had once come to deliver messages to him, and Kreacher, who prided himself on serving the Black family for generations. From a human perspective, other creatures, unless their differences were too obvious, all looked the same. Clay was indeed too old, so it's understandable that Harry mistook the house elf for Dobby. As for why Sherlock could distinguish between individuals even when the other person covered their face, it's because he is Sherlock Holmes. Chapter 474 The Elf Minister Sees Through. The velvet seats in the Quidditch World Cup penthouse gleamed softly, and the stadium lights gradually illuminated the room outside. Just as Sherlock pointed out that it wasn't Dobby, the house elf huddled in the corner peeked out from between trembling fingers, looking at Harry, and said in a high-pitched voice, Sir, did you just call me Dobby?" At that moment, the house elf, having overheard Sherlock and Harry's conversation, looked at Harry through its fingers and asked curiously. Its voice was so high-pitched that Harry secretly suspected it was probably female, though it was difficult to tell the gender of a house elf by appearance alone. Hearing the conversation, everyone else in the penthouse turned around, their curious gazes falling on Harry, Sherlock, and the house elf. Or rather, the 2 of them and the house elf. "Oh, I'm sorry," Harry said sincerely to the house elf. "I mistook you for someone I used to know, someone named Dobby, But I know Dobby too, sir, the house elf exclaimed shrilly. She still shielded her face with her hand, as if blinded by the light, though the penthouse wasn't brightly lit. My name is Sparkle, sir, you. Before she could finish, her gaze inadvertently swept across Harry's forehead. When she saw the lightning bolt-shaped scar, her deep brown eyes widened instantly, like two small dishes stretched open, filled with shock. I know. You must be Harry Potter. Yes, Harry nodded calmly. The series of events that day had accustomed him to such reactions. Oh dear. Dobby talks about you all the time, and that man who can read minds. Sparkle's voice was tinged with excitement, her hands trembling slightly, her fingers widening slightly. Upon hearing this, Sherlock couldn't help but laugh. Isn't Dobby at Hogwarts? Oh my god. You must be the one who can read minds. Sparkle took a deep breath, her eyes instantly filled with awe as she looked at Sherlock. She instinctively covered her face with her hands, as if afraid that Sherlock would see right through her. Read people's hearts? No, I don't have that ability. Sherlock maintained his smile, easily changing the subject. Let's talk about Dobby, whom you mentioned earlier. What's he doing now? He's still at Hogwarts. Sparkle shook his head slightly, the tattered linen rustling with the movement. Being watched by the other house elves, he can't go back to his master's house. But Sparkle thinks he doesn't really want to go back, otherwise he would have found a way. Obviously, he's just going with the flow. Sherlock turned to Harry, his eyes showing a hint of understanding. See, Harry? That's why I suggested you replace Sirius in commanding creature. Even if there are magical contracts forcing them to obey orders, they can always find a loophole if they want to. Good heavens. Dobby wasn't wrong, you really can read people's hearts. Sparkle couldn't help but scream, his body trembling slightly. Sherlock didn't dwell on the topic, instead changing the subject, his gaze landing on Sparkle's tense shoulders. So, what are you doing here? You seem afraid of something. I have acrophobia. Sparkle glanced quickly at the edge of the box, then gasped, her voice filled with fear. But I came whenever Master sent me to the top floor box, sir. Hearing this, Sherlock looked at Hermione beside him. Coincidentally, Hermione was also looking at him. With Sherlock's help, her acrophobia had improved considerably. But recalling the exercises she had done to overcome her fear, her cheeks still flushed involuntarily, and she quickly looked away. He clearly knows you have acrophobia, so why did he send you here? Harry frowned, his tone clearly displeased. He didn't like being treated like this by house elves, especially a timid little creature like Sparkle. Master asked me to save him a seat, Harry Potter. He's too busy. Sparkle turned her head to look at the row of empty velvet seats beside her, her voice tinged with grievance. Sparkle really wishes she could go back to Master's tent, Harry Potter. But Sparkle will obey Master's orders. Sparkle is a very good house elf. After she finished speaking, she glanced fearfully at the edge of the compartment, quickly covering her eyes completely with her hands and shrinking into a ball. This house elf is really strange, Ron whispered in Harry's ear, still fiddling with the panoramic telescope in his hand. If we're talking about strange, Dobby and Creature are stranger than her. Harry couldn't help but frown, his gaze falling on Sparkle's trembling back. I just don't know whose elf she is. The director of the Department of International Magical Cooperation, Barty Crouch. What, didn't you ask who she is? I've given you the answer. She's Mr. Crouch's house elf, Sherlock explained calmly. Good heavens. Sparkle didn't say anything. This gentleman really can read minds. Sparkle peeked out from between his fingers again, his tone full of amazement. By this time, the others in the box were already used to Sherlock's prophetic abilities, and even Bill and Charlie didn't ask him how he knew. Only Mr. Weasley thoughtfully stroked his chin and said softly, so it was Barty. That certainly fits his style, always so meticulous, even sending house elves to reserve seats. The topic of house elves was dropped. Ron couldn't wait to pull out his panoramic binoculars and began to adjust them. He pointed the lens at the crowd on the other side of the stadium, fiddling with a replay knob on the side, and clicking his tongue in amazement. Great! I can make that old guy over there pick his nose again, and again, and again. Please, Ron, you're disgusting. Ginny wrinkled her nose, glared at him unhappily, and moved to the other side. Hermione took out the tasseled velvet-covered competition manual from her bag, her fingertips lightly tracing the exquisite cover as she carefully flipped through it. When she saw a certain line, her eyes suddenly lit up, and she looked up and exclaimed, Huh? There's a performance by the team mascots before the match. Oh, That's always worth watching, Mr. Weasley said with a smile, putting down his pumpkin juice, a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. When I was a kid watching the World Cup, the mascot performance was what I looked forward to most. Sirius nodded, turning to Harry and explaining, each national team brings rare magical creatures from their country to perform here. Come to think of it, I saw one once when I was a kid. It's so nostalgic. As time passed, the best box gradually filled up. Mr. Weasley began shaking hands with people who were clearly high-ranking wizards. This time, he didn't introduce his children and Harry to them. Harry was very grateful. He really didn't want to be stared at like that anymore. At Hermione's suggestion, Sherlock would occasionally whisper the identities and recent activities of these people. Everyone except Ron and Percy listened intently. Ron was completely absorbed in his telescope, perhaps still watching the old man picking his nose. Percy, on the other hand, hurriedly rose with each guest, his face plastered with a stiff smile. It's no exaggeration to say he looked like he was riding on the back of a porcupine covered in quills, his back bent like a reed in the wind each time he stood up. Especially when Minister for Magic Cornelius Fudge arrived, Percy's bow was so low that his horn-shaped spectacles fell to the ground with a clatter, the lenses shattering instantly. This greatly embarrassed him. He could only fix the lenses with his wand and then sat there dumbfounded. He realized that Fudge hadn't noticed his embarrassment at all, and instead walked straight towards Sirius and Harry. Sirius, for his part, was all right. Sir Merlin, a recipient of the Order of the Red Chamber and an elder of his, had even gifted him the panoramic telescope. It was normal for him to be valued. But what about Harry? Percy secretly cast a complicated glance at Harry, his heart filled with resentment. He had worked so hard for so long, diligently interning at the Ministry of Magic, yet he had never won Fudge's favor. Harry, simply because he was the boy who lived, could easily gain the minister's attention. Thinking of this, Percy cast a complicated look at Harry. Fudge walked up to Sirius and warmly shook his hand. Then, like a father, he took Harry's hand and inquired about his recent situation. He pulled him aside to a wizard in a magnificent robe and loudly introduced him. Harry Potter, you know him. Turning to the wizard, whom everyone later learned was the Bulgarian Minister of Magic, he excitedly said, Harry Potter, oh, think. You definitely know who he is, the boy who escaped death from the void. So, you should know who he is now, right? The Bulgarian wizard, dressed in a black velvet robe trimmed with gold and jeweled buttons at the collar, frowned, clearly not understanding a word of English, but simply smiled and nodded politely. However, Fudge's efforts weren't in vain. The next second, his gaze fell on the scar on Harry's forehead, and his eyes lit up. He excitedly pointed to the lightning bolt-shaped scar, rattling off a long string of Bulgarian, his voice filled with excitement. I knew he'd understand eventually. Fudge breathed a sigh of relief, then turned to Harry with a wry smile. I'm really not good with languages, so I need Barty Crouch for this kind of thing. I saw his house elf save him a seat. I must say, he's very thoughtful. These Bulgarians always try to get the best seats. Just then, Sherlock suddenly chuckled softly. The sound wasn't loud, but it was particularly clear in the slightly noisy box. Holmes, right? What are you laughing at? Fudge immediately turned to Sherlock, his tone slightly displeased. Even now, he still couldn't believe that it was Sherlock who discovered the truth about Sirius's false accusation a year ago. He stubbornly believed that it was Dumbledore's deliberate arrangement to cultivate a favorite disciple. After all, Dumbledore had been doing this for so many years. Hermione suddenly seemed to remember something and quickly asked, Sherlock, do you speak Bulgarian? Everyone immediately looked at Sherlock. Fudge's eyes lit up. If this little boy knew Bulgarian, he could certainly put him to good use. Serving the Minister of Magic should be an honor for him. However, he thought it was unlikely. After all, Bulgarian was a very rare language. Sure enough, Sherlock shook his head. Dear Hermione, I wasn't lying to you last time. Bulgarian isn't among the languages I know. I knew it, Fudge sighed, about to say something more, when Sherlock suddenly changed the subject. But that doesn't mean we can't communicate with this gentleman, am I right, sir? He looked at the Bulgarian wizard. Sherlock, what are you saying? He doesn't understand English, Mr. Weasley said. Otherwise, Cornelius wouldn't have had so much trouble communicating with him. No, he speaks English. Sherlock's tone remained calm, but carried an undeniable certainty. What? Everyone looked at the Bulgarian Minister of Magic in surprise, only to see him with a blank expression, as if he didn't understand what was going on. Holmes, this joke isn't funny, Fudge frowned, his displeasure deepening. "I'm not joking, Your Excellency." Sherlock met Fudge's gaze and said calmly, "This gentleman not only speaks English, but he also found your gesturing here just now, how should I put it, very interesting." "How could it be?" Before Fudge could finish speaking, the Bulgarian Minister of Magic suddenly spoke up, his pure London accent ringing out clearly. "Interesting little wizard, may I ask your name?" "Holmes, it's Sherlock Holmes." "Sherlock Holmes," Sherlock corrected, then extended his hand. "It's a pleasure to meet you, I'm Oberonsko." The Bulgarian minister shook Sherlock's hand, his blank expression gone, replaced by an interested smile. It wasn't until the two had finished shaking hands that Fudge realized what was happening. His eyes widened, his tone laced with annoyance. "You speak English? And you've made me gesturing all day. Hey, as this Mr. Holmes says, it was certainly a lot of fun." Oberonsk shrugged, his tone as casual as if it were a trivial matter, completely unfazed by Fudge's rage. He then turned to Sherlock, asking curiously, "So, how did you figure that out? I bet I hadn't uttered a single word of English before speaking to you." Chapter 475 The Most Beautiful Woman. "Minister, you haven't uttered a single word of English," Sherlock said calmly, looking at Bulgarian Minister of Magic Oberonsk, his voice low and slow. "But in most cases, human reactions are more honest than words. When Minister Fudge introduced you to Harry Potter, the boy who escaped death at the hands of Void, your eyes immediately locked onto Harry's scar." Sherlock paused, glancing at the astonished crowd in the box. Hearing Sherlock's words, everyone immediately understood. So that's it. If Oberonsk truly couldn't understand Cornelius Fudge, he wouldn't have reacted this way. Hermione stared intently at Sherlock, her face filled with familiar curiosity, mixed with a blush of admiration. Sherlock's analysis continued, "It's not just curiosity, it's a reaction of approval. Also, the way you pointed to the scar was passionate, yet showed no sign of seeking help or confusion. This indicates you fully understood Fudge's description. Someone who truly doesn't understand English would never show such instantaneous excitement at that moment. Furthermore, before that, when Minister Fudge was gesturing laboriously, your expression remained one of playful calm. Your eyes didn't wander, and your gestures weren't stiff. You observed his efforts like a bystander, whereas a real language barrier would bring continuous anxiety and confusion. These details combined are enough for me to deduce that you are simply enjoying this little prank." Sherlock's analysis ended there, and Oberonsk couldn't help but burst into a hearty laugh. The London accent, disguised by the Bulgarian accent, sounded particularly striking. "Brilliant, absolutely brilliant." He patted Sherlock's shoulder forcefully, completely unconcerned about Fudge's annoyed expression. "Yes, I was just teasing him. Think about it, the Minister of Magic of a major country waving his arms like a pantomime actor all day, that alone is worth the price of admission. Holmes, no, Holmes, you should work for the International Department of Magical Cooperation. Barty Crouch needs someone like you." Fudge's face turned even redder, and he turned away angrily, muttering things like how rude it was. Sherlock sighed. How to put it? In the Muggle world, when the leaders of two countries are having formal exchanges, they don't need to understand each other's languages at all. Or rather, it has nothing to do with whether they understand each other's languages or not. A commentator named Lyndon Wynne once said, even if the leaders of two countries can understand each other's languages, they still need to express their meaning in their own languages and then have a translator convey it. But today, it's one thing that the British Ministry of Magic doesn't have a translator, but even the Bulgarian Ministry of Magic doesn't have one. It can only be said that not only the British magical community, but the entire magical world is overflowing with talent. Just then, a few more people entered the box, saving Cornelius Fudge from his embarrassment. "Ah, it's Lucius," he exclaimed, his tone filled with delight, as if he'd met an old friend he hadn't seen in years. Sherlock raised an eyebrow, following Fudge's gaze, and sure enough, it was the Malfoy family. The second row behind Mr. Weasley had always had 3 empty seats. It seemed these were reserved for them. Sherlock had already met Lucius and Draco Malfoy, father and son. They looked much the same as when they last met. However, he was seeing another member of the Malfoy family, Lucius's wife and Draco's mother, Narcissa Malfoy, for the first time. She was a fair-skinned woman. Her light blonde hair made her look more like Lucius's sister than his wife. However, she still inherited the Black family's advantages, tall and beautiful. The problem was that she wore a disgruntled expression, as if she had smelled something unpleasant. Ah, Mr. Fudge, hello. Lucius extended his hand as he passed Cornelius Fudge, then introduced him to his family. I suppose you haven't met my wife Narcissa yet, and our son Draco? Hello, hello. Fudge smiled and bowed to Mrs. Malfoy. Please allow me to introduce you to Mr. Abransk. Oh, it should be Mr. Abransk. I've always had his name wrong. He's the Minister of Magic of Bulgaria, and he was just pretending not to understand English, laughing at me. Fudge had figured it out by then. As long as I wasn't embarrassed, it was others who were embarrassed. So he simply brought it up. As expected, Bulgarian Minister of Magic Abransk was taken aback upon hearing Fudge's words, then became embarrassed. Hey, Minister, I was just joking, don't take it so seriously. Not at all, I was just saying. Seeing Abransk's embarrassed expression, Fudge felt incredibly pleased. To ease the awkwardness, Abransk quickly took Narcissa Malfoy's hand and kissed it politely. Beautiful lady, it's a pleasure to meet you. I hope you will support Bulgaria. It's a pleasure to meet you, Minister. From a purely etiquette standpoint, Narcissa Malfoy's performance was impeccable. This made Lucius Malfoy unconsciously puff out his chest, proud to have such a dignified wife. Sherlock witnessed this scene and immediately formed a preliminary judgment about the relationship between this family. Alright, let me see who else. Fudge spoke up again. Lucius, I think you should know Mr. Sirius Black, right? He's the one who cooperated with us and caught that traitor who had been providing information to Mystic. Hearing this, Lucius's expression immediately became somewhat unnatural. Narcissa Malfoy seemed to sense her husband's mood, gently patted his arm, and then took a half step forward, looking at Sirius. Long time no see, Sirius, long time no see, my dear sister. Sirius's tone was calm, revealing no emotional fluctuation. Speaking of which, Narcissa Malfoy, or rather Narcissa Black, was both Sirius's cousin and his first cousin. Compared to another sister with this relationship, Bellatrix, Narcissa had married much earlier. Furthermore, since she wasn't a Death Eater like Bellatrix, Sirius's attitude towards her was limited to that of a relative he hadn't met much. After introducing Sirius Black, Fudge pointed to Mr. Weasley and said to Lucius, "This is Arthur Weasley. I think you should know him too. His children also attend Hogwarts." The atmosphere in the box immediately became tense, even more so than when Sirius was introduced. Those who knew the inside story, except for Sherlock, looked at Fudge with a hint of helplessness, thinking that he really knew how to bring up the most awkward topics. Mr. Weasley and Mr. Malfoy exchanged glances, saying nothing. Sherlock hadn't witnessed it firsthand, but Harry clearly remembered the last time these two had met, at Flourish and Blotts. They had fought. It was during that fight that Mr. Malfoy had taken the opportunity to stuff Voldemort's diary into Gilderoy Lockhart's pile of books. Later, Lockhart brought the diary to Hogwarts, which, needless to say, caused a huge uproar at the school. Of course, everyone now knows that thing is a Horcrux. Lucius wasn't as polite to Mr. Weasley as Sirius. His cold grey eyes swept over Mr. Weasley, scanning the row of seats. "Good heavens, Arthur," he said softly, "what did you sell to get this penthouse seat? I doubt your possessions are worth that much, are they?" Even without the last incident, the Malfoy family and the Weasley family had always been at odds. After all, in the eyes of most pure-blood families, the Weasley family's behavior was a disgrace to pure-bloods. Unfortunately, Fudge didn't understand what Lucius was saying and continued enthusiastically, "Arthur, Lucius recently donated a large sum to St. Mungo's Hospital for magical injuries and wounds. He's my guest." "Oh, that's wonderful," Mr. Weasley said with a forced smile. Mr. Malfoy's gaze fell on Sherlock and Hermione, and his brows furrowed immediately. Hermione blushed slightly, leaning closer to Sherlock, but meeting his gaze without flinching. The Malfoy family had always been proud of their pure-blood wizarding heritage, as had Narcissa of the Black family. This pride had only grown stronger after she married Lucius. Half-blood wizards were one thing, but Muggle-born wizards like Sherlock and Hermione were considered inferior. However, with a Minister of Magic present, Mr. Malfoy ultimately refrained from saying anything out of line. He merely gave Mr. Weasley a sarcastic nod and continued to his seat. Narcissa nodded to Sirius and sat down as well. Draco also sat properly between his parents. "That's strange, this annoying fellow hasn't provoked us," Ron muttered. "He hasn't provoked us in a long time," Sherlock said meaningfully. From his observation of the Malfoy family, he had already discerned many things. Just then, Ludo Bagman burst into the box like a whirlwind. Is everyone ready? His round face gleamed like a giant spherical cheese. He looked at Fudge and asked eagerly, "Minister, can we begin?" "Say begin, and we'll begin, Ludo." Fudge was very amiable when facing Ludo. Upon hearing Fudge's words, Ludo immediately drew his wand, cast an amplification spell on himself, and began to perform his duties as the commentator for the match. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. Welcome to the 422nd Quidditch World Cup." After casting the spell, Mr. Bagman's voice boomed like thunder, resounding throughout the packed stadium. The sound echoed overhead and reached every corner of the stands. As soon as he finished speaking, the audience erupted in cheers and applause. Thousands of flags waved simultaneously, accompanied by a jumble of national anthems, creating a truly spectacular scene. On the blackboard directly opposite Sherlock, the last line of advertising had been erased. It now displayed, "Bulgaria, Ireland 0-0. Clearly, the sponsor's advertising time was over, and the tense, exciting match had begun. However, according to Hermione's interpretation of the match instructions, there would be a performance by the team mascots before the match officially started. "I'm Ludo Bagman, the commentator for this match. Well, enough chit-chat. Allow me to introduce the Bulgarian national team's mascot." A neat, bright red square formation on the right side of the stands erupted in loud cheers. "I wonder what they brought," Mr. Weasley said enthusiastically, leaning forward from his seat like a child. The next moment, he abruptly removed his glasses, hastily wiping them on his robes, and exclaimed incredulously, "My God, Vila, what is a Vila?" Before he could finish, 100 Vilas had already glided onto the arena. Harry's question was answered at that moment. Vilas were women. To be precise, they were the most beautiful women Harry had ever seen in his life. This description was not an exaggeration at all. They were so beautiful they seemed unreal. This puzzled Harry for a moment, unable to guess what they were. Why did their skin glow with a soft, moonlit light? Why did their hair flow behind them even without wind? Why were they so beautiful? At this moment, Harry even felt a slight sense of shame. Because at this moment, he even thought Cho Chang wasn't as beautiful as these Vilas. Just then, the music started, and Harry stopped considering whether they were real or not. In fact, he couldn't consider anything at all. As the Vilas began to dance, Harry's mind went blank, filled only with an extreme pleasure. Nothing in the world mattered anymore. As long as he could keep watching the Vila, that was enough. If they stopped dancing, something terrible would happen. As the Vila's movements quickened, a series of crazy, undefined thoughts began to swirl in Harry's hazy mind. "Keep going, don't stop, faster, faster, almost there, almost there." At that moment, Harry suddenly wanted to do something truly remarkable, right now. To jump from the box into the stadium. He didn't even think about why he would do it, only wondering if it would be spectacular enough. "My dear friend, what are you doing?" Finally, Sherlock's familiar voice came from afar. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.